day, and the 420R Caterhams will be racing for 25 minutes. The track day races will each be of 45 minutes, and the 310R actually, they also get 25 minutes. The Clubmans are happy with 15 for each of their 2 races, the Clubman sports cars, which will be the fastest races of the day. And the Z-Class production GTIs, they get 20 minutes. Predicting a winner, Chris, before the first race of the weekend, when there's a double header, is pretty difficult, but I suppose the obvious favourite is Anthony Barnes.
Yeah, especially when you look at his time. I mean, he's quite
half a second.
Yeah, which in Caterham's is a country mile, isn't it? They're not usually that far apart.
But then a good qualifying performance is partly due to getting the right slipstream at the right time, isn't it?
Yeah.
And come the race, things may not pan out quite so well. So I'm just wondering. They haven't been to Oulton Park before this year. They have been before in previous years, but not previously this year have they been here. It's a rolling start, remember, so this is the pace lap, at the end of which the pace car will peel off into the pit lane and racing will commence. It sounds as though they're squealing their way past you at the moment.
Yeah, they are, and I was trying to sort of like note down a few of the colours as they went, but it was a bit difficult when they're all together, and also trying to pick out whether Jamie Winrow's there on the 5th row, the number 46 car, because he was one whose drive shaft went in qualifying. He'd managed to do the 3 laps, and but I didn't know whether they'd got it sorted or not.
This is one of these £1,000 drive shafts, is it?
If he chooses to go for the new style this year, correct. He didn't have that new style this year, but I'm not sure. They might be sort of putting a standard one on it.
Right.
The unfortunate thing for him is the other side, the other drive shaft, the other side of the car went at Silverstone on him, and they got that repaired, and now the other side's gone.
Okay, the cars I can see now making their way through Lodge Corner, out of Deer Leap. The pace car peels off into the pit lane, and we are about to go racing with Anthony Barnes on the right-hand side of the track, looking towards Old Hall Corner. On the left is Mark Stansfield. It's Anthony Barnes, by virtue of having the inside line, that gets into the lead. Does he just as ahead of Stansfield as they come out of the corner? Yes, but he's going to be on the wrong position for the left-hander at Cascade, which is coming up. So effectively, they're side by side into your sight then, Chris.
They are, and it's Barnes is going to have the outside line, but he's still holding as they turn left at Cascades, and trying to look up the inside is Stansfield. Not made it work. He's tucked himself in behind, with the whole pack now hunting him down as they disappear along Lakeside out of our view. So Anthony Barnes just held that on. He just braved it round the outside of Cascades and just managed to power it round the outside. I guess that's the key thing here. You are able to do that in these cars, but you're absolutely right. They came, into my view, out of Denton's, absolutely locked side by side.
Okay, here they come then. I can see them on the TV, making their way through Britain's chicane. And Barnes it is who's trying to open up a gap, but I think it'll be frustration, because inevitably in Caterham Racing, slipstreaming comes into play. He comes over the brow of the hill, back into your sight, Chris.
Yeah, they're already into his lops now, and it is Anthony Barnes definitely in the lead. Then it's the green, racing green with the yellow flashes, 19, which means that we know it's Stansfield, just ahead of Gary Smith. They've kind of got a small gap on the chasing pack as they go up Clay Hill. At the moment, that challenge by Stansfield has sort of compromised them a little bit, and Anthony Barnes is trying to gap the rest of the field at the moment.
No, he's not succeeding in doing so. There, as I look at them going through Druids, the gap is coming down, if anything. It's little to choose between them as they head down the straight under the Paul Warwick Bridge into Lodge Corner. And as they emerge from Deer Leap, is Anthony Barnes in front, being pressed strongly by Mark Stansfield over the line. He's out on his tail. He's going to make a move to try and take the lead as they go into Old Hall Corner. No, he just stays behind. So no change in the order, but certainly right up behind the leaders' rear was Mark Stansfield, with in third place number 20 Gary Smith, and in fourth place for the moment number 23 Justin Armstrong. So it's grid order really.
It is at the moment. It doesn't tell the story. You're absolutely right. Anthony Barnes was under huge pressure as they turned left, going out of my sight along Lakeside. They've gone side by side, but I think that Anthony Barnes knew that was happening, covered the inside line.
He did, and Anthony Barnes has retained the lead just about. They turned through Shell Oils, and it's the first three, but it's all really temporary, because I can't see how they're going to stay broken away from the rest of the pack. Through Britons, it's still Barnes from Stansfield, from Smith, and as they come out of the chicane over Hilltop, back into your sight, Chris.
Yeah, they come down the hill. It's still Barnes. The Dayglow orange roll cage tells us that it is the number 4 car that has the nod. Stansfield still keeping him honest. And as well as Gary Smith in the grey with the yellow flashes and number 20, he's been closed in by, it's now 4 for the lead. In fact, Gary Smith just dropped the rear wheel wide as he came round the right-hander of Nicky Brook, but the 4 for the lead over Clay Hill.
Okay, so through the left-right of Druids. Okay, Anthony Barnes, he looks as though he's made a little break, and then it just doesn't happen for him, because he slips, right up onto his tail again comes Mark Stansfield. So it is still Barnes from Stansfield through Lodge Corner. Leaders come out of Deer Leap and complete the lap side by side nearly, but Anthony Barnes just has the advantage going into Old Hall, starting their third lap. And definitely I go along with you, the first 4 have broken away: Barnes, Stansfield, Smith and Armstrong.
Well, as they came initially into our sight, it was Noah's Ark 2 by 2 for a second, but that suddenly under braking closes back up again, and the proverbial piece of elastic between those 4 stays intact. And it looked like a good exit there from Mark Stansfield. Is he launching a challenge out of my sight?
Yes, he was launching another challenge, and as they come up towards Shell Oils, they're still side by side, but I think, yes, he has prevailed. So Mark Stansfield, you may well see as the leader when he comes into your sight. I think Anthony Barnes may have dropped down to third place. So up to second has come Smith, Gary Smith.
That's incredible. So obviously the insight is that you've got the stream showing over in your box, have you?
You worked that one out?
Yeah. It's not
I've got X-ray eyes that can see distances.
You're right that Barnes is into third, Stansfield up into the lead in the number 19 car, and it is Gary Smith, number 20, sat there in second, but Anthony Barnes is coming back, desperate to try and get himself back in the lead as they go up over Clay Hill. And Armstrong's just taking a watching brief in 4th place at the moment.
There's still ages to go. There's just under 20 minutes of racing still remaining. So what they're doing now is trying to work together to break away from the pack, and then they can concentrate on sorting each other out. It's just 3 others. If you're in the leading group, you've got 3 other drivers to contend with. That leading group of 4 cars makes its way out of Druids through Lodge Corner and comes up to complete the third lap. And the order over the line this time is Stansfield, Smith, Barnes and Armstrong. Now the cunning one here is Armstrong, is it not? Because he's just sitting there biding his time, keeping out of trouble. Justin Armstrong in 4th place.
Yeah, it's just a watching brief all coming down. It looks like Gary's having a look up the inside. Gary Smith, number 20, tried to have a sneaky peek as they got down towards Cascades. That didn't work, and it's compromised him on the exit, which means that Anthony Barnes was getting a good run down Lakeside, and he may well be getting himself ready for a challenge down at Shell Oils.
Somebody else who's made good progress. He started on row 4, and he's now into 5th place. Is 55 Russ Oliphant. He's just moved ahead last time around of number 34, Ian Cowley. Meanwhile, the leading quartet makes its way through Britain's. No change in the order from what it was when you last saw them. Chris, they're back in your sight.
Yep, here they come. It does look like it's still Stansfield, Gary Smith, Anthony Barnes, and then, as you say, Justin Armstrong still just taking that watching brief. It is the 4 of them. But are we going to see a challenge from Russ Ollivant in the blue and green 55 cars? Got himself up into that 5th, and he's now trying to put a gap between himself and the chasing pack.
Yeah, I quite fancy his prospects of joining in. He's 4th in the championship, of course. What we have in the first 4 places are the top 4 in the championship. Or 3 of the top 4 in the championship. Anthony Barnes, Gary Smith, Mark Stansfield, 1, 2, 3 in the championship. Russ Ollivant is 4th. And they're 3 abreast nearly as they head towards Lodge Corner this time. And trying to muscle his way up into 2nd place is Anthony Barnes as they come through to complete the lap. He may or may not quite have succeeded in doing so. They're side by side over the line behind Mark Stansfield. Mark Stansfield it is who leads over the line. Anthony Barnes deemed to be 2nd by nothing at all really from Gary Smith, and still Justin Armstrong, number 23, is 4th. Russ Ollivant is 5th, and 6th is 86 Ian, 86 Riley.
Well, the 4 come screaming back into our sight down at the bottom of the hill. Into Cascades, the left-hander they go. Every single one of the 2nd, 3rd, 4th place cars were posturing as if they were going to make a lunge. None of them actually did.
I think we're approaching lunchtime. And there may be a change about to happen there as the cars... No, I'm not sure it has. Anthony Barnes may have clawed his way back into 2nd place, but it's all a bit academic at the moment amongst themselves, those 4. But are they being caught, I wonder? You'll perhaps have a view of that when they come over Hilltop, as they will do in a moment. Just making their way the first 4 cars through Britain Chicane, over Hilltop. Are they being caught by Russ Ollivant in 5th place?
Well, let's have a look as they come down. Anthony Barnes is looking towards the outside for the right-hander into Hislops. Not on there, and does that leave him vulnerable? Not necessarily. He's still got a good run through there, and Gary Smith still looking under pressure. Our leader at the moment, Stansfield, trying to get away. If Ollivant is trying to close in, I've got to tell you, he's taking the chasing 4 cars with him.
I think you're right, actually. I don't think it's a solo effort by him. There's going to be more in that 2nd group, but it's not by any means unknown for Caterhams to try a split early on and then all bunch up together again before the end of the race. So they're heading towards Lodge Corner at the moment, the leaders. And it is number 19, Mark Stansfield, who continues to lead. I think he's now led more laps than anybody else, even though Anthony Barnes led to begin with. So as they come through now to complete the 5th lap, it's Stansfield, Smith back ahead of Barnes, Armstrong still 4th, Ollivant 5th, Riley 6th, Cowley 7th, Farmer 8th, 9th is Tootle. Oh, the Tootles are in fact 9th and 10th, 32 the leading Tootle, Lewis.
Well, down we go in towards Cascades, and suddenly it's Gary Smith, the one that's looking racier. The 2nd place car, grey with the yellow roll cage on it, is still going after Stansfield. He's gone towards the right-hand side, towards the lakeside, and therefore he's going to be on the inside for Shell Oils.
He is. Whether that's going to help him, though, I rather doubt. It's a possible way of gaining a place, but it doesn't always work by any means, and it hasn't this time. So it's, yeah, Barnes is in 3rd place still, Smith is 2nd, Stansfield still leads as they come through the Britain Chicane over Hilltop and back into your sight, Chris.
Yeah, they're all sort of following each other like a snake now, trying to either continue with the slipstream or shake off the group behind. And talking of which, shaking off the one behind, Ollivant in that 5th place is under huge pressure from the number 86 car that it was hounding him. Steve Riley's got himself back up into that, what's that, 6th place, and he's trying to move himself back up into 5th again.
Which is where he started 6th, actually, Steve Riley, yeah. So the cars making their way, and it looks to me now as though we've got a long line, more than just 4 cars in the leading group. Let's just get a better view of them. No, but I'll still give them a gap. The first 4 still have a bit of daylight between themselves, and the best of the rest led by Russ Ollivant. Leaders come through to complete lap 6, and it is still Mark Stansfield leading Gary Smith, Anthony Barnes, and number 23 Armstrong, Justin Armstrong, in 4th place. In fact, no changes at all in the order that time. unusual for a Caterham race.
Yeah, they keep posturing as though they're going to, though, don't they?
Yeah, that's right.
For sure. As they come down towards Cascades again, it looked like they were going to. It now looks to me as though the 5th and 6th place cars of Oulton and Riley have managed to get away from the gap behind them, so they could start working together to chase the front quartet.
You could be right, but I think it might be, a bit flaky, that situation. I think it could change again quite soon. So cars out of Shell Oils. And I think I'd give you 4 plus 2, almost making 6 now.
Really? I thought that might happen.
Yeah, as they come into your sight in a moment.
Yep, here they come over Hilltop. I just still love that sight as they come back into my view over the top of the crest. Past Ian Simpson, good to see that Simo's back here as well. He'll be loving that sight as they come down the hill. And it's Gary Smith that's in the lead now, so it's the number 20 car that's got it, just ahead of Stansfield. Anthony Barnes still watching his Justin Armstrong, and Russ Ollivant trying to take his compatriot with him to glue on the back of this.
Right, so into Druids. So for the first time, Gary Smith is he's the 3rd leader we've had of the race. Of course, Anthony Barnes was to begin with, then it was Mark Stansfield. Now it's Gary Smith. As they head towards Lodge Corner, Mark Stansfield outbreaks Gary Smith. No, it was the other way around actually. So I think Gary Smith held on to the lead. So let's just see as they come across the line. In fact, they're trying to be 3 abreast. You can't do that. Stansfield's got the lead back from Smith after 7 laps. So it's Stansfield, Smith, Barnes. The gap between the top 2.093 of a second as they cross the line. Armstrong 4th, Oliver, Riley, Cowley, Farmer, Tootle, and up into 10th place, 46, Ben Winrow.
Yeah, and it looked like they were trying to arrive side by side through Dentons and into Cascades. Not quite able to do it, so it's Stansfield back in the lead, as you say. Gary Smith now under pressure from Anthony Barnes. So those two have been scrapping so much that Barnes ready to try and get that lead back again.
Yes, and he might be able to do it this time as they go up to Britain's Chicane. No, first of all, they've got to negotiate Shell Oils, of course. And no, Anthony Barnes hasn't been able to squeeze through there, so he's still 3rd. But look at the line. I mean, it grows by the lap now. When you see them coming into your side over Hilltop, Chris, I think you'll have about 8 cars in the leading line.
I'm not surprised. It's the problem, isn't it? If they are tripping over each other, they're putting themselves vulnerable to the pack behind. And here they come. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 cars in a constant line now, because Ollivant and Ollivant and Riley have now been joined by 34 and 14, Cowley and Farmer as well. So up they go, and at the moment, Stansfield's actually gapped the pack behind him.
Well, yes, it's working his way now for the moment anyway. Now, can he make that stick? I don't think the lead he has at the moment is no larger than the lead that Anthony Barnes had on the opening lap or 2. So I don't see that he's going to be able to make that break. He's trying to achieve that, but he's not. As they come into Lodge Corner, Anthony Barnes is still 3rd. Mark Stansfield leads, and Gary Smith is 2nd. Oh, Anthony Barnes is 2nd, I'm sorry. Stansfield, Smith, Barnes. I was right, 3rd. Stansfield, Smith, Barnes, Armstrong, Ollivant, Riley, Cowley, Farmer, Tootle, and Winrow. He's having a bit of a subdued race, Ben Winrow, isn't he?
Jamie Winrow.
Jamie Winrow.
Yeah, well, that was we had a challenge. Anthony Barnes is up into 2nd place, past round the outside of Gary Smith, although Smith's coming back at him on the exit. Yeah, Jamie Winrow is with the new drive shaft in, so it's good to see he's out at all, to be honest.
Right, Anthony Barnes tries to outbrake going into Shell Oils, but doesn't succeed in doing so. So the leader continues to be, can he make the break, Mark Stansfield? Looks as though he might have done this time. There's a line of 7 cars or so behind him as they break, but he gets a bit in 2nd place. That was a bit of a wobble there by Gary Smith going to the braking area for Shell Oils.
Quite dramatic as they came over the hill, because this cement dust or whatever we use these days was being kicked up this time, and I thought there was an issue as they went over the hill, but it wasn't. That's all it was. Stansfield scampering ever further away because Gary Smith and Anthony Barnes were fighting, and it looks to me as though Armstrong is now close enough to possibly start having sneaky snifters up the inside, but I think he's playing the long game, to be honest, at the moment.
Well, I think that gap's opened up a bit because Gary Smith got slightly out of shape at Shell Oils, and obviously Anthony Barnes behind him had to back out a bit. not tapping on the tail. So that's helped for the moment anyway, and perhaps for the race. The advantage go the way of Mark Stansfield. And in second place it is Anthony Barnes as they complete the lap. Yes, Anthony Barnes has got ahead of Gary Smith for second, and Armstrong is still in fourth place, number 23. But the lead, Mark Stansfield lead, 1.65 seconds.
Wow.
Not a lot, but by Caterham standards, that's quite a gap, isn't it?
I would agree, and it's then second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, all line astern behind them, and they have managed to keep a gap behind the chasing pack behind there. Mark Farmer's got himself up ahead of Ian Cowley by the looks of it, but yeah, Stansfield, that possibly has broken the slipstream now, hasn't it?
Yes. Yeah, it was just a slight sort of hesitation under braking last time around at the point we're at now, as they come through Shell Oils and now head into the, it was there, yeah, that point in the centre, the apex of Britain's, and that has helped Mark Stansfield.
He's a country mile ahead now, isn't he? He's out of DRS zone, isn't he? That's the key thing here, surely.
Yes,
but,
quite.
But I have seen it all. We've got a little bit of bodywork unsurprisingly round the front wheel. Off it comes, so that's gone off onto the grass, no problem there.
Who was that off?
Off of Anthony Barnes' front right, but
okay.
Those things go everywhere. It's the business to be in, I think, to be honest, creating those.
Caterham mudguards.
Yeah, exactly. But he's now got a gap. Gary Smith seems to have dropped further back. I don't know whether he's got a problem.
Yeah, maybe it's a braking problem that was what began the problem that's enabled Mark Stansfield to open up this gap. So in terms of time, just over 6.5 minutes of racing time remain, and the leaders head Stansfield, Barnes. Armstrong is now third. You say Gary Smith dropping back a little. Olivant fifth. Riley Farmer up to seventh now. Mark Farmer seventh. Ahead of Ian Cowley. And then the Tootles. Yep.
So Armstrong ahead of Gary Smith when they're coming into the side. But Gary Smith was suddenly ready to dive up the inside at Cascades. Hasn't worked, but he's now trying to go on the exit. But what we'll also see, that lead that Stansfield had, now that Anthony Barnes is up into second, has evaporated. They're together.
Yes.
You can't rest in these things, can you?
No, not for one moment. No. You can't pause for breath, really. Anyway, the two leaders come out of Shell Oils. Then there's several lengths gap back to the third place car, which is Justin Armstrong ahead of Gary Smith. Leaders out of the chicane. Anthony Barnes looking as though he's ready to have another bid to take the lead.
Here he comes down towards us, and it was actually Stansfield that lost the second on that last lap that's cost him. Down in towards the right-hander at the start of his laps they go. Anthony Barnes is all over the back of him. Third place is, as we say, 23 Armstrong, 20 Gary Smith, still there in fourth, but possibly again losing contact with the back of Armstrong. So I wonder whether something's not quite comfortable. And Olivant's still holding off Riley in fifth place as well.
So leaders through Druids. And heading up to... And Anthony Barnes looks on the inside line, and Mark Stansfield going into Lodge Corner. He wasn't quite able to get alongside enough. Mark Stansfield able to take the line through the corner, go through. We've got time for 2 or 3 more laps, so go through. Still Mark Stansfield leads. Anthony Barnes is second. Justin Armstrong is third. Gary Smith fourth. Ross Oliver fifth. And in sixth place continues to be number 86, Steve Riley. Up to seventh has come number 34.
Oh, we got the challenge for the lead. Apologies, Ian, but I suddenly saw them come side by side, but he's backed out of it as he got down towards Cascades. I thought that Anthony Barnes was going to go for it. It's interesting because Stansfield, the last 2 laps, has lost quite a lot of time off of his best. And so whether he's just pacing it ready for this closing section, I don't know. But once he realised that that lead had evaporated, I guess he's just got to concentrate on fighting Barnes now.
Well, as they go through Shell Oils, it was actually through Ireland. Anthony Barnes took the lead. He got alongside on the left-hand side of Stansfield's car. Therefore, he was able to take the high wide line through Shell Oils, and that's given him the lead. So you'll see a red car, mainly red car, in front as they come over Hilltop.
Yeah, the day-glow orange roll cage gives us away that Anthony Barnes, the championship leader, has got himself back into the lead of this race. Stansfield is still with him, to be fair, not dropping back, is he?
No.
And Armstrong's in a fairly comfortable third place at the moment, not necessarily challenging those, but Gary Smith far enough back to allow him to relax. But we've seen how quickly it can disappear, no matter how much of a margin there is.
We've got a car, it's Gary Tootle, I think, number 64, that has nudged the blocks that make up the Britain chicane, but I don't think the car's damaged. He'll be able to get out of the situation he's in and keep racing, but some way that's 64 Gary Tootle.
And I noticed that Farmer, number 14, has gone plunging down through the order.
Yes, a lap ago that happened.
And Jamie Winrow just went straight across the grass down here.
Right, well now you can tell it's getting towards the end of the race. 2 minutes and 43 seconds remain, so time for 2 more laps. The one they're about to start, and one more.
Well, down they come to the left-hander Cascades. Yeah, Gary Smith has definitely lost contact with this leading trio, and Armstrong again is in that sort of watching space, isn't he? I'm kind of nervous if I was the lead drivers, because he's definitely loitering with intent, I would say.
Who is, sorry?
The third place, Justin Armstrong,
yes,
number 23. He keeps doing that, doesn't he? Just watch him for a while, biding his time, ready to know when to launch.
Keeps out of trouble. But Anthony Barnes won several races this year, so he knows how to win these. And he's made his move, he's got the lead, and he's got one more lap after this one. And he's coming back into your sight.
Yeah, he is still in the lead. He's now weaving all the way down the hill, trying desperately to shake off the slipstream. So he's not relaxed that he's put the attack from Stansfield to bed just yet. Oh, and he's a little bit wild through his lops that time, and on the power through the right-hander of Knickerbrook, up Clay Hill he goes. He just cannot get rid of Stansfield whatsoever, so he is acutely aware there's a car looming large, and those two have pulled away from Armstrong this time.
Yes, they have, so as they turn through Druids, Anthony Barnes retains the lead. But Mark Stansfield still very much in touch with him as they go out of Druids, head towards Lodge Corner. Are they possibly being caught by the 3rd and 4th place cars by 23 Justin Armstrong and 20 Gary Smith? Anyway, they're going through now. How much time on the clock? Just under a minute. So this is the start of the last lap. And I would say that the lead that Anthony Barnes has now at 0.764 per second, that's not much, but visually that seems to be quite a margin as they go out of Old Hall back into your sight, Chris.
Yeah, the timing could be perfect for him. He's not left himself vulnerable. He's dropped Stansfield behind. And interesting to see 3rd place isn't sorted, because Gary Smith, number 20, we thought had an issue earlier. He's now glued to the back of the 3rd place Armstrong car.
Yes. Right, the two leaders. And in fact, it's much closer for 3rd place, as you suggested, than it is for the lead now, because Anthony Barnes seems to have opened up enough of a margin, but we may be wrong about that. In fact, I think that, yes, Mark Stansfield closes up a bit as they turn into, he's absolutely there, as they turn through the Britain chicane. So back in your sight, you'll find there's 2 pairs in the leading 4 places.
Okay, well, here they come down towards us for the final time. It is still Dayglow Orange roll cage that tells us it's Anthony Barnes. The championship leader still has the nod at the moment, but you're right, Stansfield is back there ready. He's just reeled him in. If there's going to be a challenge, it's going to be out of my eyesight, that's for sure, because they're going up Clay Hill glued together. 3rd and 4th are still together as well. Armstrong under pressure from Gary Smith.
Right, we should get them on the screen in a moment, see what they're doing. And it is still Anthony Barnes, but only just. And there could be a late lunge on the inside going into the final corner, into Lodge Corner this time. They're nose to tail as they go under the vehicle bridge and now head towards the final right-hander at Lodge Corner for 3rd place. It's side by side almost as well. Anthony Barnes holds the lead as they go through Lodge Corner, through Deer Leap and up to the checker flag. It's going to be a win for Anthony Barnes, but by not very much at all. And for 3rd place, it is just, but only just, Gary Smith was behind Justin Armstrong. Justin Armstrong took the verdict for 3rd place by 0.086 of a second. So Anthony Barnes, the winner from Mark Stansfield, by 0.453 of a second, and Justin Armstrong took 3rd place by 0.086 of a second from Gary Smith. Ross Ollivant 5th, 6th, number 86, Steve Riley. 7th, number 32, Lewis Tootle. In 8th place, number 34, Ian Cowley. In 9th place, number 173, Matt Spark. And in 10th place, number 61, Jose Magalhaes. Right, I'll go for the podium and we'll have the podium and also give the grid out for the next race.
Yeah, thank
which
you.
I hope
Ian.
you got, Chris. Yep.
Yes, I do. Yeah, no problem. It's on the screen. Don't have the paper ones down here, but certainly we can get through the grid as it stands. So the next race, race number 2 of the weekend, the MSVT Track Day Championship. Remember, we've got the Track Day Trophy and the Track Day Championship. 45-minute race with driver changes if that's the intention, if they've got 2 of them. The grid will line up as follows. On the front row, it's number 3, Steve Summers, alongside him number 70, Robertson Heath. Row 2, 89, Adrian Pottinger, and 138, Alan Bull. Third row, 71, John Line, and 112, Stuart Donovan. may have made his way down for the podiums, but as always, drivers are like herding cats.
Yes, that's quite right.
Yes.
Chris, you can probably hear that I opened the mic, but I have no drivers at the podium yet.
And yet we've got these guys on their green flag lap already.
Yes, it's straight into the race, isn't it,
Yeah.
for these cars? But no sign of top 3 drivers. And they're not going to be hanging around on the grid long enough for me to find out who's driving the ones that are shared cars either, I'm afraid. No, Chris, you're going to have the race underway before I'm back in the box.
Okay, no problem.
It's between 15 and 30 minutes, is it, the pit stop?
Yeah, that makes sense. Smack in the middle. That's what I expect it to be. The bad news is that my stream down here isn't coming through on the monitor for some reason, so I'm not even going to be able to fill the gaps of the bits that I can't see.
Oh, how many screens have you got? One?
One, yeah. So I don't. I've got my laptop thankfully set up, but of course if I watch it on YouTube, there's a slight delay on it.
I think the problem is they're having to go through some sort of technical inspection. And that's produced a bit of a cork in the bottle of drivers. But if they all head back to their places in the paddock. Anyway, the race has got underway, Chris, so they're heading into Old Hall Corner at the moment. But I just can't tell you who's in the lead or anything like that. My vantage point doesn't make that possible, but they should be heading down the avenue into your sight any moment.
Yes, they are, and it's not our pole sitter. Our pole sitter doesn't, in fact, he's going backwards. The turquoise Elise is a long way down. It's the white Lotus Elise, which I'm therefore going to assume is Alan Bull, number 138, the Lotus Elise S1 of Alan Bull, that not only in the lead, but by a long, long way. So something went wrong with our pole sitter. And as I say, I haven't got the stream working here, so I'm not sure what the situation is. I can watch a slightly delayed version of it about to come through. But Alan Bull absolutely stormed away in that very rapid Lotus Elise. And I do have the slightly delayed version I'm looking at of one eye as I'm waiting to see them appear over Hilltop into my sight. They're going to be coming as, well, probably one white car on its own and then everyone else trying to battle for second place. No, it's all changed again. It's the Honda Civic that has got itself up. So that's Justin Roberts and Michael Heath that is in the lead. And down into second place goes Bull in his 138 Lotus Elise. And then it looks like it's the number 71, John Lyne BMW in third, just ahead of 89, Adrian Pottinger, our championship leader, somehow still sat there in fourth place. So no matter what has been happening around him, it was completely different for them to be able to make up places as they disappear. I didn't manage to catch any reason on the stream of why our pole sitter just suddenly dropped so far back. It'd be interesting to see when he comes through how far back he's going to be. When they cross the line, he's I would hazard a guess he was heading towards sort of double figure places further down the order when he came down in towards Cascades. But it is the number 70 Honda Civic Type R of Robertson Heath that is in the lead. As you heard Ian say earlier, we don't know who the start drivers are, I'm afraid. So we'll just have to call it the Robertson Heath Honda Civic Type R. Still in the lead, and it's then Bull in that white Lotus Elise in a second. John Lyne up 2 places in his BMW in third place. And Pottinger down 1 in 89, that white Renault Clio, the first of the Renault Clios, because Polk, number 98, has managed to go up from 7th on the grid into 5th place. Now, what happened to our pole sitter, the turquoise Lotus Elise of Steve Sumner's that sits second in the championship at the moment, car number 3, he dropped 7 places down to 8, so it wasn't quite into the top 10 by the, or into the double figures by the time he went across the line, but he may well have been there at some stage. He's got a lot of work to do. 7 places dropped, but he did put it on pole position, so there could well be the scope for him to do it. Let's have a look. What sort of time did he do? A 1:56.8 compared to 1:57.2. So he'll hope to make up some places. Here they come down in towards Hislops. And again, that number 70, the Team KAR Honda Civic, managing to gap Bulls number 138. And in fact, the Lotus Elise is under growing pressure from John Line as they go up Clay Hill for the second time. Up into 6th place now has gone our pole sitter, so the Steve Sumner's Lotus Elise has made up 2 of those places by the time he came back into my sight. And in fairness, you've got to say that the front 7 aren't a million miles away from him, so he's going to be probably putting in qualifying lap times as he goes through each time. Great to see the Janettas out in this race as well as they disappear out of my sight. Round Druids, under Warwick Bridge and round the final right.
Chris, can I butt in?
Please do.
Because I've now got 3 drivers. I hope it's not going to be like this for every of the 7 races. Right, how many? We have got 3 drivers. Is there anybody going to present the trophies? So help yourself. Right, in reverse order. Reverse order, guys. Justin Armstrong in 3rd place. He's on his way, is he? Right. Justin Armstrong 3rd onto the podium. In 2nd place, Mark Stansfield. And the winner, Anthony Barnes. Could you all bunch up in the middle of the podium for the photographer's benefit? Thank you. I'm going to spray. Right, champagne being showered over everybody, even though they've got another race to do in those overalls. We'd better go back to the race. I haven't got time to talk to them, I'm afraid. We have to go back to the race. Okay, we got the 3 sportsmen. 3rd place, Matt Spark. Matt Spark, here? No.
2nd place, Ian Cowley.
Ian Cowley 2nd. And Steve Riley, the winner of the sportsman class. Well done. No champagne for them. Right, okay.
Well, thank you very much for Ian there grabbing the podiums with the drivers. They are like herding cats, and obviously sometimes they have to get into the Parc Ferme area to be legally passed. Okay, whilst that was happening, we've had our pole sitter has managed to get past Pottinger, the championship leader, the 89 Renault Clio. So that puts him up into 4th place, and already you can see as he comes past my commentary box at the right-hander of Nicker Brook, he is all over the back of John Lyne's BMW, up over the left-hander of Clay Hill he goes, and that Lotus Elise is absolutely flying. So whatever happened, he's really got the bit between the teeth now, because he is the fastest car out there, 157.0 last time round for a new fastest lap of the race. And so up into 4th he goes. John Line, now is that move going to be done before they even get across the line? I wouldn't be surprised, because he looked incredibly racy as he went past here and up over Clay Hill. The right-hander of Druids would be attempting place. If not, into Lodge Corner, Across the line goes the Roberts and Heath Honda Civic Type R. Then it is Bull in the Lotus Elise, and still John Line held it by just over a quarter of a second in actual fact. So if it was a lunge, it didn't quite work. But here comes the Roberts and Heath Civic still in the lead. Second for Bull in the Lotus Elise. John Line's BMW still holding off our pole sitter Summers as they turn left. That's a good exit from Cascades on towards Lakeside. And it looks like we've got flashing yellows pretty much everywhere. I'm not sure what the digital display of the flashing means. There's no mention of a safety car that's out at the moment, so it can't be telling us that. Whether it's just a slippery surface, I'm not sure. It's telling number 16, my apologies, that tells everybody that's got the meatball flag. So the yellow is actually the meatball flag. Car number 16 is being called. Black and orange flag needs to make its way in, so that is the Mazda MX-5 of Alistair Esam. Something wrong, and here we go, a challenge. John Line's already been passed by Summers in the Elise, and now it's the Elises together, and I thought we were going to get the lunge from number 3 Summers, but not possible this time. Bull's just about holding on in the white 138 car as they come through. Hislops and the right-hander of Knickerbrook. Up over Clay Hill they go, and not quite the challenge there, so he's going to have to wait a little bit longer. But Steve Summers, after that start that didn't come off, is going to have to work hard. He wants to do it because Adrian Pottinger is also in a Class B car, and he's down in 5th place. So this could change the championship standings by the end of this race as it stands. So no wonder Steve Summers is trying desperately to find a way to get himself back into that maximum points haul. Still all the way down this field, coming through Hislops here, a couple of MX-5s having a great challenge, a couple of Janettas getting up close and personal as well. But as I look across towards Denton's, waiting to see as our leaders come towards us, Summers hasn't got past the white Elise yet. Here they come, and they're already getting past back markers. So Bull still holding on to that second. The back marker stays dutifully to the left-hand side of the circuit on the exit of Cascades. Along Lakeside they go. Great job, but that's a good drag from Summers. The turquoise Lotus Elise was making his way out of my sight, looking incredibly fast, and as though he was about to make a move down in towards Shell Oils. You're back here.
Well, yeah, what's going on? I'm sure you've been telling everybody, but
I have. Our pole sitter, I don't know what happened on the first corner, but he came through. Well, he crossed the line in 8th, but I'm sure he was lower than that before he got back round to complete the first lap. And he's fought his way up to 3rd, possibly 2nd, and I'm going to bring them over Hilltop now. The leader is still the red and white Toyota. The Elises are going side by side again, down towards Hislops they come. The Bull Elise has got the inside line, but sweeping around the outside. Summers, they're still side by side for the middle, the left-hand part. On the exit, the power is applied by Summers. Up he goes into 2nd place, and the 138 car has to just settle. Alan Bull settled for 3rd, and John Line was ready to pick up the pieces in his BMW, but just had to sit there in 4th.
So this is Steve Summers recovering from some loss of position on the first lap, basically.
Absolutely, the first corner, whatever happened, it was either off the start or the first corner.
Right, okay. Well, I'm sorry, I wasn't there to can't see through pit walls. So it is then in the lead, still number 70, is it? The Roberts.
Yes, it is. The number 70 Robertson Heath Civic Type R by a long way.
Yeah, 3 seconds according to the after 5 laps. So through it goes. 6 laps now completed. There in 2nd place is Steve Summers. He's 4.1 seconds behind. That last lap by him was slower, but his best lap is quicker than the Honda ahead of him, the number 70 Honda.
Yeah, and I think the reason it would have been slower is he had to work hard to get past the number 138 car of Alan Bull. Bull put up a cracking defence, but it just compromised both of them through this section. It settled down, including John Lyons just dropped away, but interesting that in 5th place, the championship leader, Pottinger and his Clio, can't compete with these guys, can he?
No. Not at all, no. So he is 9 seconds behind the leader now, Pottinger. And then in 6th place is number 98, Charlie Palk with his Clio. He's had a good season so far.
Feels weird to say this is their penultimate round as well, isn't it? They got Brands Hatch in October as their next round. The leader's coming down towards us, and I think that he's going to feel and see that Elise getting bigger in his mirrors. Down towards Hislops they go. Robertson Heath, we don't know what the difference is between the two drivers in terms of lap time wise. It's just beautiful, that Summers Lotus Elise. The roof is off, up Clay Hill he goes for the 7th time. We're getting close to pit stop time as well, aren't we now?
We must be, yes. The pit window not yet shown as on the screen as being open, but we have had, yeah, we've got a minute, and I would say the pit window will open in a minute and a quarter.
Yeah, that would make sense.
So Summers is going solo. The leading car is a shared car between Justin Roberts and Michael Heath. And we may find out at the end of the race who went first and who goes second.
Well, Summers has just gone quicker than he went in qualifying.
150, yes, he really is pushing on hard, isn't he? 155.873 then, in qualifying a 156.853.
Yeah, whatever happened to him, it's really given him the bit between his teeth.
Yes.
And I mean, you could even see it on the exit of Cascades. Our leader was already heading down Lakeside, but you could just see that margin tumbling down as they went along.
Yeah, and in fact, the 155.873 was the fastest lap of the race by Steve Summers last time, but the leader did his personal best lap last time around, but it was 2 seconds slow, 158.023.
Wow.
So however hard he tries, I think it's inevitable the leader will lose his first place to the car that was on pole position by half a second.
Well, here they come. They're nearly together. I've got that Jaws music playing in my head for some reason now. Is this turquoise Elise's?
We'd like to sing it.
Yeah. Well, it's this turquoise colour. Reminds me of a lovely sea scape as well. But here he comes. He's all over the back of him, and they've got a back marker they're going to have to contend with soon. Summers is now glued to the back of the Honda Civic over Clay Hill. Up
Clay Hill they go then, and in a moment we'll get them here coming into Druids. Still the saloon car leading the sports car, which looks slightly incongruous, but their performance very similar. They come out of Druids then. They've got a slower car ahead of them, which hopefully will keep out of their way. Doesn't really. Yes, it does. Yes, be fair. Yes, it does. But it's still the Honda in front. So as they come through Lodge Corner, come through to complete their 8th lap. And this time I think Steve Summers is going to dive down the inside, going into Old Hall Corner. He looks at it, sees a gap, thinks, shall I go for it? No, there's still time aplenty to try and take the lead without taking a gamble on it. So they come back into your side, Chris, at Cascades.
Yeah, it's still the
pit
same.
Window open, incidentally.
Ah, cool. Okay, so we were correct. So round Cascades, it's still the Civic that has the nod at the moment. Roberts and Heath still holding on to that lead. And in fact, there's probably about a handful of car lengths between the two of them this time. So that lunge by Summers, not only did it not work, it compromised him a little bit.
It wasn't a full-blooded lunge. It was a sort of, shall I, shouldn't I?
And I think it should have been, shouldn't I?
Yeah, but he didn't. In the end, he didn't go for it to complete the manoeuvre.
We'll wait to see them come up over Hilltop. What colour are we going to see? Is it the red, white and black Civic that still has the nod, car number 70? Or is it the Turquoise Terror, the Lotus Elise?
It's the Honda.
It is still the Honda that has it, but the Lotus Elise is trying to find a way. Can it be later on the brakes? Not this time. We saw him make a move. And he still tried to dive towards the inside. The second apex of his lops wasn't really going to be on. That was always going to disappear, and thankfully threw the anchors out just in time and let the Civic take its trusted line. Up over Clay Hill they go, but he's just waiting for that ideal time, isn't he?
Yeah, I don't think it'll happen for him at Lodge this time, though. He's not quite close enough as they go through Druids. No, there's several lengths there, so regrouping is called for here, I think, before he makes another attempt to try and take the lead. The car's quicker on the straight. Is he going to get on the inside line going into Lodge Corner? Yes, he is, contrary to what I expected. He's got the inside into Lodge Corner, but staying with him on the outside is the Honda. They're side by side going out of Deer Leap, but it's the Lotus that gets the advantage coming out of Deer Leap across the little curve to the left as they go up to the start and finish line. And so the pole position car has at last made it back to the front. Steve Summers in the lead as they begin as they begin their 10th lap.
Yeah, so it took him 9 laps to do it, whatever it was that befell him at the start, but he's worked his way back there, and it's not been easy. Quite a handful of those places have been quite tricky for him to make up, but now that he's got there, it's how big can he make that margin. It's definitely fired him up, didn't it, to make him go quicker than he went in qualifying.
But the fun's going to be spoiled, of course, because you're going to have to make a pit stop very soon, isn't
Very
it?
true, yeah.
Both of them will, so it'll be interesting to see the relative performance of the two drivers of the Honda, Justin Roberts and Michael Heath, whoever may be in it at the moment. A car making progress, I noticed. Remember the car that caused problems during the qualifying session earlier, the red Mazda MX-3, the Wilkinson Hughes car.
Oh, yeah.
Well, it's going quite well now. It's picking up. This is the Scuderia Dave Connell and Alex Wilkinson Hughes Mazda MX-5. It's clawed its way up now to 11th place.
It's an intriguing looking car, that, isn't it? Because you've got to look twice to know it's an even a Mazda MX-5, don't you? You just doesn't look like it, but very nicely done. Leader's already through and heading up Clay Hill, and that margin, as we suspected, now that he's got that pass done, is he's already starting to pull away quite comfortably at the moment. So it's settled down in the top 5 positions with reasonable gaps, but as you say, we've got pit stops that could change all of that.
Well, it'll certainly disrupt it, whatever the ultimate outcome may be.
We got to hope that no one goes too short, which does happen a fair bit in this race.
Yeah. Now another car that was going well in its qualifying session, number 2, the Caterham 7 of Ben Grucock. He has risen to number 2 has risen to 6th place. So Steve Summers goes through leading now, having just taken the lead at the end of the previous lap. He now leads by 3.35 seconds at the end of lap 10. And third, some way back, is 138 Alan Bull with his Lotus Elise, 7.7 seconds behind the Robertson Heath Honda.
I see that Steve Summers just gone even quicker again, a 155.777. And he's got himself in that lead, but he's got himself into a metronomic space now. Pottinger, our championship leader, into the pits, one of the first front runners to come in. It's quite a long stop from memory that they've got to serve in reality.
2 minutes.
Yeah, that'll feel like an eternity, won't
Yes.
it? But understandably, it stops them being daft when they're doing the driver changes, make sure they get everything done, and no advantage for having a single driver.
I suppose if you're programmed for a 2-minute stop, then it takes as long as it takes, isn't it?
Yeah, true. Race leader down towards Hislops again. He's about to make a challenge and try to get past the number 30 Fiesta, the green Fiesta of David Evans. I think that's one that's out in both trophy and championship.
Yes, there's quite a few cars that are in both.
Yeah, which is unusual because normally when it's both on the same day, they don't tend to do it. But when they're split over 2, it's more attractive for them. But yeah, they're brave souls.
Right, for example, just leaving now, it seemed to come in ages ago, is the Ginetta number 62 of Alex Turnbull. And rejoining is 172, that's Lee Forrington with a Toyota GT86. So the order's going to become quite scrambled over the next few minutes as the pit stops take place. 77 is in. Rob Gamble, one of the extra runners with the BMW 130.
I was just watching that 97 car that you were mentioning earlier, the MX-5 of Dave Connell and Alex Wilkinson Hughes. I love the name, that Scuderia Dave.
Yes, quite.
It
sounds more impressive than Team Dave.
Yeah,
Curie Dave.
It's nice, creative names at its best in these kind of things. And it is really the, if you look at the championship standings, it's kind of almost not helpful to us to some extent because it's just the team name.
Yeah, that's right.
And we have to sort of make our own notes. Thankfully, they have added the number column this time. It didn't used to have that.
Right, 70 is in the pits. So the Honda that was leading. It's at the
and that's a driver change, isn't it, for those two? So it'll be interesting to see how that one goes.
That's right. It's at the far end of the pit lane, the entrance end, so I can't see much about what's going on.
I'm going to make a note of the lap time. Best lap time for that is a 1:58.023. So we'll see whether the other driver goes any quicker.
Yeah. Yes, because they've effectively split it half and half, really, haven't they? So
yeah.
Making his way up the order is number 2, Ben Grucock, who with his Caterham 7, I think he's beginning to become a bit of a lurker. There in 5th place he is now, but he's yet to make his stop, of course.
But he was moving his way. You're absolutely right, is that he was having some good battles with the likes of Polk in the all-white Renault Clio and fought past him. But I think we saw him out in the trophy as well, and so he's had some good laps to get his eye in, and I think he's in the zone now.
Right, the Honda, number 70, makes its way back into the race, dutifully obeying the pit lane speed limit, which seems also very slow. So 2 minutes seems a long time. Pit lane speed limit seems like a crawl. Anyway, it's back in the race now.
Another nice car just spotted going past, the 77 Rob Gamble, that BMW 130.
Yes.
Beautiful, isn't it?
Yes.
Sort of metallic blue with the red flashes, and just immaculate car. I hear that the 1M and the 2M BMWs are nice cars to drive. Leaders have already gone down Lakeside.
Yet to make his stop, of course, Steve Summers. His lead, 1:38 shown in 2nd place, but that's slightly artificial. Alan Bull, as he has made his pit stop.
Well, he's about to come up. I wonder whether he's going to pit at the end of this lap, because coming into his laps now, he's got a trio of back markers having a fantastic fight. And one of my phrases that I get mocked for is that there's one thing worse than back markers, and that's battling back markers. And he's about to come up against them, probably under the trees out of my sight. Right. But you wonder whether he'll just go, fine, forget it, I'll dive to the
Yes,
pits.
could be, could be.
2nd and 3rd are together, but there's going to be laps between them, isn't it? Because, yeah, the number 70 car has already pitted and ironically just come out behind the 2nd place 138 Bull car.
Yes, well, with a lap time around 2 minutes and a pit stop of a minimum of 2 minutes, I suppose that's the way it's going to work out, isn't it?
Yeah.
No, pit stop takes longer than 2 minutes because you've got to be stationary for 2 minutes, but it's the other bit.
Is it stationary for 2 or is it pit in, pit out? I can't remember now.
I thought it was stationary for 2, but
it would probably make sense because otherwise it gets all a bit too professional-like.
You've got to cater for the cars where drivers change.
Yeah.
Anyway, Steve Summers has carried on. So that's now 13 laps. His lead is shown over the pit stopper, number 138, Alan Bull, at 19.9 seconds.
Well, that's actually 2nd, 3rd and 4th have all stopped now.
Yes, that's right.
So that's good news.
Yeah.
One of the cars that hasn't gone so well at the moment is the 112 car that sits 3rd in a championship standing, Stuart Donovan in the 7 Motorsports Toyota Celica. That was, I mean, it's 5th place when it came in, but it was lower than that in its standings. Although saying that, the key point being is it is the lead C-class car, isn't it? And that's where they score their points.
That's right.
So
and the Coronel Scuderia Dave are now 6th.
It just sounds so good here, and you say that. Leader's gone through, so I was completely wrong. Yeah, he didn't choose to get out of the way of those back markers. He's carried on up over Clay Hill, and he's looking so quick still as he goes up out of my sight.
Well, he's going to have to come in at the end of the next lap, otherwise he'll be outside the window.
Yes.
Or runs the risk of being outside of the window, my rudimentary arithmetic.
Yeah, I'd agree, because it's only really Radical that do it, that you just can't see the pit close board.
And Scuderia Dave have yet to make their pit stop. As also yet to stop is number 6, that's the Colin Wells Mazda. That's yet to stop, but there's hardly a car that hasn't. Oh, and number 30 has yet to stop, which is Semprini Juniors, David Evans, Ford Fiesta.
Leaders in.
Yes, so he is.
The Toyota GT86 Lee Forrington, that Rogue Motorsport run car, looks a bit of a handful here today. I saw it in qualifying struggling a bit round here, and it's still doing it again now.
Now, interesting situation has arisen. In the dash to get out of the pit lane, we've got John Line, number 71, and 138. They're running together, and they're together out of the pit lane. John Line was keen to make sure he got established in the pit lane exit before the number 138 car came on the scene down the pit lane. I think it was just about okay. It wasn't what you call an unsafe release. I think it was okay.
Well, it worked because
close.
he is ahead of Bull's at least just about. But there's quite a margin now between them and the number 70 Honda Civic. I'm assuming that they, although he's not suggesting they are, but surely Roberts and Heathcar.
Well, it's shown as ninth at the moment, but I think the effect of the pit stops will bring them further up the order. Right, so the Scuderia Dave are in the pits.
They've become commentators' favourite, haven't they, for us?
They have a risk of that, yes.
Yeah. Well, here comes the number 70 Roberts and Heathcar through the Civic Type R, and Bull didn't stay behind John Lyne's BMW for long because the 138 Elise has already got himself back up into, or what would probably be a net third place.
Third or second, yeah, it's going to be second.
Well, in theory, Summers should still come out ahead of number 70. Oh, we got a spinner of one of the Ginettas just came down towards his lops.
Summers is rejoining.
So he should still be in the lead. 69 was the car that spun down here, by the way.
Right. Paul Murphy's Ginetta G40, okay.
So here comes Summers through the left-hander at the bottom of the hill, down through Cascades he goes. And we'll wait to see. The second place car should therefore be, in theory, number 70, unless they had a complete nightmare of a pit stop.
No, they've rejoined. They should be okay.
Yeah, there they go. Yeah, so they're going to be in second. And in fairness, that new driver, of course, is still getting himself up to speed at the moment, aren't they?
That's right. So what just need to get into its rightful place is number 97, which is still shown on the screen as being second, but it's still in the pits. So up to second will come number 70, up to third will come 138, up to fourth will come 71, and up to fifth will come number 2, Ben Grucock, and sixth should be 98. But somewhere amongst that, around about 98, should be also 97, I think. But everybody has now made their pit stop, which is just as well because the screen says pit window is closed. And we've got just under 14 minutes now of the race remaining, and the lead that Steve Summers has is in the unassailable category, I think. It's what may happen for second place.
Yeah, the margin's massive now, isn't it, between the front two in particular. And I think 70's a long way ahead of Bull.
Yes. Anyway, Steve Summers has gone through, 15 laps completed. And we now wait for somebody running in second place to emerge. There it is. That's the number 70. Yes, it is the Roberts Heath Honda has gone through second, 21.3 seconds behind the leader. The third place BMW, number 138 of Alan Bull, is 8.9 seconds behind the Roberts Heath Honda. And fourth, John Lyne's BMW, number 71, is 2.5 seconds behind the 138 BMW. Those are the two cars that left the pits together after their mandatory stop.
I love the fact that there's races and lappery all over this circuit, and in fact John Lyne in the fourth place BMW number 71 just came down to Cascades with a back marker ahead of him, was like, I can't lose the back of that Elise, I need to stay with Bull, and so he just went right round the outside of the back marker, all the way around the corner, and got himself up and past him so he could stay up to speed all the way down Lakeside.
Okay, I think we can now do an order as the number 97 car drops down the order quite a long way, so it doesn't feature in an artificial second place. In the lead is number 3, Steve Summers, and he is 21.3 seconds ahead of number 70, the Honda Civic Type R of Roberts and Heath. In third place is 138 Bulls BMW. In fourth is 71 John Lyons BMW. In fifth is number 2 Ben Grucock's Caterham. In sixth is number 98 Charlie Palk's Renault Clio. In seventh place is number 112 Stuart Donovan's Toyota Celica. In eighth place number 14, which is the renumbered 114 Chris Reed's Mini Cooper. In ninth place number 77 is Rob Gamble's BMW 130, and in 10th place is number 7 Mick Presland's Lotus Elise. In 11th place is number 97, which is the Scuderia Dave Connell, Alex Wilkinson Hughes Mazda MX-5, and in 12th place number 21 Wayne Cockrell's Toyota Celica. So that's the top dozen.
One of the names you mentioned there, the renumbered number 14 of Chris Reed, the black Mini Cooper.
Yes.
That is having a great fight with the Toyota Celica 112 of Donovan, and that is for the lead in Class C. They'll be heading towards you fairly soon, and that is an interesting tussle between those two.
Yeah, it's just 4 seconds between them last time through. Oh, Donovan to Reed, no, less than that, 0.772 of a second. Yes, absolutely close. The gap first to second gave us 21 something. It's now 22, just over 22 seconds. Slightly quicker lap time being put in by Steve Summers in the Lotus than by whoever is now at the wheel of the number 70 Honda. I think the pattern at the front is now more or less set. We've got just under 10 minutes to go.
Yeah, we nearly had a moment for our leader as he came down here to Hislops and tried to get past the back marker of Lee Forrington in 172 at Toyota GT86, and I don't think he really saw that the leader was about to come towards him and went to snap across his nose and take the race in line, and thankfully our race leader just about managed to hold it together.
Right, we've got some cars with 1 lap penalties. I'll just give you the numbers off the screen and then we can work out where they are. 3, 71, 89 and 98.
Oh, you know what number 3 is?
And number 3 is Steve Summers, and he's had the penalty has been applied, so it's not going to be done. It was for a short pit stop. It's not going to be applied at the end of the race. It's been applied now, which means that Steve Summers is 12th, and in the lead is the number 70 Honda.
And the other one is John Lyons, BMW 71, so he's tumbled from what should be 4th on the road down to 17th. I said that they get them quite a bit here, but that is just unbelievable, isn't it? That those two cars that were in fighty positions have just thrown it all away.
And 98 also quite well placed, wasn't it? Number 98?
Yeah, I think he was around 5th or 6th place.
That's right,
like that.
6th I think, and it's now dropped way down. Charlie Palk down to 19th place. So it was 1, 2, 3, 104.
Oh, and Pottinger, our championship leader, who's actually in the pits anyway with a problem. So the 89 car championship leader is not faring well, which is going to be even more annoying for Steve Summers, isn't it? Because he was trying to chase down Adrian Pottinger, and he's not going to now.
All of which means that in the lead is number 70 Honda Civic Type R, the Roberts Heath car. In second place is the number 138 138 Lotus Elise of Alan Bull, and he's 12.6 seconds behind the Honda. In third place is number 2 Ben Grucock's Caterham 7. In fourth place is number 112 Stuart Donovan's Toyota Celica. In fifth place is number 14 the Chris Reed Mini Cooper. And in sixth place is 77 Rob Gamble's BMW 130. In seventh place is number 7 Mick Presland's Lotus Elise. In eighth place is 97 Scuderia Dave. In 10th place is 21 Wayne Cockrell's Toyota Celica. So that's the top 10, taking into account the penalties that have been given to cars 3, 71 and 89 and 98. Well, there you go.
Wow.
And 7 minutes to go.
That changes it a bit, doesn't it? Goodness me. And it's a shame because Charlie Polk in the 98 looks like he was closing in on Grucock's Caterham 7 again. This Class C battle has come back to life. It's just gone past me heading up Clay Hill. The black and green Toyota Celica, the 112 car of Donovan in 4th place but leading Class C, has got Chris Reed in the number 14 black Mini right behind him again. Oh, and we got the 69 Ginetta has spun again down here.
So you have, yes. Is that the one that spun before?
It was, yeah. But I'd imagine coming past you now is that Class C battle. Black and green Toyota Celica.
There it is, yes. Chased by the Mini.
Yeah, that's the one.
And the gap between them.
Well, that's gone out, hasn't it, actually? Yeah, okay.
A little.
Past me, they were absolutely nose to tail. Yeah, they're coming down the hill now towards Cascades. They've got a MX-5 back marker just ahead of them as they turn left. And in fairness, that seems to be back and forth. So Chris Reed keeps getting close enough to maybe launch a challenge. And whether he does and it doesn't work, I'm not sure.
Well, he's got 5 minutes and 40 seconds to make it work. That's how long there is to the end. Steve Summers, incidentally, the penalty has dropped him down to 12th place. And he's now moved up a place, he's now 11th. So he's going to gain a few more places back, but of course, from the championship point of view, he's running 6th in Class B. And the next car in Class B ahead of him is in 7th place. And it's car number 7, the Mick Pressland Lotus Elise.
That'd be a big ask, wouldn't it?
Yes, too much. Right, the pace of the Roberts Heath Honda that leads now, number 70, slightly slower in the hands of its current driver than it was in the hands of the first driver, which could be down to, there's not much difference. The best lap of the race, 158.023, set on lap 7. Last time around, it lapped at 159.286. So it's about a second or 1.1 seconds difference in lap time. 14 seconds is the gap first to seconds. That's going up rather than coming down.
Feels really weird now because Steve Summers is coming past me and I was about to say the race leader,
yes,
but
exactly.
you can't say that anymore, can you?
No.
Which means, of course, is that it's applied now, so the checker flag won't even go out to him, and then the penalty applied.
In fact, in terms of distance covered, he is the race leader.
Yeah. Which is why it's interesting that they've applied it at the start, isn't it? Or straight away, because quite often is that he'd still take the checkered flag and then the penalty's applied, whereas as it stands, the checkered flag isn't going to go out until the number 70 car comes past.
Presumably.
Well, yeah, quite.
Which will be in just over 3.5 minutes' time.
John Lyne's still fairly close to Bull, but of course John
Lyne's
penalty. It's really scuppered things for us somewhat, hasn't it? It's such a shame.
Well, what is close is Reed and Gamble again, 14 and 77.
Yeah, it keeps going back and forth, that one, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, Struth. The Toyota GT86 continues to be tricky for anyone to get past. As, again, one of the MX-5s tries to put a lap on him. The blue flag's waving and the blue light, but that was tricky there. But again, by the time they get to us, you were talking about the Class C fight, Donovan and Reed, and that's gone back out again now. It's weird.
Yeah, 2.2 seconds last time through, whereas the gap between Reed and Gamble is under a second.
I was wondering in this case, I'm assuming that there'd have been a digital display that have told them all about the penalties and whether the Roberts and Heath duo know that they're actually in the lead.
They should do, shouldn't they?
Yeah.
Anyway, they've just gone through to complete 20 laps, and time for the lap they've just started plus one more, I would say.
Summers has moved up a place, up into 10th on the road, because he's got past the 21 Cockerel, and he's now trying to get past Chris Murphy's number 72 BMW Z4. That for a minute it looked weird that, in fact, I think there was still some blue flags waving to him, but wrongly, because of course that's not Lappery anymore. Which is why Chris Murphy knew that, and he was holding on to that place, right? Justifiably so.
Change of 5th place overall, in that up into 5th has come number 77, Rob Gamble, with his BMW 130. He is 4th in Class B, and 5th overall. He's moved ahead of number 14.
Yeah, that's split the Class C
which is
fight,
Chris Reed's Mini Cooper.
Yeah, that's split the Class C fight.
It has, yes.
Which is a shame.
I think that Steve Summers might gain at least one more place before the flag, but that's as far as he's going to get. In terms of his class position, well, he's 6th in Class B, so not a happy outcome for him.
No, it'd be interesting though, because I said that the number 7 Presslin was out of reach for him before the end, and it might not be. Oh, and the 172 car has spun here, so that GT86 really is a handful by the looks of it. And he's only just away from the apex here at Knickerbrook, so hopefully he'll get that going again. Oh,
it's got it on the screen now. What's that? Rogue, it says on the side.
Yeah, Rogue Race Hire. Oh, and the MX-5 just suddenly sees late and goes round the outside here. Ah, good, he's got it going now, which is a relief. And he's just going the wrong way. Don't go onto the circuit. Thankfully, he's stopped there.
Doing a 3-pointer.
He is. Oh, brilliant. He's just waiting for a safe place to be able to rejoin the track as Steve Summers goes through. Well, this will be the interesting thing, won't it, is whether he gets the checkered flag at the end of this lap or not.
I think we'll find the man with the flag is going by the timing screen. The timing screen shows that Steve Summers is 9th.
Yeah.
And the flag, therefore, should go to the number 70.
Which is just coming through in front of me now.
Yeah. Making its way up Clay Hill.
The Class C fight's back on again now that that 1 Series BMW of Gamble's got past them both. Donovan and Reed are glued together.
Yes, they are, aren't they? Okay, well, that's got to play itself out. Meanwhile, making his way down towards Lodge Corner, passing a slower car under braking, turning through. Time is up, and so it should be number 70 that receives the checkered flag. It does. So the flag array waved correctly at the winning car, the number 70 Honda Civic Type R, shared by Justin Roberts and Michael Heath. Second place, 14 seconds later, goes to number 138, Alan Bull's Lotus Elise S1. And third should be heading the way of number 2, Ben Grucock's Caterham 7. And fourth place to number 77, Rob Gamble's BMW 130. Which means that the class winners, there was no Class A entered, was the Class B is Roberts and Heath. And Class C ends going the way of number 112, Stuart Donovan. In Class D, Class D won by number 97. Scuderia Dave.
Both of us are happy about that.
I think it's happiness all round. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's right, isn't it? Class D, yes. In 10th place. Okay, well, we'll see whether anybody wants to turn up for a podium. And we've got one more race. It's the first of the 310R Caterham 7s before the lunch break.
Indeed, so I shall take us through this first grid. Just refreshing my paperwork at the same time. I say paperwork, I'm having to do it without paperwork, but you know what I mean. Okay, so the grid for the 310Rs is as follows. Pole position right at the end went the way of number 9, Caroline Everett.
And the winner, Justin Roberts. And
second place, Chris Reed.
Old Hall corner. Right, in the middle. Thank you. Well done, everybody. I've got to get back to the next race, but we'll see quite a few of them in the next race anyway, won't we? Yes. Well done, everybody. Nice to have so many people turning up at the podium. See you later.
Thank you very much for that. Just as they turn left, and it's David Yates, the second on the grid. The blue number 15 car that has taken the lead. The blue with the green flashes on tell us it's Caroline Everett, the number 9 car that sat on pole position, has dropped back into second at the moment with the Dayglow green. Nice and easy to pick out. The number 42 car, Paul Sethi, started third, is third, but is all over the back of Caroline Everett's car as they went down Lakeside and out of my eye shot. In fourth place, just trying to double check that. I think it is still Stephen Clark, number 25, that sits there at the moment when they disappeared out of my shot. But as they come over Hilltop any second now as one, I dare say. Yep, here we go. And in fact, we were already going side by side. I think we tried to go by side as well then, but it's David Yates, the all-blue car, that's got the lead. Second place is now the Dayglow yellow of Paul Sethi, number 42. Tries to have a nibble at David Yates that wasn't possible at that stage. Caroline Everett in third, Stephen Clark. Then it's number 62. Don Henschel's got a good start. He's up into fifth place, but under huge pressure already as they go up over Clay Hill and out of my sight again. So it is David Yates, number 15, that had the lead, but is Paul Sethi going to be able to mount a challenge as they go under the trees towards the completion of their first lap? I do now watching briefly on YouTube at the moment, but there is a sort of a 5-second delay on the stream I've got there because the main monitor sadly isn't working here, so I'm not able to watch it in real time. And it looks like Caroline Everett was trying to have a nibble up the inside of Paul Sethi as they went through that section, and they've gone across the line. Paul Sethi is in the lead as they cross the line, so he obviously managed to make that move at Lodge. And in fact, no, I think on the footage, I'm trying to watch a delayed footage. Yep, he's looking, and he's already got damage to the front of his car. Down they come, and Paul Sethi's dropped down to third place now, so the nose sticking up in the air isn't helping. Up into second is Stephen Clark, the red, white and blue 25 is up into second place, and he's already hunted down our race leader. David Yates is in the lead still, number 15, but Stephen Clark absolutely flying. He loved it round here in the supercarts, and he was telling me earlier that he's been enjoying it out in these Caterhams as well, but he couldn't believe the difference as you go through the left-hander at Island Bend. In the supercarts, the onboard telemetry told him he was doing something like 120 plus mile an hour. In the Caterham, it feels just as fast to him, but it's registered in the 90 odd mile an hour. So it's quite a big difference that between the supercart that he was used to and these Caterhams as they come over. Is that Stephen Clark in the lead? I've got a feeling it might be, you know. Red, white and blue, number 25. Bit of a lock up there. It is. So into the lead goes Clark. David Yates in second. Third place now is Don Henshaw, number 62. I keep meaning to check because that name sounds similar to an ex-supercart racer as well, but I don't know for definite. He's all over the back now of the number 15 car of David Yates, who was in the lead. It looks like Paul Sethi, the lunge that he attempted, unsettling the front nose cone on that Caterham, has pushed him backwards. What was he, down in 5th place and still under attack? So he's probably hoping that that will just fall off at some point. I don't know whether he will get the meatball black and orange flag that will tell him he needs to come in. Hopefully not, because we'd rather he was out there racing, especially as he was such a prevalent part of that battle towards the front of the field. Stephen Clark crosses in the lead. David Yates, quarter of a second behind him at the line. Don Henshaw, Ben Winrow up into 4th place. I wondered who was there in 4th. So Caroline Everett down to 5th place now. Ben Winrow up there in 4th. And in fact, Ben Winrow, we can see the blue with the red flashes trying to go up the inside of David Yates. David Yates holding on to that 3rd place round the outside, nearly contact, but got away with it. So Don Henshaw up into 2nd place, ahead of David Yates, and it looks like Ben Winrow was about to make his move up another place, the 1-2-4 car. Not quite possible this time round.
Right, I'm going to have to get my bearings, but who do you reckon's leading? What it says on the screen?
It is
number
Stephen
25,
Clark. Yeah.
Stephen Clark. And the leading group making its way out of Shell Oils into Britain's chicane, and we've got a leading group. Is it 4 or 5? 4 plus 1, really. 5, I'd call it, yes, as they accelerate out of the chicane and come over Hilltop back into your sight then, Chris.
Yep, here they come just on time, and it looks, in fact, I think, is that, who's it? Don Henshaw's in the lead, so it is that sort of grey and black 62 car that has got past Stephen Clark, so it is Dosi Doya Partners. 1-2-4 Ben Winrow in 3rd, 15 David Yates, and Caroline Everett with the blue with the green wheel trims on it, sat there in 5th place. But Don Henshaw was under pressure over Clay Hill from Stephen Clark.
So here they come then into, yes, he's under great pressure, isn't he? So Don Henshaw having his moment out front. Whether it'll last, we'll have to see. Again, it's a 25-minute race, so still lots of time left. 19.25 minutes remain as the leaders fan out across the track. It's not that wide, but Caterhams could do that sort of thing, even at Oulton Park. Late braking, weaving around, under braking a little bit by the leader that time as he comes through Lodge Corner, now through Deer Leap. Everybody anxious not to bump into each other, but it was very tight then as they come across the line. It's a cluster of 5 cars all in a bunch, and just for the record, Clark, Henshaw, Winrow, Yates, Everett was the top 5. But they were side by side. It was just tiny gaps between them.
In fact, it still is now. Yeah. Oh, goodness me. We've got 6 of them arriving as one. Don Henshaw, Stephen Clark, Ben Winrow, David Yates, Caroline Everett. Who's there? That's Baldwin
number
and
4
Roberts.
Baldwin, yeah,
yeah,
that's right.
Wow. Yeah. And Roberts is there right with them as well. And they're fanning out. It looked like they're trying to go 3 wide down Lakeside.
Well, they are, yes. Wherever they can manage it, they'll go 3 wide. It's a narrowish circuit in which to try and do that. It's not the wide open spaces of somewhere like Silverstone. So the cars then making their way through Shell Oils. The leader ran wide that time, so he's dropped back to 3rd place, and it may become back up to second. Such is the regularity with which they're changing places. Just about every corner it is at the moment. Somebody gains a place in that top. Yes, it has become 6 cars in the leading line over Hilltop.
Yeah, they're coming down towards us. Which one is in the lead? Now it's Ben Winrow that's got it. 1, 2, 4. I thought it was, but I wanted to pause for a second. Ben Winrow, Stephen Clark, Don Henshaw, David Yates, Caroline Everett. Then it's the number 4 car of Baldwin just ahead of Roberts. But Caroline Everett's Caroline, Everett is the one that's under pressure as they go up. Now there's a black and white flag going up for the 42 car.
Yeah, black and orange flag.
Sorry, that's what I meant, sorry.
Yeah, I knew, yes.
That's Sethi, and that'll be because of the front nose hanging off. I had a horrible feeling that was going to be the case.
Right, so the leading is an amazing race. They are so close. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I think there's at least 7 cars all trying to get through Lodge Corner at the same time. 2 of them have managed it side by side. Out of Dearly they come, joined by a third, joined by a fourth as well. So it's nearly 4 abreast as they make their way down into into Old Hall Corners. It's absolutely side by side stuff. And then 3 more behind those 2x2 first 4. Clark, Winrow, Henshaw, Yates, Everett, Baldwin, Roberts and Poole are the top 8 now.
Yeah, they're down. Winrow is still holding on the lead. David Yates has gone tumbling backwards a little bit there because Caroline Everett up into 4th place ahead of David Yates, and that's thrown him back into the clutches of Roberts and Poole a little bit further behind them.
It must be exhilarating, but it must also require quite a lot of concentration and energy to just make sure, because the cars are running so close that there's not a tap and cause an incident. But that's one of the remarkable things about front-running Caterham races. They don't seem to have, touching wood saying this, that many comings together in significant accidents, despite running in such close company. Anyway, the leaders now making their way through the chicane. And we've got a shot of, I think this is Sethi's car in the pits now with the front, with the nose damaged. Yes, it is. So, yes, 42. I'm afraid that's retired to the pits.
Yeah, that's the one, sadly, that did have the contact and therefore dislodged after challenging for the lead. Through past, it's the old foes, Ben Winrow and Stephen Clark. They've been battling in a few different Caterham championships with great success, and they are great friends but great rivals as well, and they'll be having a well of a time at the front.
At the end of the previous lap, the gap first to second was 0.072, second to third 0.117, third to fourth 0.129. I mean, they're just minute gaps, these, and we'll have them coming through again shortly through Lodge Corner. And it is in the lead this time, 124 Ben Winrow here, as he was with Chris. Over the line he goes, but does he actually still have, might have been squeezed out, in fact, over the line. Yes, he was, by 57 thousandths of a second. It was 25 Stephen Clark who was leading the way from Ben Winrow, with Don Henshaw, number 62, third, and fourth is number 15 David Yates, and fifth is number 9 Caroline Everett.
Well, I thought we were going to have a challenge there from Stephen Clark to get back into the lead. It wasn't quite on. Don Henshaw is now trying to come at Stephen Clark after he attempted that move down towards the left-hander, and I think we're going side by side again.
Well, yes. It'd be unusual if we weren't going side by side, I think, in this race. There's certainly somewhere in that leading group 2 cars running side by side. Just about every corner. Anyway, at the moment, the leading 6 or 7 cars making their way out of the Shell Oil's hairpin. It's rather like, but it happened earlier in this race than it did in the 420 arcade race. They get themselves into a ever-increasing string of cars, snake of cars, making its way over Hilltop. Back into your site, Chris.
Yep, here they come, and it is still Ben Winrow, blue with the red wheel trims on it that tell us it's him. Stephen Clark bouncing over the curb on that first apex and somehow didn't unsettle him. That gave me a jolt in my back just watching it. Don Henshaw in 3rd place. David Yates, Caroline Everett, they're still there, but Stephen Clark's got a good run up Clay Hill. Is he going to be able to carry that momentum all the way out of my sight and in towards Druids?
Right, get a shot of Druids there, side by side, of course. With on the outside there is number 124, Stephen Clark. So he may lose the lead when they get to the next right-hander, Lodge Corner, which we'll cut to in a moment. And it is Stephen Clark who has the lead there. So they come through this, of course, changing places mean they do hold each other up a little bit, and that enables them to be reeled in by cars at the bottom end of the top 10. Right, the first 4 go through. Clark, Winrow, Henshaw, Yates was the order over the line. Caroline Everett 5th, and up to 6th. Sorry, Caroline Everett 6th. There's a car with a transponder problem. And then 7th is number 33, Mark Roberts.
All of it helps if I turn on. All of a sudden, it's Ben Winrow's got a little bit of a margin.
Yeah.
David Yates was trying to have a look up the inside of Don Henshaw. So suddenly, Ben, although that's disappearing because Stephen Clark left them scrabbling behind him. So he's been able to reel in our leader again.
Yes, so any small window like that doesn't seem to last very long, does it? So the same pack in a shuffled order as ever comes through Shell Oils. And through the right-hander, which precedes the Britain's chicane. Well, has Ben Winrow made a break?
Let's have a look. They're coming over. He's still in the lead. We can tell it's him, the blue with the red sides on it, but he's not got a margin anymore. And in fact, all of them are back line astern. Stephen Clark, Don Henshaw in the 62 car sat there in third. Then it's Caroline, oh no, sorry, it's the number 4 car now that's up into, so Baldwin's up into 4th place ahead of David Yates, Caroline Everett, then a small gap before we get to Roberts. So, again, fairly changing in that pack, isn't it?
Indeed, 11 minutes and 40 seconds, just over 11 and a half minutes remain.
They're just posturing at the moment.
Well, yeah, maybe. Anyway, it's Stephen Clark who leads into Lodge Corner, almost as if Ben Winrow was allowing him to do so. As you said, they've raced against each other many, many times over a good few years. And across the line, it is just like the start of the race, 2 by 2 by 2, as they head down towards Old Hall Corner. And more cars, I think, are joining that leading group. See what you think, Chris, as they head into your side at Cascades.
Well, let's have a look. The lead is now, is that Don Henshaw? Yeah, it is. The 62 Don Henshaw, Stephen Clark, Ben Winrow. Then it's the number 4 car of Baldwin. Now remember, David Baldwin is the championship leader when he arrived here. Qualified down in 8th place though, but he's been working his way up to 4th in the number 4 car. And everybody else ahead of him is basically just chopping and changing.
Yep, so the important thing is to stay in the leading group and then time your move to the front of it. Not yet, I wouldn't have thought, as long as you stay in the leading group. 10.5 minutes still to race, and they make their way into Britain's chicane, and there's no daylight really, one to the next. They're in a long line over Hilltop. Back with you, Chris.
Side by side they arrive, and it looks as though, let me just double check. I think that's Stephen Clark trying to have a lunge around the outside. It was the red, white and blue 25 car, but Don Henshaw holds on to it. Blue and red, 1, 2, 4. Ben Winrow in the 3rd place. And then it's the number 4 car, Baldwin, our championship leader, just ahead of Caroline Everett. But they did arrive side by side, but Don Henshaw's managed to repel that challenge from Stephen Clark.
Yes, he didn't start the lap in the lead. He was second, but he took the lead early on.
By 0.069 to be fair, wasn't it?
Yes. There was a huge margin.
Yes.
So we're now on the 8th lap. We've got 9.5 minutes remaining. And this race far from resolved. If you're able to put your money down now, Chris, who would you go for?
Padlock on the wallet, to be honest.
Okay. Right, here we go then. Completing their 8th lap. 0.071 of a second separated Don Henshaw from Stephen Clark. Ben Winrow still 3rd. In 4th place, number 4, David Baldwin. In 5th place, Caroline Everett gaining a place back. And then 6th place, number 15, David Yates.
Oh, and we had a big challenge from the number 4 car of Baldwin. Tried to go up the inside of Ben Winrow, but it didn't come off, but thankfully didn't come unstuck either. That looked getting close and twitchy as they disappeared out of my sight.
Yeah, well, just looking on the TV picture, it is like the start of the race. They are 2 by 2 by 2. It's amazing the way this race is unfolding.
Yet the fastest car is good down in 9th place. New fastest lap of the race. Incredible.
Yeah, indeed. A 55.29, and just ahead of him, Chiverell did a 155.414, lapping quicker than any of the leading bunch, who are lapping in the 158.59, 158 to 159s.
And we're again fanning out, going too wide. It is that 2 by 2 by 2 here. Again, big lock up from somebody, and they just about get it stopped. But also 2 of them have just suddenly gone wide. Let me just check. Oh, number 4, just Baldwin just rejoined the track quite viciously there, but thankfully got away with it. Caroline Everett was the one that had the massive lock-up, and she's now a long way down behind this pack, I'm afraid to say.
Oh, she's dropped out of the running, has she? Out of the leading group, right.
She's joined, and she'll probably catch back up to the rear of it, but she's now at the, it's got to be like 7th or 8th, I'd imagine.
Okay. Right, the leaders then make their way, headed by number 62, Don Henshaw. Certainly a contender for victory, but he's still got to hang on there for another 7¼ minutes. So the order over the line this time: Henshaw, Clark, Winrow, Yates, Roberts, Chiverell. In 7th place, number 36, Good. 8th is number 36, Caroline. No, sorry, 9th is number 9, Caroline Everett.
We're going side by side down here again. Still Don Henshaw, Stephen Clark, Ben Winrow somehow level themselves out, which is the same order, but I tell you what, I'd have not expected that when they came down here. The interesting one, Ian, that you're going to see when they come back down towards me is that we've now got a nose cone just past the first apex of Hislops, and a wheel arch just before the second apex of Hislops. So we've got bodywork all over the circuit.
So you can actually create a Caterham during the lunch break.
I'm collecting. I'm getting there. That's the plan.
Okay, well, they're through, or making their way through Britain's chicane and coming over hilltop. Here they are.
Yep, and in the lead, they're being shown the red and yellow flag, not for slippery service, but the fact that there's debris on the circuit. Don Henshaw still holding off Stephen Clark, Ben Winrow, David Yates up to 4th place now, just ahead of championship leader Baldwin in 5th. Then it's the number 33, the sort of metallic turquoise car of Roberts, sat there in 6th place. Caroline Everett has got herself bolted onto the back of this now very large group, isn't it? There's about, 9 of them?
9 or 10, yes.
Yeah, all together, and she is on the back of that one now.
But a lot of work to do in the remaining 3/4 minutes if she's going to get any better places than 9th. Meanwhile, up at the front, the side-by-side stuff, it's a cliche really in Caterham racing, isn't it? The cars run side-by-side, but it makes it very exciting and close racing. They make their way, the leading pack makes its way through Deer Leap and across the timing line, and 10 laps completed. It's Don Henshaw leading, Stephen Clark is second, Ben Winrow, David Yates, and in 5th place is number 33, Mark Roberts. Sorry, 6th place is 33, Mark Roberts, because number 4's transponder isn't working. That's David Baldwin, who is in 5th place.
We nearly went 3 wide, would you believe, down here into Cascades?
Yes.
Yeah, you probably, I was about to say you would believe it, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
Don Henshaw is now leading, Ben Winrow in 2nd. Up into 3rd has gone David Yates, and Stephen Clark's found himself back down into 4th place as they came out of that one 4 wide. But thankfully they all did come out the other side. That's the main thing.
It'd be fascinating to have a sort of driver to microphone commentary, wouldn't it, by one of the drivers in this race, describing what he's thinking as each,
Wow, yeah. It'd have to be dubbed, I reckon.
Well, I don't know. You get somebody who can talk. Oh, bouncing over the curbs there as they... And over the grass and sliding sideways and correcting the slide. That was number 62, Don Henshaw. That was a wild moment. He bounced over the curb in the first part of the Britain's chicane, then got an opposite lock-on the grass, but he's still got the lead, I think, Don Henshaw.
No, they're already halfway through Hislops, and it's Ben Winrow, 1-2-4, that's in the lead. So down to 2nd goes Don Henshaw. Stephen Clark is all over the back of them as they now go back up Clay Hill. So it is now new leader, 1-2-4, Ben Winrow. And that's from 3rd when they crossed the line up by you.
Yes, well, it was helped by Don Henshaw getting all crossed up. I mean, it was a big sideways slide, but he controlled it well. But he lost momentum, and that's how he lost the lead to Ben Winrow for the first time in the race. I think that he's led, is it not?
I'm trying to remember. He may well have at one point, but I think you're probably right. Bearing in mind, he started 9th on the grid.
Yes,
as well.
Exactly.
And the amazing job by the marshals down here. They've ran on and got rid of all the bodywork through Hislops. Fabulous. The mighty Orange Army.
Okay, well, Ben Winrow leads across the line by 0.035 of a second over Stephen Clark, with in 3rd place now number 4, David Baldwin. In 4th place, Don Henshaw, who led at the start of the previous lap. And in 5th place now, another name to mention in the group, number 71, John Chiverell. He is 5th, and 6th is Mark Roberts, number 33. 7th is 15, David Yates. 8th is 36, Rob Good. And in 9th place, 710, is Jake Poole, and Caroline Everett has been bumped down to 10th. So the leading cars make their way through Shell Oils. And putting the money on somebody who's predicting the winner out of this lot. There's not much time to go, 2.5 minutes. So at the end of this lap, they might actually have time. Down towards you, Chris.
Yep, they're side by side. It's Ben Winrow's going to cover off the inside line from Stephen Clark. Don Henshaw, who had fallen down to 4th across the line by you, is back up into 3rd place. And it's David Baldwin, the championship leader, in 4th. Up into, there's 71. So Chivral's going well up there in 5th, isn't he? Just ahead, I think, of David Yates. No, David Yates has fallen a long way back.
7th.
Yeah, and well detached from that group as well.
Yes.
I'm glad I kept my wallet locked up, because he'd have been one that I'd have put some money on.
Oh, well, there you go. Anyway, as they come through this time, they will be starting their last lap. As they, again, it's pairing off 2 by 2 by 2. They then go to single file to negotiate Lodge Corner, and it's 124 Ben Winrow who leads through Lodge, leads to the end of the lap and leads onto the final lap. But across the line, it's Stephen Clark 2nd, Don Henshaw, as you say, back up to 3rd. John Chivral is 4th, number 71. In 5th place is Mark Roberts, number 33. 6th is 50, David Yates. 7th is 36, Rob Good. And in 8th place is number 710.
Well, turning left here, it's Don Henshaw's back into the lead now. The 62 car, incredible, but it's our championship leader. Lost out of our eyesight somewhere, didn't he? Because the number 4 car, oh no, he's back up, sorry, that was a transponder issue. He is back up into 4th place. But Don Henshaw's the one in the lead again now.
Yes, he is. So he's fought back after losing the lead. Is he going to get it right? He's coming up to the place where he made that little mistake earlier on, but it hasn't done him any harm. He's fought his way back. He's in the lead as they turn through Britain's chicane. Bit of a vigorous, aggressive curb hopper, but it's okay. He's still in the lead. He's being challenged, though, by Ben Winrow. Ben Winrow comes up alongside their side-by-side over Hilltop.
Yeah, down towards their side-by-side. Hinshaw's still got it, and he's managed to cut back over to take his full line there. And, in fact, it's not Winrow. That was Stephen Clark that was in 2nd trying to challenge for the lead. Ben Winrow's in 3rd, just ahead of Baldwin. And Stephen Clark's got a little bit out of shape trying to take some extra speed through Nickelbrook. But over Clay Hill, it's Henshaw that's got the nod.
Well, I don't think Don Henshaw's had a win this year, so can he hang on to take a win? It's been a very aggressive, forceful drive he's put in, an impressively quick one, and he's leading the cars down towards Lodge Corner for the final time. He's being looked at on the inside by Stephen Roberts, I think that was, but he's not going to find a space there. There's a car that's gone off into the gravel at Lodge Corner, but the gravel's still caused so much dust I can't tell you who it is, but we'll find out by process of elimination as the checker flag is taken by Don Henshaw wins from in 2nd place number 33 Mark Roberts, in 3rd place number 71 John Chivral, in 4th place 15 David Yates, in 5th place number 15 David Yates. So it's Henshaw, Baldwin 2nd, Roberts is 3rd, Chivral is 4th, 5th is Yates, 6th is 36 Rob Good. In 7th place, number 25, having gone off at the last corner, Stephen Clark drops down to 7th. In 8th place, number 710, Jake Poole. In 9th place, also going off at the last corner, number 124, Ben Winrow, recovers to finish 9th. And in 10th place, number 8, Simon Sharrock. Caroline Everett ending up in 11th place. In 12th place, number 65, Robert Cooper. In 13th place, number 50, Greg Hyatt. And in 14th place, number 63, Scott Parker. Phew, well that was quite some race, and as I say, a couple of cars off in the gravel at the final corner at Lodge Corner meant that Stephen Clark and Ben Winrow, despite contesting the lead almost all the way through, ended up in 7th and 9th places respectively. Right, we're going to see whether they'll turn up for a podium. It's lunchtime.
Right, well, I think we've got a rather larger gathering of 310R 7 drivers. So it's the top 3. Yeah. Right. Are they all here? Yeah. Right, well, let's start with the reverse order. In
Row 5, ninth on the grid, number 50 Yourhead, 153.444, and 10th number 87 Samantha Evans just walked in. Mike Evans, former champion, 155.257, 87, 9th and 10th. 11th number 5 Neil Chapman, best lap of 5.994, and 12th is 42 Pippa Tanner Wood, 1.159, 5 and 42, 11th and 12th. 13th is number 40 Mike Upton, 158.3, and 14th number 52 Roger Watton, 159.643. TN 52, 13th and 14th. 15th is 36 Roger Waite, 2.540, his best lap in qualifying, and 60th number 22 Peter Begley, 2 minutes and 5.3. 36th and 22, 15th and 16th, and completing the grid, number 60 is with a best lap of 2 minutes 10.040. Right, with little persuasion, Mike Evans has been persuaded to join in. The car's making their way round to the... Hello, Mike. How's the world of Clubman's racing?
Hi, Ian. The world of Clubman's racing is doing not our best grid so far this year.
No.
Down a lot of people on holiday doing other things, but Brands in a month's time we've already got 30 entries, so we've already got a full grid there.
That's Brands. That's
yes.
not here at Oulton Park, which is your home circuit, like it's my home circuit.
Indeed, it's the best circuit in the country. So why are all these people not here? There's we've got a few people being ill. We've got Michelle Haywood and Morris Hart, who both have had ailments, and Michelle's got a course of chemo that she's just started, so which is not it's underway, and then Morris has had a problem and he's now back here. He's wishing he was out on the track and supposed to be doing Brands.
Right. So on par here then, well, we've got the championship. Is it going to be won today? Could be continued.
Yeah, I think so. I think James. Somebody's told me James has already won it, but I mean he has in essence anyway, and he's flying. Obviously, we've got Cody back out. Cody's missed a few races while they've been trying to sort it, so they're getting closer. So he's there, and I'm sure you'll give James a run.
Yes, I mean Cody drives a Phantom P94, which tells us it's 1994, whereas James's car is a full-blooded works car, isn't it?
That's right. His car that Alex Chamkin drove last year, so it was a new car last year. Alex Chamkin looked at it last year and obviously got it. He won the championship last year, so it's the latest state-of-the-art car.
And James is a pretty quick driver, to say the least.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, no, phenomenally quick, very talented lad. Obviously, he's won all the rounds by the Donington.
Well, yeah, what happened there? He had a misfire.
Had a misfire with it, and they've actually only sold it this morning. They've been on rolling roads and done things like that, and then had problems yesterday, and they found a melted wire in the wiring loom. They stripped the loom out and found a melted wire in there, so they've only cured it with about 5 minutes to go before practice.
Really?
Yes.
Gosh.
Yeah. Oh, yes.
It's the magic of Oulton Park. Yeah. So, well, the race gets underway then, Chris. I'm sure you're ready for the Clubman cars to land in your lap at Cascades, but needless to say, in the lead from pole position is James Clark.
Yeah, and he's still got that lead at the moment by a comfortable margin, to be fair. Cody Tree's in a very lonely second place as it stands. And, yeah, I think dropping down to fourth has gone Steve Dickens, but I'm just trying to work out which car got up to third place there.
Mike, if you want to.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've got our TV pictures here. So, fired by who it is in third place. So I'm sure you would be, Mike. So who's it? Third.
So have a look.
I think in the third row. So Steve Collier's gone backwards.
Right. Who was it? Hang on, I can see now.
Matt Chigochi.
So it's Paul in the CSP A car with Steve Dickens on his tail. So Paul's a lad from Stockport in the A class, what we call Classic Clubman's A class car. So Paul's a local lad with a lot of knowledge over Oulton Park.
And gaining a place.
Well, he held it. He was already up in that third. Steve Dickens tried to come at him, but he fell off, and that meant that Dickens now fallen back into the clutches of Steve Collier.
That's right. Steve's another lad who's really his second year with Clubman. He's really coming on strong. And not a youngster like James and Cody indeed, but Steve has raced Clubman's for numerous years.
Right, back to your day.
That's right. Yeah, hopefully I'll be out challenging him soon. So there, here we see posters on the TV screen as James Clark takes over the line and already got a side from Cody.
Just explain the different classes quickly if you could, Mike.
Yeah, CSP1 is for up to 2 litre production engine cars with having 200 brake horsepower at the flywheel, and we allow motorcycle cars in there as well, so we have 200 brake horsepower motorcycle. Then CSP-A is the old Classic Clubman's A-class cars, which are very similar, 185, 190 bhp, right. But they can only have older style brakes on them. They haven't got all the modern aero technology, so they are slightly some of the fast pedalers like Mark Charters, and obviously Paul here is showing the potential of those.
Are there any of those cars still around?
Yes, oh yes.
But they don't come out often enough.
No, that's right. With the Gemini Classic Clubman series, and we've obviously got a few here. Obviously got Paul, I'm sure, Mark of France. So, but it's good. No, they still get up there. There's still similar performance. Seem back slightly, Steve.
We'll come back to the performance in a moment because you've got them heading towards Clark. I won't say them. It's him.
Yeah, he and Cody Tree are already gone. Steve Dick third place now, and he's taken with him Steve Collier in that wonderful number 32. I love the front on that one, looks fabulous. And that means that the number 10 car, Paul Mark, was in third, has dropped down into 5th place now.
Yeah, we didn't quite see how that happened.
I think that Steve Dickens had got him before we got to Shell Oils,
right.
But I think he tried to come back at him, and it unsettled him on the exit.
Yeah, Steve Dickens is a bit of Clubman's drivers, isn't he?
Indeed, yes.
His father Arthur was pretty successful.
Yeah, Arthur was in his day, and here he helps run the car with Steve, so yes.
And Arthur's dad, Les, the man who managed Silverstone's requirements for many years. Yeah,
indeed, no. Family affair of motorsports in the blood.
So through they come. Clark's lead already 6 seconds, 5.9 seconds over Cody Tree. And it'll just go up and up and up. Just a 15-minute race. Why are they? You're happy with these shorter races, are you?
Yes. No. This is the format that seems to work. That have like here a one-day meeting. We have one practice and 2 races. 2-day meeting. We'll have 1 practice, 3 races. Yeah. Anglesey, we actually had 4 races. Which Anglesey's a tough track. So the guys of my age knew about it at the end of it.
You're still recovering. Okay, well, James Clark just running away with it now. He's now what's going on for second place, third place?
Yeah. So I guess we've got Steve Dickens and Steve Collier. Now here also there's a good dice going to Graham Wilson. So Graham Wilson and then Alan Cook, both in very similar Mallet cars. They are. Graham is new to the series this year, driving Peter Richards' car.
Yes. Before, yeah.
No. So Graham is a local lad near Burwoodsley, not far away from here. This is his first year, and he's just coming on and on stronger and stronger. And he and Alan Cook have been having some cracking races this year. And obviously we see Steve with Steve Collier going up Clay Hill there.
Yeah, where is Walsley? I want to know.
Yeah, it's near Tasson Hall.
Okay, right.
Not far away at all.
Not far from here at all, no, that's right, yeah. Right, so, sorry, Chris, we've jumped over you.
That's all right, I'm enjoying the racing.
Right, so the lead that James Clark is just building up is unapproachable, I would say. Cody Tree in second place, 8 seconds adrift now, as they've both got through completing their third lap. So it'll be Steve Dickens, is it, next through?
Yes,
Steve Dickens with Steve Collier right behind him.
So they've just gone past us and Paul Masters, and then we have Graham Wilson and then Alan Cook here having a good old dice. They're the two of them, those at Old Hall.
Yeah, 47 Graham Wilson just ahead of Alan Cook.
Yeah, and then we go to Thornton, who's the first of the in car number 20, the first of the CSP2 cars. So he's there, and then second in class is my daughter Samantha Evans there, just ahead PB car of Tom Muirhead.
Do you think she'll ever race anything other than a Clubman car?
She's had to go in single seaters. She went all the way to Belgium to have a go in the electric single seaters. So you never know.
It could happen.
It could happen indeed.
You need to explain these cars all, of course, front engine, but you was built this year. I mean, they're in the CSP, whichever it is.
What people, and two clashes, they can be current cars, and obviously I know.
Problem for Cody Tree. He's stopping down here. I thought he was coming down slow. Sorry, guys, but as he was second, I thought I'd just jump in and let you guys know.
Thanks for that, Chris. Yes, so Tree.
That's a pity because they've been having problems, and they're saying they've actually missed a few while they tried to develop the car and get that, but obviously something's bitten them there.
So no fruit today.
Indeed, which is very sad.
For the pit lane.
So.
Right, so thank you, Chris. Anybody else you've got in your division at the moment?
No, they'll be making their way back towards it. Although there is a cracking fight here. The 87 and 58 cars of Evans and Muirhead, they're glued together.
Yeah, so Samantha Evans in the 87 car, so that's CSP2. So she's running second in E2 with Tom Muirhead as the leading CSPB car on the tail.
Yeah, 2 is led by Matthew Gauthier Thornton, isn't it? Car number 20.
Yeah, coming over the start-finish line now. So again, that is another phantom car, not as new as the one that James driving, but another high-specification phantom car.
And whilst we've been rabbiting, the lead that James Clark has now is nearly half a minute.
Yeah, though he's the Stappen of the Clubman's world. He's definitely off and gone on that doing Stappen. I do remind him of this, the prize giving after the meeting.
Yeah.
So we've got Cody in, and he's got absolutely covered at the front of the car in grass. So it looks like excursion somewhere.
A self-inflicted wound.
Yeah, maybe. So whether that's upset the cool or something like that. So, or the brakes. I know he was having problems with brakes.
Well, let's hope again for the later race so that he can.
Yeah, we've got I think about 3 hours now to try and get the car later on and everything like that. It's the beauty of having a gap between the races.
So minutes remain. Chris, what's happening at?
Well, this fight at the moment is that second and third that are together. Dickens has still got Collier, number 32, over the back of him as they went through here. That's second and third on the road, and of course in the CSP.
The Battle of the Steves.
Yes, exactly.
And then in fourth place, Paul Masters. In fifth place, Graham Wilson.
Yeah, and then Alan Cook in sixth. So this is it. So fifth and sixth. When those.
Tom Muirhead leads CSPB.
Yeah. And we got Steve Dickens and Steve College just coming over the start finishing line. No, so there's a good dice for third, fourth, a good dice for fifth and sixth.
One thing you have to be aware of these cars. They're very quick, aren't they?
Yes.
I mean, they don't at lap times.
No, they are surprisingly quick cars to drive. They are lovely cars to drive. And this getting thinking that they're going to be just toot all round, but after a few laps, the next everything's like that. They are very quick, very powerful cars. Nice and power to weight ratio gives you good performance, but they have really good road holding.
I was going to say they're quick through the corners
yeah,
well, aren't they?
Yeah, indeed. So Tom Muirhead's got Panther here, so I don't know what's happened there, whether someone just had an indiscretion or something.
You're entitled to shout, come on.
Indeed, so they'll be asking questions later on.
Back to Chris, anything going on at Knickbrook at the moment?
Well, coming down towards us now is the number 7, Dickens, sat there in second place with Collier. Still, I mean, he's not necessarily positioned to make a lunge. I mean, what is this circuit like for these cars to be able to overtake?
Yeah, it's not too bad. You've got down into the chicane where you're commentating, and then as well, Old Hall you can. I raced here 2 years ago and got Cody going in Old Hall. He defended on the inside. I was stayed on the outside of the normal line, and then as slowly I sort of got past him and down to Cascade. So it is quite good. You can manage it. I mean, Oulton is a good circuit, and if you know it, there are quite a few nice places to overtake.
Do you go back as far as Aintree? Do you ever race
Yes,
at Aintree?
yes,
I thought you meant.
Indeed.
That's a giveaway.
Yeah, really show my age. And I was up there getting a fuel tank a few weeks ago. And actually went and had a look at the track.
Oh, still quite so. It's still there.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah. But this is it. A lot of people are conceived at Oulton Park or something, or born here, or whatever.
But you recognise Aintree.
Yeah, yes, indeed. So.
Right, is this the Battle of the Steves going on? I think it is, isn't it?
Yeah, we've got Steve Dickens and Steve Collier here, nose to tail.
I thought for essentially Steve Collier, the red car sat there in third place, number 32, was about a lunge coming down in towards Cascades, but I think he was just trying to psych him out more than anything else. Into the pits comes 17 Cook.
That's Alan Cook, yeah, so with a problem here. So he's got a load of grass in the radiators as well, so obviously he's had an off.
Oh, and sliding wide there as he comes out of Britain chicane, number 7, but he got the car back under control before he went grass cutting, and so he still just kept through his lops.
Yeah, they're coming through in front of me, and I don't think that seems to have cost him in the slightest as they come through. Knickerbrook heading up Clay Hill, and there's still probably about 2 or 3 car lengths and growing in the power up over the hill.
Like if you were Steve Collier, what would you reckon was the place you could make a move to get the place?
You've got to here through Druids. This is one of the key corners. So and then you need to down into Lodge if you're quick there. You can, he's having a look, but no, there's not quite enough room, was there?
Well, there would have been an attempt to have been a modern young driver single-seater category, wouldn't there?
And they both ended up in the gravel, yes.
Yes, quite.
So yeah, again coming up to the Old Hall, then you've got Steve right on Steve's tail and everything like that. So, but it's quite interesting, Chris, about the commentators saying about the nose of Steve Collier's car, because Mark, fellow commentator who did at Snetterton, was rather disparaging about that, and there was a bit of correspondence afterwards, but it was pointed out it was from a Le Mans car that was really quick, and somebody told Steve Collier, do it like this and it will work, and sure enough it does seem to be working. He's really brought that car on this year with this new design of the
It looks brilliant. I've always thought it looks great. Maybe it's because it stands out, and but the last time I saw it was when you guys were at Silverstone, and I think he started off that day with quite a lot of bad luck, sadly, but I think he got it sorted by the end of the day from memory.
That's right, yes. No, indeed. He spent a lot of time working on the car over the winter and that, and then, yes, he was going well at Silverstone, but kept having reliability problems, so didn't finish. Yes.
So who was rude about it?
Mark Werrell.
Mark Werrell.
Yes, yes.
And I mean, it probably is a Marmite thing. You look at it, it probably is Marmite, but for me, I look at that, and maybe it is. It reminds me of something.
You shouldn't slag off Marmite even if you don't like it, should you?
True.
That's indeed.
That's the yeast you should do.
Yeah.
So. Right, just catching up with what young Mr. Clark's up to. He's done 8 laps. His lead is a week, and he is now on his last lap. I don't think even he could do a lap time sufficiently quick to get himself 2 more laps.
Yeah. Well, he's just gone past me, so it probably isn't going to be far off, I must be honest, because he's already going up over Clay Hill.
Oh, yes, actually, you might get another lap in the way he's going. That's right. So this is lap 9. I suppose you aim for a 10 lap, don't you?
So we've still got the finish line, start finish line. We've got Steve Dickens with Steve Collier, the pair of them still nose to tail there. So Steve's got the last lap now to try and overtake Steve Dickens.
Well, that's assuming that James doesn't complete this lap in the next 15 seconds or so.
Ah, okay, we may have one more, mightn't we? So,
which might give us, what's the countdown? 22 seconds. Where is he?
Oh, I tell you, he's just gone past me now. I was looking at the wrong car. It was same colour, but Steve.
You got us all excited there.
I know. It's wishful thinking. That's what it was.
Oh, I feel like a deflated balloon now. So,
but I built you up for a while there, didn't I?
Yeah, you did. Next time through, it'll be the checkered flag for James Clark, His lead is a ludicrous 41.3 seconds.
Yeah, so definitely doing a Verstappen here. So I've tried to have words with him to slow down before, but it backfired on me. He went even quicker.
But he's got no money, has he? I mean,
here he comes now. He's just taking the flag now. So
yeah, well, there he is. Another utterly dominant win for James Clark. And as I say, he's got no money, so all he could do is win as many races as he can, get a reputation, and hopefully somebody will. That's
right. And I think he's Formula Ford again in a few weeks' time, because he's done some Formula Ford racing, which he was quite. And I guess the festival and the Walter Hayes meetings, one of those, I'm sure he'll drive for one of those events.
Yeah. I think he did the Walter Hayes last year.
Yeah.
So, Walter, have you done Formula Ford?
I've driven the Formula 4, but I've never raced them. Okay. I must admit, I got too used to driving nice Clubman's cars to driving ones that slide everywhere. Well, Steve Dickens and Steve Collier nose to tail.
Yes, 7 in front, so it just makes it ahead of Steve Collier. Still to come, in 4th place, 10 Paul Masters. And he will take
class or CSP A class.
Yes. And then in 5th place, 47.
There's Paul Masters, yeah. So Graham would be quite happy as alone to see Alan Cook, who was dicing with, disappear. And then we've got Matt Gauthier Thornton as the leading CSPB. Matt is, yes. So it'll be to see Matt out in a CSP1 car. He's really come on this year.
Is that going to happen this year?
Well, I'm not sure, but maybe you never know next year. But obviously he had some real dices with Michelle Hayward, who was last year's CSP2 champion. So they had some. No, Matt is a fast driver, as is Michelle, and obviously Michelle's been out in the CSP1 car this year.
Right, well, Mike, thank you very much. You go and do the podium, so I'm not going to need to walk down to the podium, because you don't bother with one, do you?
No.
You're your own little world.
At the end of the meeting, indeed. So
okay, all right, we'll pop up later if you feel like it.
If I'm allowed, hopefully I haven't upset.
Well, what do you reckon, Chris?
Definitely from me.
Oh, that's a good vote. All right, then, thank you very much, and speak to you later.
Yes, cheers.
you speak to Chris Murphy, who obviously races GT races,
Yes.
and yet he still will always come out in the Z4. He absolutely adores it. So there's obviously something about the BMW Z4 that is an enjoyable car to race for him.
Has he ever told you what it is about them that?
Not that I can remember. No. I'd be surprised if I didn't ask, but I can't remember the answer to it.
Yeah, well, the championship has been won both last year and the year before, I think I'm right in saying, by Ed Giddings, who leads this year's championship but isn't here today. He's a bit of a James Clark in the sense that he's won every race bar one this year. Matthew Dance isn't here because of, I think you said, some clashing commitment.
I think it was the other way around. I think that it was Ed Giddings is a clashing commitment.
Oh, right.
I think it was an injury to Matt Dance. I don't know any more than that.
No, right. And then Steve Wood is third in the championship on 69 points to the 84 of Matthew Dance and the 113 of Ed Giddings.
And that's the interesting one for me. Steve Wood will be hoping desperately to close in on the lead too, and yet he's qualified down in third. It's as if he loves that number 3.
So it seems, yes.
Yeah.
And Paul Mercer is here in car number 7. He's fourth in championship on 59 points. So, yeah, after today, the championship has 2 more double headers, Brands Hatch and Snetterton. So still time. He has the pace for somebody like in Paul Mercer's position to challenge for the championship. And then in the Golfs, they again have Brands Hatch and Snetterton to come after this weekend, after today. Simon Hill won both of the Castle Combe races. They were his first wins of the year, so he's on 98 points. Ryan Sayer, who drives car 61, he's on 85 points. Having had a couple of wins this year, one at Donington Park, one at Croft. And third in the championship, Spencer Beale has 73 points. He drives car 64. And John Beale has 67 points. And is fourth in the championship. Simon Verco, who of course goes into this race on effectively the class pole position if you disregard Christopher Jackson's Audi. He is fifth in the championship on 64 points, so he's in touch, but has had a pretty mixed season. Off they go then, the Golfs first, the BMWs will follow second, and the Audi gets ahead of the Golfs, or does it on the inside line. They're 3 abreast as they go into Old Hall Corner. The Audi then emerges in front, followed by the blue Golf in second place from the front row. That's Simon Verco, I believe.
That looked like a real rough and tumble start there.
It was a bit.
Yeah, it's quite...
Now the BMWs get away. And again, I think it's going to be on the inside line that the lead is taken by Chris Murphy.
Yeah, it looked as though actually Kieran Power got a good start, but ran a little bit wide.
That's right.
So it was both of them were fairly sort of elbows out starts for both of the grids there, by the looks of it. Simon Hill in the Golf 51, the red Volkswagen Golf, was trying to go alongside Simon Verco in light blue 11, but got muscled onto the grass. And I think the car that come unstuck, I believe, will be Ryan Sayer, that sort of bounced across the grass on the exit of the Old Hall. Down towards us now, it is the TT still of Christopher Jackson, 888, that has the lead. Simon Verco in second. Simon Hill, number 51, holding on to third. And then it's James Colburn's got himself into fourth place, so he's moved up 1 place, and then it's number 46 John Beale just behind him. So there's a few changes, and yeah, the 64 car, Spencer Beale, who started third, is now running in, I think that was 6th place.
If the qualifying's anything to go by, there's going to be a lot of chopping and changing of position amongst the Golfs.
Yeah, I think that hopefully Spencer Beale will just put that behind him, because he looked a bit sort of cross as he came through this section. which just made it a little bit ragged. The BMWs go through. They're in the same order. Chris Murphy from Kieran Power. Steve Wood sat there in third place at the moment, losing contact with the front two.
Yes, well, it's the Audi which leads, so coming up to complete the first lap. It's Chris Jackson leading the way by 0.8 of a second from Simon Verco. Simon Hill in third place. In fourth place, number 28, James Colborne. And the Beals are fifth and sixth, 46 and 64, fifth and sixth. And seventh is 61, Ryan Sayer, who lies second in the championship, but that's not a good place to be if you want to score points.
No, exactly right. But Golfs went through Cascades nice and safely, this time round. And I'm looking up towards Denton's to see the Z4s, the Z cars.
Murphy Power Wood.
It is, yeah. Chris Murphy and Kieran Power sort of pulled away from Steve Wood. So that's what I'm not sure, that either Steve Wood doesn't particularly settle into Oulton Park, or the car's not on all cylinders this weekend.
Perhaps you can't see the wood for the trees.
Could be. I don't know what to say to that one.
Move on.
Yeah, quite. Oh, and Kieran Power's getting a good run on the back part of the circuit there, as trying to sort of put some challenge on Chris Murphy. But the Production GTI Championship make their way down towards Cascades. They're sitting in the same order as it stands at the moment. So it's all about the front two in the Z cars at the moment. Going through Britain's, Chris Murphy still has it. Kieran Power in the number 24, just behind him. Lost contact a little bit through that section of the circuit. So over Hilltop, back into my view they come. And that means that Chris Murphy in the number 72 car is going to have a fairly unfraught run through his laps this time round. He says, I thought he was just about to miss the first apex. He actually probably did go a little bit deep into the corner, which means he was vulnerable on the exit.
It's just a shame there aren't more of these cars, because they look good and they sound good.
Yeah, agreed. I see that sadly we didn't see the 33 Richard Marsh, so the problem in qualifying has put him out, which is a shame.
Yeah. Right, Golfs are through, and it is still the Audi ahead of the Golfs. Verco, Hill, Colborne, Beale and Beale. And in 7th place, number 61, still Ryan Sayer. So it's kind of settling down at the moment. 20-minute race. And the BMWs go through in a pack, headed by Chris Murphy from Kieran Power, and in third place still number 82, Steve Wood.
Still loving this fight between the front two Z cars.
Yes.
Kieran Power is really, but he's got a cracking run through Cascades there onto the Lakeside run now. Has he got himself alongside? Not quite.
No, nearly, but not quite.
I think Chris Murphy's had to go fairly defensive,
yes,
though, hasn't he?
Very definitely.
Wow.
Keeping the door closed through Island now as they go into the Shell Oils hairpin. Still the same order, but you're quite right. Kieran Power doing everything he possibly can to find a way around.
Yeah, not a bad late entry, is it, for Kieran Power?
No.
He's doing rather well. The Production GTIs go through, holding the same order as it stands at the moment. So I'm looking towards Hilltop to see Chris Murphy coming across. The great thing is that Chris will be absolutely loving this as well.
Yeah.
Because racers want to race. They don't just want to sort of canter off into the distance necessarily, because that's nothing different than a track day really then. Or again, Chris Murphy has run very deep here in towards his laps, which means that he's very vulnerable heading in towards Nicker Brooks. So that's the last 2 laps. He's just gone in a little bit too deep, but he's able to get the power down before Kieran Power can find the power or apply the power and get past him.
Right, well, they're coming into Druids now, nose to tail. Don't think that Kieran Power is going to be close enough by the time they get to Lodge Corner to make a move this time in an identical car. Well, largely identical, same spec. Turning through Lodge Corner, it continues then to be... We're kind of neglecting the Audi because you kind of take that as read. It's leading the race. But what about the Golfs then? How are the Golfs getting on? Have we had much?
Well, they've gone down the Lakeside, and actually just on the feed stream now we're seeing the greatest fight, and that is that James Colburn, who had a cracking start, is under some huge pressure. He sat there in 4th place in the sort of pinky purple and black number 28 car, and we've now got John Beale, who equally got a good start from directly behind him on the grid, and was trying to find a way to get himself alongside, and just kind of stalled out as he got himself there and wasn't able to make it stick. So they're through Britain's and they're about to come over. The leader's already down towards me at his lops. I'm lucky I've got the stream the same as you now, thank goodness, so I can see them reappearing, which is a relief. But it looks like Colburn at the moment has fended off that challenge. Verco looks like he's getting closer to that lead TT as well, you know.
Right, well, we'll see it on the screen maybe in a moment, but meanwhile, through Britain's chicane go the leading BMWs. Still Chris Murphy is in front in the number 72 car of 24 Kieran Power.
So keep an eye, they're coming towards you, the leaders of the production GTI, and that looked to me like less than a second and a half when they came through here.
I'd agree, it's certainly less than a second and a half. So Simon Verco very definitely closing up. As they go over the line, the gap between them was 1.5, is 1.02. So it's come down half a second. Not enough at the moment to put Simon Verco in a challenging position.
Yeah, and I didn't catch whether that was a little mistake that enabled that to happen, or whether there's an intermittent issue with the Jackson's TT. I mean, it looks like it's fully back up to speed again now. He was about he was over a second off of his pace, so actually he did lose a reasonable amount last time round. Again, we've got James Colburn under pressure from John Beale. The red 46 car is alongside him, but it's going to be the outside line by the time. No, he's got it done before, so he's got it before the left-hand kink. So up into 4th place goes 46 John Beale. He's been trying that for the last couple of laps, hasn't he?
Yes.
Great move. Signed, sealed and delivered before they even got to the left-hand kink at Island Bend. So out of Shell Oils they come towards the Britain's chicane. At the same time, heading down Lakeside was the Z4s, and that's still in the same order of Chris Murphy from Kieran Power. But the Golfs are now heading back towards me. Doesn't look to me as though Verco, number 11 in 2nd place, has managed to close in any more on our TT leader, but it's this gaggle from 4th backwards, and it looks to me now that 46 John Beale has got past James Colburn, he's now trying to reel in the 51 car of Simon Hill. Up Clay Hill they go.
Yep, and turning into Druids is effectively the race leader, Chris Jackson, in the Audi TT. And the gap between him and Simon Verco at the start of this lap was 1 second, 1.020 seconds. So we pan back to the 51 Golf of Simon Hill, who isn't under great pressure from James Colburn.
No, that's the 46 that's under pressure from Colburn, isn't it? So he got past it but hasn't been able to pull away. I thought that he was starting to close in on him.
Yeah, Jackson to Verco has gone back up to 1.5 seconds, as it was 2 laps ago. And John Beale, as you described, up to 4th place now, ahead of James Colburn, who's in 5th place, number 28.
And in fact, Colburn's now under growing pressure from the 61 car of Ryan Sayer. So Ryan Sayer goes through Cascades. At times, those 4 cars are fairly equidistant, Hill, Beale, Colburn and Beale.
Now, on this lap, I think the largest gap we've seen between Chris Murphy and Kieran Power as they went through, the gap was nearly a second, and there was clear daylight between the two. So Chris Murphy beginning to stamp his authority on the Z cars.
Agreed, as they come through Cascades now, I see exactly what you mean. But as they exit through that bit, that suddenly disappeared again. So every now and again, Chris Murphy makes, I don't know whether he's making a mistake or that Kieran Power's just got a good run, but certainly as they went down Lakeside, that margin was right back down again. So that was interesting. That'll have all been done at Cascades.
Oh, well, yeah, or coming out of Oulton perhaps, but certainly.
No, the margin was still there as they came down through Denton. So, you know, it was as you called it, that was the case even here. So it was as they went through that part. I just wonder whether the brakes aren't quite right on the Chris Murphy's BMW, because he keeps going a little bit deep down here at his lops as well. And on the screen through Britons, you can see what I mean. They're together,
Yes,
aren't they?
yes, over hill top and absolutely together again, not like it was at the start of the lap.
No,
Where
quite.
the space was opening up.
Well,
So
let's have a look. What's he going to do here? He's twitchy, but he's got that a lot better now. The turn through there. He is still vulnerable. Kieran Power looked to see if he could get himself alongside, but that's a bit tight through his lops and into Knickerbrook. So he's just got to keep himself tucked up behind the leader at the moment as they go up over Clay Hill. But he's got some good lines through several key parts of the lap.
right, they're coming into Druids then. And Chris Murphy continues to be under considerable pressure throughout this lap, even if it wasn't at the very start of it. As they head towards Lodge Corner, the gap stretches slightly, so there's no chance of Kieran being able to make a move on the inside going into Lodge, which is one of the overtaking opportunities. So as they complete the 7th lap, the gap between Murphy and Power, 0.86 over seconds, so a tenth less than it was a lap ago.
The fight that I was
Sure,
anticipating taking place has now taken place, because it looks as though, in fact, it's already happened. So the pass, John Beale, 46, has got past 51 Simon Hill. So out of the back part of the circuit, it has suddenly happened. I can only assume that Simon Hill's made a tiny little mistake there, because the margin seemed to be fairly decent enough to have not worried him excessively, but that means that up into 3rd place goes John Beale. He started 7th on the grid. That's a fantastic race so far for him.
Yes, it is.
Here they come through in front of me, and in fact I would say that 51 Hill is under pressure from Colburn and the 64 car of Spencer Beale, who started 3rd, who's trying to move his way back up through this order after being muscled out on the first corner.
Well, 6.25 minutes still to run in this combined race for Z cars and Golf GTIs, Mark 5 Golf GTIs. And that group you were talking about, Chris, just making its way into Lodge Corner now. And as it comes through, we've had Chris Jackson and Simon Verco through, then John Beale up into 3rd place, you said. Bump Simon Hill down to 4th. James Colburn is still 5th, number 28, and right behind him is number 64, Spencer Beale.
Yeah, see, all of a sudden that lead gap's up to 4.5 seconds, so it's quite a big margin. Oh, coming down in towards Cascades, we had a big look there from the 64 car of Spencer Beale that's sat at the back of that train, so he was looking to have a challenge on James Colburn, 28, but it wasn't quite on. At the same time, Colburn's trying to find a way past Simon Hill. All of that's allowed the 46 car of John Beale to scamper away from all of them, hasn't it?
It has. Yes, he's found some good pace in this race, and it's definitely drawing away from that trio. Receding in his mirror.
Be interesting, because he was best part of a second quicker than Simon Verco in the number 11 car. The problem is that damage has already been done. It's a big old margin to try and get up to them now.
Yeah, Verco to Beale is 6 seconds.
Yeah,
We've got 4.5 minutes.
It's too little, too late. But I guess after obviously a qualifying that didn't go to plan, starting 7th to get himself up into 3rd, he's got to be chuffed with that in reality. Oh, slightly wide there from Spencer Beale. He's going to be disappointed, because he's kind of gone the other way from 3rd on the grid down into, what's that, 6th position.
Yeah. So watching the two BMW leaders making their way through Britain's.
Chris Murphy's got a problem. He suddenly let Kieran Power past him as they came down towards his lops there. He just stayed to the right, his right-hand side of the circuit. Kieran Power suddenly went, oh, okay, I'll go to the left and carry on through. So I still wonder whether it's the brakes, you know, on Chris Murphy's car. Because there's several times where he's run deep down here. He looked vulnerable going through Cascades earlier as well. So up into the lead of that goes 24, Kieran Power.
With 3.5 minutes to go. So can Chris Murphy fight back? He's closed back up. test for the brakes here as they go into Lodge Corner. Curious. Anyway, he doesn't seem to be losing any ground to the new leader, so through goes number 24, leading the BMW Z cars. Kieran Power from Chris Murphy. The gap between them, nothing, 0.356 of a second.
Yeah, now we'll start seeing the telltales down towards Cascades. Kieran Power, is he able to pull it out? He is a little bit, not quite as obvious there, but he's able to pull out a little bit through there. The big one will be when they come down towards us. Is Chris Murphy just not happy, not confident on the brakes as he comes down towards here, which as a driver that's not what we'd expect, so you've got to assume it's something not quite right with the car.
Yeah.
Production GTIs through in front of me. In fourth place is the 51 car of Simon Hill. In fairness, he started fourth, he's still running fourth, so although he managed to get himself higher, he can't be excessively disappointed. Colburn and Beale might be chomping at the bit, so he could yet.
Well, next time through, the leader, who is Chris Jackson, of course, number 888, will be starting his last lap.
Well, Chris Murphy is now all over the back of Kieran Power again. Do you know what? I'm interested to know whether Chris is taking a look to see what is Kieran doing so differently and trying to match his braking points or something to that effect, because he's stayed glued to him all the way down in towards his lops there. Intriguing. And we've got a change for third place there. Oh, we missed it already. Sorry, Mercer, number 7, Mercer got past Steve Wood. So the highest placed champ in a championship race in here today has dropped back into fourth.
Yeah.
Not what he was expecting.
Meanwhile, on his last lap, Chris Jackson in the Audi TT heads into Shell Oils hairpin. Really, his only problem has been negotiating back markers. Slower cars. It's been an untroubled drive. No, side by side into Old Hall Corner. Chris Murphy goes for the inside line, and I think he gets through. Let's just see it. Yes, he has. So Chris Murphy retrieves his earlier lost place from Kieran Power, as you'll see in a moment, Chris, at Cascades.
Yeah, he is, as he comes down to the left-hander at the bottom of the hill, but Kieran Power again managed to close slightly. Oh, and a big twitch there from Kieran Power. I thought he was about to keep turning left, even though it got straight, but thankfully he gathered it all up and has disappeared down there, and I think that's probably a sign of frustration, going, I enjoyed that lead, I want to get it back again.
Yeah, but he's not given up. He's still shadowing Chris Murphy as they go through Shell Oils. He's not going to pass there, but for the way he's forcing the issue, it looks as though he really is going to have another attempt somewhere around the last half of the last lap, because this is the last lap. The flag will have already been taken by the time they get to it, will have been taken by the leading Golfs and the Audi that leads the Golfs. So there it is going through Lodge Corner. Understandably, the pictures are showing that win, but what we'd like to see is what's going on between the two leading BMWs.
Well, they're coming through in front of me. It's still Chris Murphy's held it through his lops. He's already through Knickerbrook, heading up Clay Hill, and there's about a car's length between the two of them as they go up the hill for the final time, and it is Chris Murphy going to hold on for the win of the Z cars.
I think he probably will. I mean, he's still got to contend with Lodge Corner. They're going through Druids at the moment. Lodge is next and last. And a tighter line taken there by Kieran Powers. He comes out of Druids to try and give himself a good line on the approach to Lodge Corner. He looks for the inside line. He's not close enough, so turning in on the racing line, holding the lead is Chris Murphy, down through Deerleap and up to the checkered flag. And although there's a final surge by Kieran Power, it wasn't quite enough, and as they cross the line, the gap between them is officially shown as 0.317 of a second, and they finished first and second in the Z cars race. The race win in the Golf GTIs went to number 888, but that was running as a guest car, Chris Jackson in the Audi TT. So the real Golf GTI winner, number 11, Simon Verco, who finished just over half a second behind the Audi, and then second of the GTIs, third overall, number 46, John Beale, after a strong drive, and third of the GTIs, fourth overall, number 51, Simon Hill. Now, I'm not sure whether you can remember, Chris, what was the story about podiums for this?
No, I don't know, is
No,
the honest
I'll
answer.
go and find out. Well, I'll take a stroll.
Okay. The cars are actually all loaded up on transporters, and they travel through the first circuit and then move their way through Europe, and the drivers get to just basically reappear, catch a flight to whatever country it is, and get themselves to the circuit in question. So a great way of doing it. Sorry, Nige. Comms are barely audible at Druids, I'm hearing, but sorry, guys. We've still got cables trying to stretch through the length and breadth of the country, so I know it's tricky. Apparently, it's the same on the feed as well. So those of you watching the feed, welcome. But I know that my side of the circuit from the Nicollet commentary box is a lot more faint than the main box. I believe if you listen to Radio Oulton on 94.9 FM, they are quite level. I'm a bit more audible. See, some people would say that's a good thing, but that I'm not audible. But there we go. So Toyo Tyres 7 race series. The second and final race of the day for the 420Rs, the more powerful of them. 2-litre Ford Duratec engine with a 6-speed sequential gearbox, limited slip differential, racing suspension, upgraded braking systems, even though the one thing that is good to know is that the engines are sealed by Caterham or Macmillan Motorsport. Andy Mack, good to catch up with him in the pit lane earlier, looking on as the proud dad. Remember, this is a rolling start, so the safety car is heading up Clay Hill already. I'm not sure whether the podium is happening or not. I know that Ian's gone wandering down just in case it is. Safety car will sort of start bunching the cars up now, so they get into their corridors 2 by 2 by the time they come round, and they'll be under the control of a pole sitter, Jose Magalhaes, this time with Matt Spark alongside him. They'll bring the field to attention onto the start finish straight, wait for the lights to go off, and that's when they will be unleashed, ready for this battle. Safety car lights are indeed off as they make their way towards Lodge. So 25 minutes of 420R racing are about to get underway. 25 minutes on the clock gets going. The red lights are still on. The field makes its way towards the line. Off go the lights and off go the field. Anthony Barnes has got a lot of work to do from the 5th row. How much is he going to try and do now? How much is he going to be sensible? He's just kind of biding his time by the looks of it. And it looks to me as though, I think that might have been Justin Armstrong that just got bumped a little bit wide in that first corner, but it is the silver car of Jose Magalhaes, our pole sitter, that still has the lead as they turn left at Cascades. Round they go for the first time, all safely through Cascades and disappear off. Down Lakeside on the field, another mighty Orange Army. Thank you again to your amazing work. To the Orange Army, just removing a bit of Caterham bodywork from the circuit so it doesn't get collected. So down they go to Shell Oils, and it is the silver car of Jose Magalhaes that still has the lead. As we wait to see them come, or they're about to go through the Britain's chicane first. Magalhaes, with his 10th place finish in race number 1, finding himself on that pole position, will be determined to make this one count as he comes down towards us, going defensive. Decides he doesn't need to be, so goes back to the outside for the racing line under some huge pressure at the moment by the number, I think that's 32 it is, so Lewis Tootle 32, just ahead of 173 Matt Spark. So he did start on the front row, but he's dropped back 1 place at the moment. Up over Clay Hill they go. So Lewis Tootle in the green number 32, trying desperately to find a way to take that lead. You'll get that if you've got some of the cars that may have finished outside of the top sort of 6 places, then they'll feel they're in a good place to try and make it count. Number 34, the yellow and black Ian Cowley, he's got bodywork flappy, but he's trying to find a way past Matt Spark as well as they came down towards Lodge for the second time. Through they come Megales still had the lead, but not anymore. He's been passed by the green machine of number 32, Lewis Tootle, as they came through the first corner, but they're going side by side. In fact, no. So Lewis Tootle drops behind Megales again. So he lost it on the exit. So he sits there in second place. Megales doing a great job from his pole position. The number 61 car. He started the first race in 11th on the grid, finished in 10th, leading by way of a pole position at the moment, and is having a cracking battle with Lewis Tootle. Not that surprising, I suppose, because those two were sort of line astern on the opening grid, and it looks like Matt Sparks still holding on, and it's Russ Oliphant that is now up there in 4th position. So he's got past Cowley. In fact, Cowley's lost a couple of places by the looks of it. Possibly Gary Smith that's got past Cowley as well. So down they come towards us. Still the Silver Beast that has the lead. Megales from Tootle, from the 173 of Matt Spark. Ross Oliphant, my apologies, it's the 19 car, so it's Stansfield that's moving through. He's now got ahead of Cowley, and I think that Anthony Barnes is just about to make a move as they go up there as well. Up over Clay Hill they went, still under the trees. The 61 car of Jose Megales under massive pressure from Lewis Tootle, but he fends him off as they go through Druid, side by side as they go towards Lodge. The inside line is the silver car, but the job is already done by Lewis Tootle before they even get to the right-hander of Lodge. Nicely through, and has he made it work on the exit? Yes, he has. So up into the lead goes the 32 car of Lewis Tootle, but already Megales is now coming back at him along the start-finish straight. He's going to have the inside line at Old Hall, so back comes Megales into the lead, but the tail end steps out on the exit of the corner as they come down through to Denton's, in towards Cascade, side by side. The inside line is going to be the way of Jose Megales, and he's held on to it. Second place, Lewis Tootle, after all of that. Third is still Matt Spark, who started on the front rows, doing a great job holding there, and Russ Oliphant is with him in that 4th place. Did I hear you, Ian?
You do hear me. I'm back here. So
Okay.
it was an unnecessary journey that time, so we don't have podiums. They do it after the race.
Fine.
So anyway, we've got the race going on. We're now on lap 3, aren't we? And with the reverse grid at the front, that's adds a bit of spice, or spark, you could say.
Absolutely.
Yeah. To the pack going through at the moment. The Britain chicane, and they'll appear back in your sight in a moment, Chris, over the top.
They're here, and it's already Megales was keeping himself one side to go defensive. We got a little look for third there from Russ Oliphant, but the 55 car has to keep himself in 4th position at the moment. Matt Spark holding on to it. Stansfield, Anthony Barnes. Then it's the 86 car of Steve Riley directly behind him. So Anthony Barnes is hounding Stansfield. The two of them, you wonder whether they're going to work together, Ian, to try and continue to move back through this reverse.
Well,
back.
yes, I think they need to think about doing that, don't they? And they've got time which to do it. It started as a 25-minute race. They've got 19.5 minutes still. So these reverse grids can work themselves out and provide some spectacular racing in the process, as drivers, not so often to be found leading the race, do so if only temporarily. So coming through at the end of the 3rd lap, the lead is now held by the Portuguese driver, number 61, Jose Magalhães, and in 2nd place now is number 32, Lewis Tootle. In 3rd place is Matt Spark, number 173, and Anthony Barnes is 6th still. Ben Winrow, sorry, not Ben Winrow, his brother, number 46, Jamie Winrow, is in 8th place, just risen to that.
That's good, because that means that whatever issue, well, we know what happened to Jamie Winrow in the qualifying. It didn't look totally happy, did he, in the first race? But coming through this field now, is sat there in 8th place. But so much is happening behind, because the lead changed several places. Megales was passed by Tootle, then Tootle got passed by Megales again. All the while, Russ Oliphant has got himself up into 3rd place now. Oh, there was a yellow flag down at Shell Oils as we were coming back up towards Britain's there. So someone's had a moment down at the hairpin, but I didn't see what it was.
No, we've moved on through
Yeah.
Not looking at that part of the circuit on the screen anymore, but you've got the leaders having it into Knickerbrook.
Yep, they're down towards me. It's still McGuinness from Tootle. Russ Oliphant up in that third. Fourth now is Stansfield. Anthony Barnes has gone with him. Matt Sparks dropped down into sixth position and is under huge pressure already from Riley. So the 86 Riley's now trying to have a challenge at Matt Spark as well.
Okay, leaders into Druids, and is there a change about to happen?
Yep.
Yes, it has, hasn't
Nice.
it? So Tootle in the lead as the cars head. Yes, number 32 leads the way, Lewis Tootle, in the green car, and he will lead over the line at the completion of the fourth lap from Jose Magalhaes. And in third place is Russ Oliphant. In fourth place, number 19, Mark Stansfield. In fifth place, number 4, Ashley Barnes. In sixth place, 173, Matt Spark. Seventh, number 86 is Steve Riley.
Well, side by side for the lead. Tootle's got the inside line, the Cascades, so McGuinness is forced towards the outside, and in fact that left him vulnerable to Stansfield. Stansfield tried to go up what was the inside there, didn't work, so he's now had to go for the other side down the straight.
He has, and it hasn't quite worked, I don't think. No, it hasn't. As they then make their way into Shell Oil's hairpin.
Well, McGuinness is down to fourth now, so he got unpicked by Stansfield and Barnes there.
Yes.
Wow. So it really didn't work to go for that move, did it, at all? Oliver down to fifth place now. But it's now these two, isn't it? Stansfield and Anthony Barnes that have come through the field, sat there in second and third, and Stansfield's looking towards the inside of the green.
Yes, just about, yeah.
Yeah, he's just held himself back far enough to not collect Tutu, or just put himself so there was no gap. Anthony Barnes now is trying to have a little nibble at Stansfield. Now they got themselves this far up. Is he able to do anything about it over Clay Hill? Not there, but he's looking good.
Maybe at Druids.
Yeah,
maybe at
he's
Druids.
looking
So
good
they
for
come
it.
into Druids. No, he doesn't have a go there. But the way he's driving with great confidence, and showed that in the first race, I would have thought he's just biding his time and picking his moment rather than rushing his fences to come up with a couple of cliches. Coming down into Lodge Corner then, it is still 32 Tootle who leads. Lewis Tootle coming through out of Deer Leap across the line, and with Magalhaes having dropped back. Second place is now Mark Stansfield. Anthony Barnes is third. Magalhaes is still fourth. Fifth is Olivant. Sixth is Spark. Then it's Jamie Winrow, number 46, seventh. Justin Armstrong, number 23, eighth. Ninth is number 20. Not quite showing the pace he showed in the earlier race. He's got a bit of more work still to do. Number 20, Gary Smith. And in 10th place is 86, Steve Riley.
Well, it all changed at that point as they came when it went through the left-hander at Cascades, and Anthony Barnes took the lead, but now they've disappeared down towards Shell Oils. It looks as though Stansfield has managed to make that sweep round him and through, but that was a great run through the left-hander of Cascades for Barnes initially.
Yes, you get more overtaking in 10 laps of Caterham than you do in the whole season of Grand Prix racing. Did I really say that?
You cynic, you.
Well, anyway, they're making their way through Britons, and the two leaders back into your side. Anthony Barnes is second.
Yep, so Stansfield, I thought he'd managed to gap him slightly, but that disappeared very, very quickly. Here they come through the Hislops, and it is Stansfield from Anthony Barnes, 2 till 32, and now Russ Oliphant is up into fourth place ahead of McGuinness. And Spark, has he been passed? I missed that. Yeah, Spark's been passed by Jamie Winrow. In fact, Jamie Winrow, he certainly is sorted, because it looks like he's bolted himself onto the back of this lead group now as well.
And the other two to watch just behind him are, of course, 23 Justin Armstrong, who was third in the earlier race, and number 20 Gary Smith.
Yeah, they're out of place, really, aren't they, to be honest?
Well, they started, of course, with the reverse grid situation, but nonetheless, they're taking their time about working their way through the pack.
Especially as they were ahead of the lead two cars.
Yes, that's right. There's 13 and just over 13 and a half minutes remain. Leaders go through side by side, and Anthony Barnes takes the lead going into Old Hall Corner. So Anthony Barnes leads from Mark Stansfield. Lewis Tootle's third, Russ Oliphant fourth, and then Jose Magalhaes, then Jamie Winrow sixth now. And up to seventh has come number 23, Justin Armstrong.
Russ Ollivant's looking for third as they came down. I was worried we were going to get contact because it didn't look to me as though Tutu had really seen that he was under pressure from Ollivant, as he'd just been recovering from a failed attempt to get back up into the top two as he came out of Lodge, but it wasn't to be. Sorry, not Lodge, Old Hall even, but round towards Shell Oils. It is Barnes, and in fact he's managed
getting away.
Yeah, he's left Stansfield in the clutches of the others, hasn't he?
Well, as we've seen so often in Caterham racing, the fact you can open a gap of several lengths doesn't mean to say you're going to be hang on to that gap. So we'll see.
Which is why we love it.
Over hilltop.
Yep, down towards as they come. Anthony Barnes is certainly going defensive. Stansfield's being forced to look towards the outside. He's too far back there. He's trying to switch back. That's not really possible through his lobs necessarily, but it meant he could carry some good pace through the right left-hander. Now they're heading through Knickerbrook. Oh, and Lewis Tutul loses the rear end. He caught that well, but he's now tumbling down through the order as he just lets his heart rate settle and he rejoins the circuit. So, although I'm hoping that's not an issue for him because he's steadily rejoined the circuit.
Yeah, bouncing over the grass. He's got to be careful with the car, hasn't he? So, anyway, that's him out of the reckoning now, I'm afraid, for Lewis Tutul. Meanwhile, it's two for the lead. The two that were contesting the lead in the previous race have become the two leaders again. Anthony Barnes leading Mark Stansfield through Deer Leap over the timing line to complete their 7th lap. And it really is now a battle between these two in the championship, of course. After the earlier race, Anthony Barnes still led. Gary Smith was second, Mark Stansfield third in the championship.
Well, Jamie Winrose just got up into third in this race. He got past the Russ Oliver 55 car at Old Hall, a cracking move. So he really has got that car back up onto form now, up into a podium paying position. He goes, and he now, the problem for him though is it's a big old margin to the lead too, isn't it? So Lewis Tutul has come into the pits. So the 32 car, it looked like actually an issue was what caused him to lose the rear end through in front of me.
Maybe, yes, that's right. Cars making their way into Britain's, and Lewis Tutul going back into the race. But he'll obviously be out of the running.
I think McGuinness has lost another 2 places on this lap as well, with Armstrong and Smith getting past him. But here is the lead 2. Still number 4, Anthony Barnes from Mark Stansfield. Then it's a small gap, and it's Jamie Winrow, 46. He's now closing in. Russ Ollivant 4th. Armstrong. Then the number 20 of Gary Smith. McGuinness then sat behind them. So what does that put him down to? 7th position for our pole sitter now, after what has been such a valiant fight for so long, wasn't it?
Yes, he's done well, and we have seen him on the podium occasionally in the past, but this time it's not to be. The two leaders, and I think now that Mark Stansfield is beginning to struggle to stay with Anthony Barnes, but that could be deceptive. Could be that he's just dropped back for a quick breather and then will join issue again. Still 10 minutes to go, just under 10 minutes. Leaders through then. The gap first to second, 0.363 of a second. Jamie Winrow is up to third. Russ Ollivant down to fourth. Justin Armstrong is up to fifth. Gary Smith is sixth. Seventh is Jose Magalhaes. In eighth place is 86 Steve Riley. Ninth, Matt Spark, 173. And 10th, let's hear it for Jason Cheetham, who I don't think we've mentioned all day, but is from Middlewich, so he's from not far away.
Well, we had a great fight there because as just disappeared out of your sight, is that Ollivant was passed by Armstrong, so Armstrong got up into fourth. Then Ollivant got him again down at Cascades, and I think they're still side by side down towards Shell Oils.
Not quite. Well, no, they're not quite side by side, but nearly.
Yeah,
it's nose to tail as they come out of that hairpin.
And that's enabled Gary Smith to join them now, hasn't it? So there's 3 of them for that 4th place backwards.
Fastest lap has now been set by Jamie Winrow at 151.026, and he has risen well to third place after his earlier problems.
Yeah, you can tell that
low-key performance, let's call it that.
Yeah, that he's come down as a past champion in another Caterham Championship as well. You know that he's up where he'd expect him to be now.
Yes.
So it was a very out of flavour performance for him. And he's not having to worry about the cars behind him anymore, is he? So he's able to just focus on Barnes and Stansfield ahead of him.
Are you talking him into being the winner? There's still 8.5 minutes.
Absolutely.
You can catch the leading pair.
I'm going to go for it, yeah.
What, the wallet has been unzipped, has it?
Well, the moth have just hit me in the face.
Okay, right. So the leader's turned through Lodge Corner down into Deer Leap. I think he is catching them, you know. Let's just look at the gap this time through. Barnes to Stansfield is 0.107, and Stansfield to Winrow is 1.4.
Stansfield's taken the lead. The first corner he just swept through, but he's gone wide, and Barnes has taken him back again.
Yeah.
Darned if you do, darned if you don't with that one, really, aren't you?
Now they're in Cascades, so it's still Barnes then retaining the lead, having briefly lost it, or regaining the lead, having briefly lost it. But are they being caught? Are they being caught by Jamie Winrow?
Moves like that being attempted and not fully coming off, is that you've got to assume that's helping him to reel them back in, isn't it? And he's setting those fastest lap time, or he has set the fastest lap time, so he's doing all he can, isn't he? That's for sure. Armstrong and Oliver and Gary Smith behind him. Gary Smith's lost contact a little bit with those guys, and remember that Gary Smith arrived here second in the championship standing, so this is not where he wants to be.
No, he's not had a good. Well, he's had a reasonably good day, but not as good as he'd need, really, to sustain his championship challenge.
Down they come towards me now, and it's still Anthony Barnes, number 4, that has the nod at the moment, but Stansfield is just pestering him all the way down the hill in towards Hislops, and through Knickerbrook they go. Jamie Winrow still trying to reel them in slowly but surely. Up over Clay Hill they go, and it doesn't look like Stansfield's quite close enough to have a nibble this time.
Okay, let's have a look. Yes, here they are, turning through Druids on the screen, and the gap first to second about 4 lengths, second to third, not much more than that. Jamie Winrow is definitely close. There's a look on the inside there as they go into Lodge Corner by the second place car of Mark Stansfield, but didn't force the issue there. So as they complete their 10th lap, the gap between them 0.29 over second. Second to third is under a second now. Second to third is 0.6 of a second. It's halved in 1 lap. Another new fastest lap to Jamie Winrow, 150.823.
Wow.
Don't you wish you'd open your wallet?
Well, exactly right. I mean, it's so close at the moment, especially with the fact that these League 2 are fighting amongst themselves. Again, Stansfield was looking at Barnes as they got down towards Cascades. It wasn't really on, so it was more a psychological show of the nose than anything, I think. But all the while, Jamie Winrow is, and he must be able to sense that he's getting close to them as well.
I'm sure, yes. So this is still 5.5 minutes, still time for things to unfold to Jamie Winrow's advantage. Yep, through Britain's and over Hilltop, and you'll see the gap first to second looks to the eye to be much the same as second to third.
Yeah, because Jamie Winrow did another new fastest lap of the race last time, but interestingly the 2 behind him seem to be working together and have pulled each other into their personal bests of Armstrong and Russ Oliver, so they're trying to drop Gary Smith, which they've done, and now try to reel in the lead 3, which is not really been done yet, but they're doing their best about it. But that was a good run for the lead 2. Jamie Winrow seemed to drop back a little bit from them this time.
Yes, he does, and that was he wasn't yet being interfered with by them or having to negotiate a back marker. But down they come to Lodge Corner. 4.5 minutes remain. Certainly time for 2 more laps, possibly 3. What are the gaps officially shown to be as they go through? 0.346 first to second, 0.421 second to third. So that gap still come down. Jamie Winrow, Justin Armstrong coming into the picture as well in number 23 in 4th place, and Russ Olivant, number 55, is in 5th place, and he's not out of the picture either.
Well, down towards Cascades they come for the 12th time. The left-hander, Stansfield, didn't really take a look this time, so he's carried the speed through the corner onto the lakeside run, and it has worked for him because he's now got looking very strong down there.
Yes, and he's looking on the, well, what becomes the outside line for the left-hander at Island becomes the inside line for Shell Oils. Now, is he going to be able to get through as they go into the hairpin?
Yep.
Yes, he has.
Wow.
Yes, he has. Round the outside. Great move, that. But, of course, it slowed the pair of them up, and so Jamie Winrow is absolutely part of the party now, isn't he?
He is. There's 3 of them all together, line astern, and that all really came from, for me, Stansfield not making a lunge down at Cascades. He was able to take his full speed through the corner onto that lakeside run. Down towards us, he's gone semi-defensive as we come down towards his lop. But he's still held on to that lead. Anthony Barnes in second. Jamie Winrow now firmly with them. He's got the flavour. You can tell it as he comes through Knickerbrook, heading up Clay Hill. We've only got 3 minutes left to go, but it is 3 for the lead.
Yes, well, a lap time 1:51, so they've got time for this lap plus, I would say, just about 2 more. Yeah, 2 more laps. So leaders through Druids then. Could we throw another question mark into the equation by suggesting Justin Armstrong might catch them too? Anyway, as they go into Lodge Corner, there was an attempt by Anthony Barnes to retake the lead. He comes alongside, he's trying to work his way through to the inside line as they go into Old Hall Corner. They're side by side as they go over the line. In fact, all 3 are side by side. Jamie Winrow's there as well. Anthony Barnes does retake the lead going into Old Hall Corner from Mark Stansfield, and Jamie Winrow goes the other side, so it's almost 3 abreast as they go through go through Denton's.
And Stansfield somehow managed to retake Barnes again as they got down towards Denton's. I'm not sure how that happened.
But Justin Armstrong's almost in the picture too, isn't he?
He is, and now we're going side by side for the lead again. Barnes is going to try to do to Stansfield what Stansfield did to Barnes last time.
Well, into Shell Oils, they're side by side, as you say. Yes, it could be a mirror image of what happened on the previous lap.
This is the fastest game
Anthony
of
Barnes.
chess.
It's what, sorry?
The fastest game of chess.
It is chess, and it must require considerable mental concentration as well to focus on what the cars are doing around you, what your gaps are, what you...
Well, and that gap is that, as you called was going to happen, it is now 5 for the lead.
Yes.
Because Armstrong and Oliphant have closed in, and now we're going side by side. Barnes is looking up the inside at Stansfield. Oh, and Stansfield's been bumped towards the grass by Anthony Barnes, so he drops down to 3rd. Up goes Jamie Winrow to 2nd, and Anthony Barnes is in the lead. He didn't do anything wrong, but 2 into 1 doesn't work.
He forced the issue, took the line, and got through. So Anthony Barnes back in front. All those behind don't need reminding that it's Anthony Barnes because he's got his name written in big white letters on the back of his car, you notice. So out of Druids they go, and it'll be this is the penultimate lap. 1 lap after this one, turning through Lodge Corner. So what was 2 became 3, and it's now become 5 in the leading group. Over the line they go, and the order as they start what will be their 14th lap. The order is Jamie Winrow in the lead. Stansfield is 2nd. What has happened to Barnes?
He is in the lead, so there must be a transponder issue.
It can only be that. Yes, I was going from the screen, and it says Winrow in the lead.
So yeah, I was confused.
Anthony Barnes. Yes, he's there. So it's Barnes, Winrow, Stansfield, Armstrong, Oliphant are the top 5. Then Riley, Smith, Magalhaes, Spark, and Cowley complete the top 10. On to the last lap.
Yeah, down towards Shell Oils, it was more Winrow under pressure from Stansfield, which is good news for our leader, isn't it?
Yeah, it's always disconcerting when you go off the screen, assuming that it's the same on the track, and suddenly it's gone missing from the screen. What you're building up can't quite, well, it is actually happening. It is still Anthony Barnes. He's in the lead as the cars make their way through Britain's for the final time. Can he make it a double?
Well, he's certainly got a little bit of a margin over Jamie Winrow at the moment. Down for the final time towards his lops we come. And if anything, Winrow's probably more mindful of Stansfield behind him as he sat up on the 2nd step. Although that was a good run through there. Closed up on Barnes as they come in towards Knickerbrook. Up Clay Hill they go. Definitely all about the top 3 for me, with 2 behind them ready to pick up the pieces.
Right, here they come. I don't see any changes happening at Druids unless somebody makes a mistake.
Which we've had from some others down here.
Yeah. Oh, right. So here they come then, under the vehicle bridge, and the order unchanged from what you had. Is it going to change, however, as they come into Jamie Winrow on the outside line? He's going to make a move as he opens the door to let Stansfield get through. But Stansfield gets alongside, but Anthony Barnes is going to be the winner for the 2nd time today. Anthony Barnes wins. Anthony Barnes wins the 2nd of the 420R races from Mark Stansfield in 2nd. Justin Armstrong comes through and takes 3rd place. A mighty effort by him in the closing stages. He takes his 2nd, 3rd of the day.
It will be 4th because that's not registering Barnes yet. There you go. devastated now. It kept missing Barnes,
But that's right. So, no doubt about the win. Anthony Barnes with a faulty transponder. Jamie Winrow takes second. Mark Stansfield is third. Justin Armstrong is fourth. Russ Olivant is fifth. Sixth is Steve Riley, number 86. Seventh is number 20, Gary Smith. Eighth is 61, Jose Magalhaes. Ninth is 173, Matt Spark. And 10th, number 34, is Ian Cowley. Well, a classic Caterham race. They're all classics. Most of them are anyway. There's always a large number of cars, all very well driven and incredibly close racing. And we haven't finished with the Caterhams, of course, because we have the second 310R race to come. I'll go down and see whether we can get to the podium a bit more swiftly this time.
Yeah, you told him. Okay, so they're already on their green flag. Like, remember, no championship tables to be considering for this one. It is just a trophy. All competing for the silverware in the classes, as well as any kind of overall honours that they feel that they may be able to achieve. But 45 minutes is the duration. And if we have a look at, just going to remind myself how many laps we saw the track day championship. You will of course recognise quite a few of these cars together. Let's have a look at the result from the championship race. They're already starting to make their way down from Hilltop towards my neck of the woods. So Grucock, the number 2, the Caterham that is going to start from pole position, was getting quicker and quicker in that race earlier. Maybe didn't qualify exactly where he wanted to be, but after doing 2 qualifying sessions and getting himself used to it, he was getting his way through the field quite rapidly in the race earlier.
Yes, if I'm quick, I might just get through the podium. The cars are on the green flag lap, I know.
That's fine, yep.
Right, so we'll do the overall winners in reverse order.
The outside, but he didn't manage it.
Anyway, well done. I'm sorry to rush because we got another race started, but congratulations to Anthony Barnes winning the championship, and we now have the Sportsman's Trophy in reverse order. In 3rd place, Ian Cowley. Well done, Ian Cowley. Then in 2nd place, Matt Spark. Well done, Matt. Well done. Caterham crowd clearly like making a mess with champagne, so we'll let them cover themselves in sticky stuff, and I'll go back to the commentary box. Thank you very much, everybody from Caterham. It's great to have you all turning up for the podium and getting involved. Well done.
So down towards Cascades they go. It's a big lock-up for the yellow BMW that's just run very wide there. And that will be the Rawlins and Cresswell BMW locked up as he got down towards Cascades and basically didn't turn left. He managed to keep it away from the gravel, but he's now gone tumbling down through this order, and he's going to have to do that all again, despite the second row start that he had initially. But although we had a cracking start from the Caterham of Grucock, he's been passed already by the number 70, the Team KR Honda Civic, Justin Roberts and Michael Heath. They've had the flavour now after getting that victory earlier today, and so they've got himself up into the lead. Grucock down into second, then it's Jordan Honeybone in the Apple Car Centre Renault Clio that sat there in third place. His mum and dad will be watching proudly in the paddock as he's got himself up there into this podium position at the moment and still hunting them down. Down through they go, and whilst they're coming through in front of me, it looks like Grucock may have lost that lead, but he's not planning to keep it that way for long as he goes up Clay Hill. He's trying to find a way to jump himself up into the lead. Socket in the number 71, the blue Renault Clio, he's got a cracking start as well because he's up into fourth place, having started in sixth, and was already looking to see if he could reel in the cars ahead of him as they make their way up round to complete their first lap. So Grucock from the pole position dropped down to second, but is trying to find a way back into the lead ahead of Roberts and Heath, the number 70 car that when they went out of my sight was in the lead. As we wait to see the leaders cross the line. What is the order? Here we go. It is still the number 70 car, the Civic, that has the nod at the moment, just ahead of Grucock. Then it's Jordan Honeybone, and a change for fourth place. Not quite. It looked like it was going to be, but Chris Reed in the number 14 Mini could not quite make that move on Sockets. The number, well, he had made it across the line officially, but it changed back again because the Clio got itself back up into fourth place. And in fact, now Chris Reed, coming through Cascades left-hander, is under pressure from the recovering BMW. The Rawlins and Cresswell number 34 BMW, bright yellow, has already got past Chris Reed's now trying to get past Socket, and he's done it as they went down Lakeside. Great move, and Chris Reed's trying to take advantage of that on the blue Renault Clio, but not quite able to do it there. The left-hand kink at Island Bend, but the recovering BMW gets himself up into fourth place already. The disconcerting thing is you'll see a massive gap before the rear of the white Renault Clio of Jordan Honeybone, number 44, that is trying to keep in contact and doing a good job with the lead too. Here they come down towards my vantage point out of the window at Knickerbrook and in towards his lot, the right hand, left hand they go, and it is still the number 70 Civic that just about has the lead, but I'm sure he can see one wing mirror, then the other wing mirror, this Caterham going from side to side, trying to find a way to put himself alongside without putting himself at risk. And Jordan Honeybone's just sat there ready to pick up the pieces if they get too close. But you can even see it on the stream that there's strengths and weaknesses at different parts of this circuit. I'll be interested to see what we're going to see from the Rawlings and Cresswell BMW, that bright yellow number 34. It was just looking quick as he went through the kinks under the trees heading towards Druids Corner, and he needs to try and reel in these front two. Across the line goes the lead two as one. Robertson Heath still in the lead in the number 70 car, but Grucock is glued to the back of him. New fastest lap of the race for that Caterham, number 2. Unsurprisingly, really, as he tries to get that, what was pole position, let's not forget, and get that lead back. But down through Denton's, in towards the left hand of Cascade at the bottom of the hill. Not able to close in at that stage. And this is that part that Ian and I were chatting about earlier, where you get the strengths and weaknesses for these different cars at completely different parts of the circuit. And that was clearly apart from the Civic. In fact, I've just seen on the stream, he's pulled miles away. So I don't know whether there's maybe a missed gear there for Grucock, or there's an intermittent issue that is what lost him the lead from pole position in the first place, because he's now a long way back. He was 0.2 across the line, and it is a very big margin when they disappeared out of my sight. We've now
right, what's the mystery that needs solving?
I can't remember now. With maybe Grucock may have an intermittent problem.
He was on pole position, but
he lost that lead quickly. He was all over the back of the number 70 Civic, and then all of a sudden on this lap, he's just dropped a long, long way back, and he's not in touch. So Jordan Honeybone might sort of fancy his chances of going another step higher on the podium, but all of a sudden it swung back the other way, going through Knickerbrook. and up Clay Hill, because now Grucock is fairly much on the back of the of Robertson Heath again. So there's great fights going up and down the length and breadth of this, which is of no surprise, Ian, to be honest.
No, it isn't. They love racing, everybody who takes part in this, and it's not for championship points, it's just to have fun driving rapidly around racetracks, and particularly Oulton Park, which is a circuit everybody likes driving around. Although if you come from down south, it's a bit of a traipse, isn't it? But there's 28 cars circulating, and through go the two leaders, nose to tail, with the Honda Civic, the protagonist from the earlier race, and the Lotus 7 in first and second places, separated by just a quarter of a second. In third place is Jordan Honeybone. In fourth place is the number 34 Paddock Performance Racing 328i of Michael Rawlings and Tom Cresswell.
Yeah, that one fell back because it went wide, completely locked all four wheels up as he came down in towards Cascades on that opening lap. Went onto the grass, kept it away from the gravel, but of course that sent him tumbling down through the order. But he came through like a scolded cat to get himself back up into fourth place.
So this is number 34?
Yes, the bright yellow BMW.
Just wondering how Scuderia Dave is getting on. They don't call themselves Scuderia Dave for this race, do they?
No, I didn't.
It's AWH, yeah, Racing.
Okay.
Well, is that how you pronounce Y-E-A-H, or is it? Yeah.
I'm trying to, where are they now?
10, what? I'll look at the programme, actually.
Okay.
101, 13th.
Which is a different car, isn't it? Because that's the red one that was causing problems in this qualifying section.
Correct.
Yeah, so, yeah, they've obviously switched it around. But yes, I would agree with that. That is AWH, yeah, Racing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Going up over Clay Hill is that Grucock is again glued to the back of Robertson Heath. So whatever happened a couple of laps ago, he's right back with him.
Absolutely. He almost went for a gap on the inside going into Druids, which is a bold concept, but he didn't go through with it. And he's still in second place as the two leading cars make their way towards Lodge Corner for the fourth time. To save me looking it up, I did hear you say you were going to check. How many laps did they do in the previous race?
22.
22, right. So we should be seeing the same sort of number in this.
Yeah, you would expect so because of the fact there's so many of the cars that are back out in this one.
Jordan Honeybone goes through in third place and 3.7 seconds behind the Lotus 7 that's second. And then in fourth place,
the new fastest lap of the race in fourth place.
Yeah, you said they were rocketing back up the order, whoever is at the wheel of it at the moment. Michael Rawlings or Tom Cresswell.
And it's just looking quick, just watching it again coming down from Denton's into Cascades. It looks so quick through that section, and it was only a couple of laps ago when I saw it go on the feed going through the kinks heading towards Druids. That it just looked fast. 71 Sockets under pressure now, heading down Lakeside from Chris Reed. I think the number 14, the Black Minis, managed to make that move.
Yes.
Which will separate it from the Celica that it was having a cracking race with earlier as well. The 144 car of Sarah Hobson.
A nice varied group of cars that's coming in a moment. They'll go through Britain's, the Mini at the front of it. One of the Minis at the front of it. And coming over Hilltop back into your sight, Chris.
Wow, we've got a huge challenge coming for third place. We've still got the front two joined together, but third and fourth are now completely together. Jordan Honeybone, number 44, has got the bright yellow BMW of Rawlings and Cresswell glued to the back of him. The fight we were talking about a second ago comes through in front of me, and it is at the moment the number 14, Chris Reed, the Black Mini, just ahead of 71 Sockets Blue Clio.
Yes, he's just done that, but whether he'll hang on to it, we'll see by the end of the lap. So going through Lodge Corner, number 44, Jordan Honeybone in third place, being pressed very strongly now by number 34, the Cresswell Rawlings BMW. Over the line, again the same sort of gap, a quarter of a second between the top two, 70 and number 2. The Honda Civic Type R and the Lotus, the Caterham 7. Jordan Honeybone in third place. Right with him is the number 34 BMW of Rawlings and Cresswell.
That BMW has got past down here as they went through the Cascades. Up goes the BMW into third place.
Right, what are its prospects of... We've closed 1 or 2 gaps up in the earlier race. Can we have a go here, getting that BMW on terms with the 2 leaders, do you think?
Well, it's certainly flying, but Grucock did the new fastest lap of the race last time, and that was... wow, that's down in the 156.8.
That's right.
Fairly equal to the number 70, but we haven't seen the BMW get below 157 yet. So, be a big ask, but we'll wait and see. It's always intriguing when we come down towards me here at Knickerbrook as they come in towards Hislops. The Civic has managed to pull away from Grucock, but as they now go through this section up over Clay Hill and under the trees, in fact it's through Knickerbrook really, is that Grucock has closed right onto the back of our race leader. The BMW is making a lot of noise in the background, you could probably hear.
Yes, very symphonic.
Yes.
Yeah, the leaders make their way. Now, almost a chance there for Grucock to get alongside the leader as they lap a slower car, but he didn't quite have the space in which to do it, so he is still a very close second as they go into Lodge Corner. They were lapping a back marker there.
It's clearly the power of that Civic was able to count then, wasn't it? But the nimbleness of the Caterham means that it comes back at it all the time.
Yes. So they go over the line, head down towards Old Hall Corner, and Grucock looks on the inside, but no, doesn't make the move. Is he going to have a go into Cascades?
Let's have a look. He's not really close enough to do it at this stage. And the bad news for him is that he does close through the corner, but now the power kicks in of that Civic as they go along Lakeside, and you'll see it just stretch his legs as he disappears down there. Quite a big margin now we've got for between them and Rawlins and Cresswell, the number 34.
Yeah, the last lap that the three leaders did, 58.458 for the leader, 58.461 for the Caterham, 58.594 for the BMW in third place. So their lap times at the moment are very much the same.
Yeah, so he's not losing ground, but he's not able to
closing the gap.
pull it in, no.
But you never know. Now he can stop worrying about having to overtake people. It's just simply a question of getting your head down and closing that gap down.
The 101 car just made up a place there, I think, although I think it was already showing it had got there, but it looked like it was a pass by the red 101 car. The leader's coming through, glued together again here. Oh, a big wiggle there because Grucock in the Caterham knew that he had a possibility of taking that move up towards the right-hander of Druids with the pace he was carrying through there, but it just unsettled him, and I think he's missed that opportunity now.
Right, leaders, we've got going through Druids, much the same situation as it has been throughout the race, really, and under the vehicle bridge, into Lodge Corner. Ben Grucock not making a bid there, so sits in the slipstream of the Honda as they go over the line, completing their 7th lap. A gap down to 0.211, which is the least it's been again. The Honda takes a much wider line into Old Hall Corner, so there's an inviting opening of the gap, but at the moment Ben Grucock deciding to resist the invitation.
Yeah, it's interesting because it made the Caterham run a little bit wide just because of that slight temptation there. So he's lost ground heading down towards Cascades. He'll lose further ground along Lakeside with the power of that Civic, so it stretches his legs again there. There's the Robertson Heath number 70 Honda Civic, but Grucock knows that through the hairpin, through Britain's chicane, down here in front of me at the Hislops twists and turns as well, that he's going to be able to reel him back in again, so he just needs to stay patient, and the pit window will open in less than 20 seconds.
I was going to say the pit stop that they have to make could affect the relative positions of the two of them. But on this lap, that gap's gone up, as you can see as they come over Hilltop. First to second is more than it was when you last saw them at Cascades, I reckon.
Well, this is where it always goes out to that level.
As much as that?
Yeah, and watch this now, is that, and I think it was, yeah, you just see straight away through that, sorry, you can't, I can over here, is that the number 2 Caterham just managed to close in all the way through Hislops and Knickerbrook, and up over Clay Hill they go, so he's able to reel them in all the time. We're looking at a cracking fight between a whole clutch of Mazda MX-5s. The number 16 Essen trying to hold off that 101.
Yes, that's for 13th and 14th places, but more importantly for them, first and second in Class D.
Yeah, and that's compromised the 101, hasn't it, by trying that move, and he's now under pressure from the Adams car.
Yeah, well, I was going to say, that it's 3 actually fighting over the lead of Class D, 16, 101 and 3.
All Mazda MX-5, so you know it's going to be a good race. Mazda MX-5s always do put on a performance, don't they?
Yes, they're kind of sports car equivalent of the Caterhams, aren't they?
Agreed, yeah. In fact, we've got the MSVR meeting at the end of September that I'm back up here for. Includes the Miata Trophy, which of course is the MSV's version of a Mazda MX-5 race, isn't it?
Yes.
There's smoke coming from the back of that Caterham, I think. Just a little bit of smoke. Now, I'm hoping it's just bodywork. But I was trying to work out whether it was just a bit of condensation in this hot commentary box. But I saw it again out of a different window. I don't think it's an alarming amount, but it's certainly something to keep an eye on.
I'm sure the gap second to third when I last looked wasn't as much as 7 seconds, was it?
No, it just seems to be going back out again.
It's gone up to 7 seconds now, yeah, 7.1.
The Mazda MX-5's again heading towards you, but not. I thought we were going to get a move from the 101 car of Wilkinson, Hughes, O'Connell, but it didn't quite come off. Race leaders down towards us, and that is a massive margin this time, so it does seem to be eking out between the top 2. Let's have a look now, and a bit of a wide line there from Grucock as he came through Hislops, and he's not managed to close through that section at all.
You've got the Mazdas at Cascades.
Yep, here they come down towards us in the same order. They're about to be joined by a Mini as well, aren't they?
Yes.
Is that the 150 Hamer and Stevens Mini that's getting involved? The party pooper.
Yeah.
But the Mazdas have disappeared down towards Sherlaws, and we've got the pit stops are starting to happen. They can't even shut the door on the 69, I'm afraid to say.
Oh dear.
That's not good.
That's
just watching on the stream that the 69 Ginetta, they can't get the door closed. And they're wishing they hadn't opened it now.
Well, exactly. Is it the driver? It's the driver's door, isn't it?
Yes, I think it is, yeah.
It's not a left hooker, no, it's the driver's door.
So the Mazda MX-5s that are leading the Class D charge are just coming down towards me now, and it's still the silver number 16. Oh, we've had a moment from the 88 on the stream. I can't tell where that is actually. Oh, that's heading towards you, I think, isn't it? But the MX-5s in front of me. Somehow, Ian, they keep in the same order, aren't they?
Yeah, that's right.
Masters, and I'm not sure how.
The car with the door that wouldn't shut has now got the shut door, so it's rejoined. Ginetta.
I see it just coming through Cascades now. So I've lost track of where our leaders are.
The gap second to third has come down again. You remember I said it was 7.1. It's down to 5.6, which is how I kind of reckoned it was. Just curious the way it's come down.
That for me is Grucock's gone a bit slower all of a sudden. Not
yes, he has. You're right. 59. Yeah.
Still not up. He's pulling off. There you go. He's pulling off the circuit.
Whoops. That's a bit of autocross.
Yeah, and he's tucking himself right up against the barrier to be out of the way. Now, I did say that I was worried I could see
the smoke,
bits of smoke, and so he was slowing down, and he's now stopped. And I'm not sure where that is. I think that's down at the coming out of Shell Oils or somewhere along there, possibly. Well, yes, because it will be coming out of Britain's actually, because there's green flags at the top of Hilltop.
Right.
So that's the telltale sign. So it means number 70, Robertson Heath, are comfortably in the lead of this race.
Yeah, well, yes, I'd go along with that. I mean, what we saw, if it was the same order of drivers as we had in the previous race, it was Roberts first and Heath was second, but slightly slower.
Okay, yeah,
not a lot.
Yeah,
not a lot.
Fractionally, wasn't it? Yeah.
Anyway, it's gone through 10 laps completed, the number 70 Honda Civic, and in second place, 8 seconds behind. 8 seconds behind is the number 34 Paddock Performance Racing BMW of Michael Rawlings and Tom Cresswell. I wouldn't rule that car out. I think it's still in with a chance of winning this. Jordan Honeybone goes through third in the number 44 Clio, and up to fourth should come number 14, which is the renumbered 141, the Wolf Motorsport Mini of Chris Reed.
This MX5 battle we've been talking about for the last few laps all changed. The 101 car of Wilkinson, Hughes and Connell are into the lead of that class now. The Mini Interloper 150 is second in that group. Then it's the burgundy and white Mazda MX5 of the Adams, number 3. And then that means that 16 Essam, the silver one that was leading that group for so long, is back into third in class. So that came unstuck rather quickly.
Yes. Okay, so not that many have made their mandatory pit stop yet. In fact, only one has.
You would assume, with the fact that it's not a championship, if you're sharing a drive, I bet they're going to sort of want to stick half and half.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, the only movement at the moment in place is the falling down the order of the Caterham 7 of Ben Grucock, which is no longer circulating.
Yeah, and it's as between Shell Oils and Britain's I just saw then in the back of the stream footage, so that would explain where he pulled off. And it was a bit Toadie's wild ride as he kept pulled off the circuit, wasn't it? Quite bouncy up on the grass there from the weather we've had, clearly. Which in a poorly car, I would imagine it's not what he wanted to feel happening.
Well, exactly. I mean, I assumed that the grass was just dead smooth or pretty smooth. 6.4, the gap's coming down first to second. 6.4 seconds is the gap now. And second to third, 8.8. So the last lap by the leading car, 2 minutes 1.24. By its pursuer, 1:59.623. So that gap is coming down.
Well, and that was a particularly slow lap by our leaders, wasn't it? When you think that they've done just under 1:57 previously.
Yeah, but by the leader, I think he's had 2 quite slow laps now.
Okay, so we need to keep an eye on that then.
Yeah.
This is the thing, isn't it? When it's both of them on the same day, is that you're talking 2 45-minute races and 2 25-minute qualifying sessions.
Yes.
Quite a stress on the cars. And the drivers.
Well, at least some of the drivers can share.
Yeah.
In fact, we now have 2 shared cars in the first 2 places.
Well, here comes our race leader down towards us, and the BMW was into our view over Hilltop before we started turning the leaders into Hislop. So the number 70 car through in front of me. I can't hear anything wrong with that, but the BMW. You wait to see that BMW come even more to life. We had a great shot on the stream there where you saw both of them in the same shot. Yeah, exactly. So it's getting slower, that lead car.
Here it is, yes. So we're watching them on the screen going through Druids, watching the gap there. So that BMW is pressing on, whoever's hands it is in at the moment. Comes into Lodge Corner. Can't be long before it makes its pit stop. Right, so waiting for the Honda number 70 to come through.
It's a really good fight as well to keep an eye on, because we've got 71 Socket in the blue Renault Clio and 144 Sarah Hobson in the white and yellow Toyota Celica. They're second and third in Class C.
Yes, leading Class C is the number 14 Mini of Chris Reed. So the gap first to second didn't really change that. Or did it?
Leaders in the pits.
That's why it changed. I was just looking at the lap time by the leader, yes. 2 minutes 4, so that's brought him into the pits. So into the lead of the race on the road at the moment goes the yellow BMW, number 34.
And Chris Reed, the lead Class C car, is in as well. So that black Mini Sockets come in as well, so that means Sarah Hobson gets past him and will now lead Class C.
For the moment,
for now, yes. Driver change happening for the number 70 car, as we know. We've got to hope that nobody is daft enough to go under the time. You're better off going safe, aren't you, when you consider it's a whole lap you lose. It's not just a stop go and you try and fight back, is it? It's a full lap that you are docked.
That's right, yes. But a second is a long time in a motor race. So they don't want to spend much longer than a second. want to make sure that the stop
That Rawling
is
and Cresswell.
short as permissible.
Agreed, yeah, but with the lap being the penalty, you want to sort of err on the side of caution. But yeah, that yellow BMW that is now pseudo leading the race. I mean, so quick through this section, just blipping the throttle as he was coming through Knickerbrook, trying to just dance it on the throttle as much as he could, heading towards the pits. Yeah. So that will explain why he was really putting in almost like a qualifying lap this last time, because he's thinking, I need to take advantage of this and try and reel in that number 70 car, which has left the pits now, hasn't it?
Yes. So we're going to have a jumbled up order for the next few minutes, and we have just under 90 minutes of race time remaining. Jordan Honeybone staying out, and will take the lead actually. Yeah, so 44 on track will now be leading the way because of 34 coming into the pits. The Ray Honeybone, his dad, and Jordan have been participants in the track day trophy races ever since the idea was created by MSVT, as it's now called, to run the championship and the series.
And they race as much as possible and wherever possible. I think next week they're sharing the car again in the Snetterton Saloons at Snetterton, which of course is their home circuit.
Yes. So Sarah Hobson up into third place now, number 144. She's not yet headed for the pits in her Toyota Celica. Zakazewski, number 41, has risen to fourth place, but has now gone into the pits in the Dub Shack Motorsport BMW E36. So who else hasn't stopped? Honeybone hasn't, Hobson hasn't, nor has number 6 in 11th place yet made it stop, Colin Wells' Mazda. Seem to remember he was a late stopper in the previous race as well.
And he was disqualified from the results.
For doing what?
Underweight.
Oh dear.
Yes. So hopefully they've got it sorted for this one.
Just throw a load of lead in it.
Yeah.
Right, so the cars yet to stop are kind of distorting the order at the moment. 34 we saw come in, didn't we? Yes, that's been in.
Yeah, and it's just come out, and in fact they are closer together, because heading through Cascades now is our race leader once this all shakes itself out, the number 70, the red and white Civic.
Yeah.
The yellow BMW is very close. Not striking distance, but I'm talking relative, considering what the margin was earlier. They've done well out of this. You've just got to hope that the Rawlins and Cresswell BMW haven't gone short. And I see Jordan Honeybone's in as well now from the lead of the race.
And a drive-through penalty for car 32, which is a car we've not actually mentioned, I think, much. David Murphy's Ford Fiesta. Anyway, it's got a drive-through penalty.
And we have no idea why.
No, not at the moment. Right,
Speeding in the pit lane, I would
sorry?
venture. Speeding in the pit lane, I'd venture. That's
could be, yeah.
That's the penalty you normally get for that, isn't it?
So Honeybone and Hobson both in the pits, and we'll get a more realistic version of the running order next time around. We've got just under 16 minutes to go.
Now the interesting thing is, between these lead two cars, once this shakes itself out, obviously the number 70 car, the Civic of Roberts and Heath, they've changed driver, but also we've then got the 34 BMW of Rawlins and Cresswell, so have they, and we're not sure where they sit in terms of comparative lap times and what have you, compared to their teammate that has just jumped out of the car. So they're very close, and are we going to see that BMW even quicker than the Honda now?
Well, yes, this is the big question, Chris, yes? Right, so number 70 has gone into the lead with its second driver at the wheel, but we don't get a realistic idea of how close 34 is to it this time.
It's lost ground this time, in all honesty, and that was because I think it got held up by one of the back markers that was a fairly quick back marker, but now the 70 was about to be held up by three back markers having their own tussle, but it's just got through brilliantly. I think the lights ablaze has helped him there somewhat.
Yes. The pit window's closed and everybody who is still running has made their pit stop, so all is well in that department. Now Honeybone and Hobson are shown as leaders, but that again is distorted. I think we'll find that pretty soon number 70 will be appearing on the screen as the leader, and the gap between, well, don't trust this gap, we'll have to wait another while I think before the gap can't be half a minute between 70 and 34, can it? Couldn't possibly be as much as that.
No, I've got it down as 4.2 seconds on between 70 and 34.
Yes, that's more like it.
But I wouldn't be surprised if that maybe goes out a little bit this time round.
Well, Honeybone to Hobson is down to 29.6 seconds, so they are still, with the late pit stops, shown as leaders. And then in third place is number 70, but that'll correct itself to show them in the lead, I would have thought, next time through. There it is, and it goes into the lead. 15 laps completed by the Roberts Heath Honda, and the gap to the Rawlings Cresswell number 34 BMW is 5.29 seconds. So that's a reliable gap.
Yeah, so that makes sense. That's just increased by a second. I had a feeling that it would eke out a little bit, but now they've got clear track in front of them. It'll be interesting to see what the comparative difference between the two drivers is going to be.
Jordan Honeybone is in third place, but he is 11.1 seconds behind the Rawlings Cresswell BMW. Up to fourth place has come the Mini, number 14 of Chris Reed, and he is a long way back from Jordan Honeybone, so I don't think he's going to be able to gain any more places, but he has just passed Sarah Hobson for fourth place. Sarah is in fifth place, number 144, and in sixth place is 71 Gareth Sockett's Renault Clio.
And of course those last three you mentioned are 1, 2, 3 in Class C, aren't they?
Indeed.
So that's the critical one for them, I suppose.
And Class D is headed by the Wilkinson Hughes Coral Mazda, number 101 in 12th place.
Yeah, which goes to show, you know, that had a torrid time in qualifying in the gravel trap and in the barrier in two separate incidents, causing a safety car and a red, and yet you look at them now, they're leading Class D, they're going quick, so they just had to find the limits, I guess.
Remember I said the car didn't look to be terribly damaged. Well, clearly it wasn't, because they were able to get back out in the race.
Which is good. We'd rather see them out on the circuit.
Yeah, indeed. So the respective lap times now for the new drivers in the two leading cars, 70 and 34, 1:59.061 for the number 70 Honda, 2 minutes 00.062 for the second place BMW. So at the moment then it looks as though the pendulum is swinging the way of the Honda. The gap first to second 5.2, and well, would you believe this, the last lap by each of the two leading cars, by the leader 1:58.453, by the second place car 1:58.428. What's the difference?
Wow, very little. Interesting one as well. Second and third in Class C look like they're possibly getting close. 144 Sarah Hobson in there, white and yellow Toyota Celica, fifth on the road at 71, which is the Gareth Socket Renault Clio. The blue Renault Clio is closing in, so that's second and third in Class C.
10.5 minutes remain. But at the moment, we talk about Caterham being a sort of chess. Well, this is of course a stalemate, I think, for the lead, isn't it? Between the two leading cars, they've got the same pace, but the gap therefore isn't going to come down. A 5-second gap may not seem a lot.
Which means we've been robbed of this fight because of the mistake coming down to Cascades on that one by the BMW, which is a shame. That looks like it probably would have been an absolute ding-dong battle between them.
You could well be right, that, yes.
Jordan Honeybone comes down in towards Hislops now, the 44 Apple Car Centre Renault Clio. Just getting his way past back markers again, comfortably in that third place. That's not under any pressure. And even if it was, the car that is behind him is a Class C car, rather than a Class B that the top three are in.
Right, the leader should be through soon. Here it is, and that's 17 laps completed. That was a 159.1. What about the BMW? There it is. That was 2 minutes 00.444. So the gap's going up. It was 5.9, it's now 6.5, first to second. The fastest lap that we have had from the BMW, a 157.078, was set on lap 4.
Yeah, so that was the first driver who had a
Yes.
little bit of speed.
But I think you're right that the incident at Oulton on the first lap certainly plays a part in the gap being what it is. It's not a big gap, but it's going to be difficult, I think, at this rate, for it to be negated. Now, looking elsewhere for situations that may develop, I'm not sure there is that much actually. Cars that are separated by only a handful of seconds are actually lapping on the same sort of pace.
Well, the race leader's just gone past me, so still the number 70 car of Robertson Heath leading the way. The BMW in second, and constantly getting involved in lappery, as you would expect on this busy circuit with this healthy grid. But they're carrying on and doing the job they did in the championship race, aren't they? That number 70.
Yes.
Just steadily putting in lap after lap, managing that gap.
Yes, they won the earlier race from, just looking at that result, 22 laps as you told us. They won by 14 seconds from Alan Bull's Lotus Elise, which isn't in this race. Ben Grucock's Caterham is no longer in this race. Rob Gamble isn't in this race. Do we have a Stuart Donovan? I don't think we do in this race, do we? No. Chris Reed, however, in the Mini, he was 6th in the earlier race, and he is running 4th in this one.
And of course, they're not daft. They put these in this particular order because if they had the trophy before the championship, those that are, you know, really chasing the championship would go, I'm not risking that trophy race. I don't want to damage my championship chances. Whereas the championship race is gone, they can have some fun and then they can tuck the cars up for a bit of a break before the next round.
That's right.
Very sensible.
Yeah, still the leading car is the one that's setting the pace. Its fastest lap in the earlier race was a 158.023 on lap 7. So again, it was the first driver to go in it. In this race, its best lap is a 156.997, so quicker than in the earlier race.
I wonder whether the temperature's made a difference because it's
Maybe.
certainly warmed up.
Maybe.
Here comes Jordan Honeybone through past me. He's just about to put a lap on the 172 car of Lee Forrington. Up the hill he goes. Safely stays to the right and gets that job done.
Just under 5.5 minutes before the checkered flag.
The change between 15th and 16th happened there is that the silver Mazda MX-5 of Essam, number 16, got past that number 150 Mini Cooper. We've seen those guys involved in a tussle before the pit stops as well. Even though it'll be a different driver in a 150, it's picked up where they left off.
Well, the gap first to second continues to go up. It's now over 9 seconds, just 9.15 between number 70 and 34. And the car that's running third, Jordan Honeybone, number 44, is also, of course, third in Class B. Class C is headed by the number 14 Mini in fourth place of Chris Reed, followed by 144 Sarah Hobson's Toyota, and third in Class C and sixth overall, number 71 Gareth Sockett's Renault Clio. And then in Class D, it's number 101, which leads. That's the AWH Racing Mazda MX-5 of Alex Wilkinson Hughes and Dave Connell.
Oh, we've got a spin down
from
at Cascades, just to let you know. Gone backwards along the relief road is that hard handling Toyota GT86 of Lee Quarrington. But he's on that as if he was going to take the Fosters to cut through, basically.
Oh, right,
but backwards. It was nicely done. He let it roll. And by the way, we also did our show on screen that sadly Benjamin Curran's Ford Fiesta's ground to a halt somewhere on the circuit as well.
Just to confirm, the 1, 2, 3 in Class D, in 12th overall, number 101, the Wilkinson Hughes Connell Mazda. Second in Class D, number 73, the Ginetta G40 of Thomas Stephen Moore. And third in Class D is number 16, just risen to that place, number 16, Alistair Isam with a Mazda MX-5.
Yeah, that's the silver one that, of course, was leading the class for so long in that trio of Mazdas. But whatever happened out of our eye shot shuffled into the back of that pack.
The lead has completed 20 laps, still lapping below the 2-minute mark.
Oh, showing on the screen that we've, it's right in front of me here. It's on the corner of my pillar. We've lost that 150 Mini that, of course, was having a great fight with the number 16 Mazda MX-5, and that looks like he's actually come down towards us here at his lops, and he's pulled onto the grass out of the way. So something's gone pop on that Mini, I'm afraid.
Well, it nearly made it then, because it's only got 2.5 minutes left of the race to run. The gap first to second is up to over 10 seconds now. It's going up at the rate of about a second a lap, actually, but I don't think there's any realistic prospect of Jordan Honeybone catching the BMW before the end. He's still 14 seconds behind. He's lapping about half a second quicker now. We've
also got a crawling car here as well, the number 88 Honda Civic.
You're picking them up, aren't you?
I know, they're all sort of ground, and he's just trying to get it up Clay Hill and see if there's a way he can move himself. So the white flag's waving here. Nope, he's had to pull himself off at the top of the hill, but of course he's able to tuck himself completely out of harm's way there as the leader comes through. The flags have disappeared on that particular car, so no issues. Through the green flags, the Mini's being pushed out of harm's way. But it's settled down at the front, hasn't it, to say the least?
Yes. Yes, any anticipated dice for the lead that we might have had after the pit stops hasn't materialised. It's gone the other way. The gap's gone up gradually between first and second. Somebody who's just done his best lap of the race in 7th place, number 126, Cameron McLean's Renault Clio. Has just done his not the best lap of the race by anybody, but his personal best lap quite late in the day, when the tyres are probably a little bit weary, not to mention the driver. And that car's in 7th place and 4th in Class C. Two leaders have gone through, 10.5 seconds separate them.
Well, you can almost hear the tyres begging for a rest now on these cars.
Give us a break.
It is. As they come through Knickerbrook in particular, they're just like screeching away ever so much more. There's even like a tone to it, I must be honest.
What?
Oh man, wait, they're waving a white flag.
Oh, right.
They've just been pushed very, very hard, clearly, as they come through this section. But our leader's going to be making his way through Britain's any second for the final time. It's going to come up into our sights, the number 70 car. There might be different races, one a championship, one a trophy, but to make it 2 out of 2 is great news. Going to put a lap on one of the MX-5s. Job done before he gets down here. Not even a puff of lock up there. Brilliantly controlled in towards his lops here.
It's been a very well-driven car, hasn't it?
Massively.
Both in the earlier race and this one.
Yeah, I agree, totally, absolutely faultless.
And a beautifully prepared car as well. No wisps of smoke or scruffiness about it at all. comes through Druids. And now along the short straight that undulates its way to Lodge Corner. And so the winners of the eBay MSVT Track Day Trophy, the Honda Civic of Roberts and Heath, take the flag to win in a very impressive performance. So Justin Roberts, Michael Heath in the Team KAR Honda Civic Type R. In second place, in the end, 9 seconds adrift, so the gap came down just a tad on the last lap. The number 34 BMW, the Paddock Performance Racing BMW 328i of Michael Rawlings and Tom Cresswell. And in third place, 15.5 seconds behind the BMW, the number 44 Apple Car Centre Renault Clio of Jordan Honeybone. They were the first 3 finishers, the first 3 in Class B. Class C should be the next 3, 4, 5 cars through. In fourth place, number 14, the Wolf Motorsport Mini Cooper of Chris Reed. Followed in fifth place, I think it's going to be SG's there, number 144, the Hobson Racing Toyota Celica of Sarah Hobson. And in sixth place, number 71, the GS Racing Renault Clio 182 of Gareth Socket. Now the gap between Sarah Hobson and Gareth Socket at the flag, 1.79 seconds. As it was close between them, it was close also between Gareth Socket and in seventh place, number 126. Which perhaps explains why he put in his personal best lap of the race right at the end there as he was chasing the car ahead of him down. Number 126, the CM Racing Renault Clio of Cameron McLean, takes seventh place. In eighth place, number 41, the Dubshack Motorsport BMW E36 of David Zakharevsky. In ninth place, number 21, the Aimdale Racing Toyota Celica of Wayne Cockerill.
I think we may have a hiccup at the moment, which may delay. So Chris, you have a talk amongst yourself, because I think we may have a bit of a... I've heard drivers being summoned to race control.
So the cars are released from their rolling start and they make their way down the hill already in this reverse grid. And Ben Winrow, as I suspected, has got himself into the lead quickly. A bit of a puff of brake smoke or tyre smoke as he locks up ever so slightly as he comes down the hill. But Simon Sharrock still sat there in second. I'm out of breath after running back from the loo, but oh, somebody's gone very wide and onto the grass. Couldn't quite make out which car that was on the stream there, but thankfully didn't make any contact. That was heading down to the left-hand kink at Island Bend. But Ben Winrow is doing what I suspected he would want to do, but Stephen Clark, I was expected to do the same. He sat there in fifth just behind David Yates. And David Yates is up into third place. A good start there for the number 15 car. Sharrock from pole has done well to hold on to second. And 710, Jake Paul sat there in third position ahead of Stephen Clark. David Yates, race one winner, number 62, Don Henshaw. And David Yates has been passed now by Stephen Clark, so Stephen Clark gets himself up one more spot. Up they go towards Druid's Corner, the right-hander under the trees. Complete their first lap in this 25-minute race. Ben Winrow's lead has just evaporated now. Simon Sharrock, number 8, is directly with him. And it is the 710 Jake Paul. Jake Paul was having a look there in this 710 car, trying to see if he could get himself up along the inside of the pole sitter Simon Sharrock, but wasn't possible. Down they come as one continuous thread, and David Yates is looking up the inside of Stephen Clark, but Stephen Clark just keeps his footing around the outside of Cascades and was not going to give that one up without a fight, and he holds on to fourth place. And now we've got Jake Paul diving up the inside of Sharrock, and Stephen Clark was going with him there as well. So Stephen Clark from defending is about to try and make up a place, and he's done it. He's up ahead of Simon Sharrock. So up into second goes Paul in the 710 car. Stephen Clark up into third place. Ben Winrow, meanwhile, still in the lead as they make their way towards Britons. Sharrock in fourth under pressure from David Yates, the number 15 car. And Henshaw, the race one winner, just behind them, but over the hill they'll come any second now, and it will be blue with the red wheel trims that's going to have the lead. Just about Stephen Clark looking out the outside of Paul as he comes down, and he dives up the inside and takes that second place. So Jake Paul down to third at the moment. Now Ben Winrow may have the lead, and apparently it was these lead two that came slightly to blows in that final corner, pushed them both wide into the gravel, which sent them tumbling down through the order, bearing in mind that they both led the race at different times in race number one. This time neither of them will want a repeat of that, but both of them will want that victory just as badly as each other. They're sat very tight together in the championship standings when they came here, and the comment being is that closest rivals, they're third and fourth respectively in the championship standings, but here they are, sat first and second respectively. David Baldwin down through the order at the moment. He came through in 8th place last time round. And he's now down to 9th because Caroline Everett just got past him up into 8th place. So the championship leader is not getting the race he wants this time round. So this is great news for Stephen Clark and Ben Winrow. Caroline Everett second in the championship standings to David Baldwin, getting past him this time round. So that was a very important move by Caroline. As they disappear around to Shell Oils. My stream is sort of staccato at the moment, so I'm not able to fully follow that as it's disappeared down the far end. But it's now Stephen Clark that's in the lead. So Stephen Clark, number 25, takes that lead from Ben Winrow. So the number 25, red, white and blue, takes the lead. In third place, a bit of a lock-up from our race leader as they came down towards Hislops, and the 710 Jake Paul in third. Oh, just gets a little bit out of shape, but the cars behind him weren't close enough. David Yates and Don Henshaw, and it looks like we've got the metallic turquoise Mark Roberts, number 33, just behind them. Hi, Ian.
I'm back. Yes, you're not going to get any interviews over the PA with that last race because there's some scrutineering going on. So I was released to come back to the box.
Fair enough.
And they'll do their own. They'll still be on the podium, but won't be with the PA. Okay, so
Ben
where are
back in the lead. Ben Winrow's just taking the lead back again. So through goes 1, 2, 4 just before they got into your view. So these two are do-si-do your partners back and forth with each other.
Yeah, so been a good afternoon for the Winrow family at the moment, hasn't it? So 124, Ben Winrow leads over the line at the end of the third lap. Just Stephen Clark, number 25, in second place. Did I hear you say something about Stephen Clark having had a judicial in the early race?
Ben Winrow. So the Winrows haven't had a great day, really.
Oh, what happened?
He got penalised for making contact with Stephen Clark.
Right.
It was 2 penalty points and a formal reprimand, but that is why you find that 9th place finish for Ben Winrow, despite leading at one point, and Stephen Clark, he'll have finished 7th, and yet they were leading. That was contact on the final corner from those two.
Yes, well, I remember talking about it, but I couldn't see which cars. I could work out which cars it was, but I couldn't see it happen because it was a cloud of dust.
Yes, quite.
Right, so we've still got the 16 cars that arrived, circulating. Caroline Everett has just done the fastest lap of the race.
Wow. In
7th place.
Don Henshaw just swept round into 3rd place then, brilliantly, round Shell Oils.
He's having a good day, isn't he?
Yeah.
And having won the earlier race.
So he's had to start in 10th and he's got up to 3rd, but that was a fantastic move around the outside at Shell Oils.
He's clearly driving like a man inspired.
Yes.
And
I'm like the fact you said inspired, not possessed.
No, I wouldn't be able to judge on people being possessed, whatever they might be possessed by. So, Ben Winrow, Stephen Clark, and David Yates is 3rd, or was 3rd at the start of the lap.
I think he's lost a whole load of places. We'll have to wait for him to come across the line to see how many.
Well, the leaders then making their way through Druids, and have broken well clear. Now, it's a bit tempting fate to suggest that a gap as big as that can't be closed down, because all gaps can be closed in Caterham Racing, it seems, but there is quite a big gap that's opened up between the top two and the main pack. So here come the top two over the line at the end of their 4th lap. Ben Winrow leading Stephen Clark, and then a couple of seconds later or more, along comes Don Henshaw, number 62 in third place. Mark Roberts, number 33, is fourth. Fifth is number 710, Jake Poole. And in sixth place is number 9, Caroline Everett. David Yates, number 15, is seventh. And eighth is number 4, David Baldwin, championship leader, arriving here, wasn't he?
He was, yeah, and it's not gone to plan. And yes, so 4 places lost by David Yates last time round. Stephen Clark gets into the lead now, so the 25 got a good run down Lakeside and gets past Ben Winrow. And they're kind of doing what I suspected they'd attempt to do, and that was get themselves clear whilst the other lead cars are trying to get through. These cars are starting ahead of them in the reverse grid. Because they really were starting out of place by being so far forward after the shenanigans at the end of the last race, really. But they're not really working together, are they? I wouldn't say either.
No, I think Don Henshaw, having made the progression from starting 10th to being third place with a bit of clear road ahead of him, might be able to do something about winning this one.
Although I've got to give a shout out to the 33 car, Mark Roberts, who's largely staying with Don Henshaw, doing a great job there in fourth place, who just ran a little bit wide as I talk about him coming out of Knickerbrook, but nothing too dramatic. Caroline Everett behind him at the moment. Remember, Caroline Everett was second in the championship standings when we arrived here, and so we'll want to make up as many places as possible over Baldwin, who sat down in 8th place, but there's only 2 places between them at the moment.
So in typical Caterham fashion, there'll be a lot of place changing, but the meaningful place changing will come later on. There's 15 and a quarter minutes remaining. Leaders go through, and it's Stephen Clark from Ben Winrow this time around. Don Henshaw closer, he's definitely getting closer. And Caroline Everett again, that is her, isn't it? Yes, again sets the fastest lap. As she moves up into into 5th place in car number 9, ahead of Jake Poole.
Yeah, and has managed to gap Jake Poole quite dramatically as well already by that stage, so her eyes are clearly set forward. The next target is number 33, Mark Roberts. Now, what are we seeing from the cars behind? They are slowly reeling in the lead too, aren't they? Clark and Winrow, that are having their own tussle.
Well, certainly the gap has come down between the top 2 and 3rd placed Don Henshaw.
Yeah, when you consider that then Roberts behind him went quicker and Caroline Everett went quicker again, so this could get interesting very soon.
Small gap opening up, first and second, you'll see as they come down towards you.
Yeah, here they come in towards the right-hander, the first stage of his lops. Yeah, by Caterham standards, you're right. There's probably about 2, 3, 4 car lengths there, I would say, as they get back on the power, or both of them run wide. The problem is once if the car in front runs slightly wide, it tends to make those behind do exactly the same. But didn't really cause them any issues. But they need to be mindful of track limits, I'm sure.
Well, you've said that phrase. I don't think it's been mentioned all day.
I agree. I don't think it has.
Which is quite extraordinary, really. Well, it's excellent to know that, but can we get to the end of the day without any track limits offences?
Oh, Ben Winrow's just run very wide at the last corner. Somehow it hasn't lost him a lot of space either. I don't know how that happened.
Okay, leaders come through for the 6th time, and Don Henshaw is now within a second of Ben Winrow. Wow, 0.949 of a second. Good going, isn't it?
It is. Here they come down towards us, and yes, that gap between 2nd and 3rd, which includes 4th and 5th, interestingly, has gone fairly minimal, to be honest with you, as they came down towards the left-hander at Cascades. Along Lakeside they go.
Change of lead. Going into Island Bend, through into the lead. I don't know how significant the lead goes Ben Winrow. Just casually drafted past, retook the lead. And it's 5 in the leading group, I would say now.
Definitely 3. There's a small gap to Roberts and Everett at the moment.
Nah. It's not a gap in Caterham terms. See, as you see, here they come. I know there's a small one.
Although we got Caroline Everett looking up the inside of Roberts down towards The Hislop chicane wasn't on there, so they settle in, and at the moment Winrow 1-2-4 has the lead from Stephen Clark, but Don Henshaw's there. He's got the flavour after the win earlier today. Stephen Clark's the one that's got a good run out of Knickerbrook, though, heading up Clay Hill and out of my sight.
Lower down, Jake Poole's lost a couple of places. He's dropped down to 8th in car 7-10. David Baldwin have moved ahead of him. He's been David. Leaders heading towards Lodge Corner for the 7th time. Ben Winrow is the leader over the line this time. Stephen Clark in 2nd place. Well, it's really rather pointless though. There's 5 cars in the leading group, and any one of them could be leading at any given part of the track. So it's Winrow from Clark, from Henshaw, from Roberts, from Everett over the line. And looking at, so he wants to join in, is David Baldwin, number 4 in 6th place.
Yeah, I mean, he's a long way back at the moment, but got past David Yates. If those two work together, because both of those are incredibly quick cars, aren't they, that they could reel in these 5, and especially as they're fighting amongst themselves, as Stephen Clark goes, and that gap just disappeared quite quickly, didn't it? Ben Winrow just made sure there wasn't a Caterham width behind the siding.
Yeah, the leaders then out of Shell Oils. Great pictures you get at Oulton Park, images with all the trees and the greenery around the place. Now they come out of Britain's and over Hilltop. Back with you. Here they are, Chris.
Yeah, they're coming down the hill towards me, and it's sort of just a steady line. No one's making a move this time, so they're all keeping themselves in line, but definitely it is Baldwin and Yates that are about to make this a 7-car train any second now. Both the lead 2 run slightly wide coming out of Knickerbrook again this time round, but that doesn't unsettle them too much as they go up Clay Hill, but it's about to be 7 for the lead.
Yeah, go along with that. Not all at once, they'll have to wait their turn. You can't just leap from 7th to 1st.
They'll try it.
At Oulton Park. No, you might try it at Silverstone, but I don't think it'd work here.
I love the story of Stephen Clark when we were at Silverstone a couple of weeks ago and these guys were racing, and he said that he forgot he was in the Caterham and he went into Copse where he'd used to be taking that in this supercar flat out, didn't even lift. And then he got into Copse partway through and went, oh heck, I'm not in the supercar, and he had to somehow just wrestle it, run wide. He just had to accept he's going to run wide, but his throat was in his heart was in his throat. It just scared the bejesus out of him, and he remembered the next time.
Interesting. Right, the leaders you've got at Cascades.
There's
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, is it?
Change for 3rd because Henshaw's been passed by Roberts, so the 33 car goes up into 3rd. And it has become 7 cars, hasn't it, without question. Caroline Everett's under pressure from her championship nemesis there, the number 4 car of David Baldwin. Remember, Baldwin 1st, Caroline Everett 2nd in the championship standings.
Right, well, the train makes its way into Britain's, and then there's another group of 3 cars, but the main focus is on this leading line of cars.
Yeah, they're coming down towards me, and I thought Stephen Clark was half looking at Winrow, but I think he was more defending against the 33 car of Roberts, because Roberts came down either thinking he did have a chance or at least trying to psych Stephen Clark out, and that's actually unsettled Roberts more than him as he exits Knickerbrook, and so it puts him back into the clutches of Don Henshaw, the number 62 car, race 1 winner, sat there in 4th place at the moment.
I think I'm right in saying this is Mark Roberts' first outing since Brands Hatch much earlier on in the season. He's been away for whatever reason, I don't know.
Yeah, good point, you're right. Donington and Brands Hatch, and then we haven't seen him at Snetterton, Mondello or Silverstone.
No. But going well.
It's good to see him go to Mondello as well, isn't it?
Yes, yes.
Championship round, that one.
Brings back memories of the BTCC going there.
Yeah.
We used to go to it. So, Ben Winrow leads over the line for the 9th time, and his leading margin 0.111 of a second. Up to 3rd place has come Mark Roberts then. Down to 4th has dropped Don Henshaw. Caroline Everett is 5th. and 6th continues to be David Baldwin, number 4.
Caroline Everett's Oulton, she's got out of shape on the exit of Cascade because she was passed by David Yates. So Baldwin's up 2 places ahead of Everett now because Baldwin's up into 5th, Yates up into 6th, and Caroline Everett drops down to 7th place at the back of that pack.
That kind of happened to her in the earlier race, didn't it? At one point
it did, but thankfully this time I don't think she's got any damage because we did see her suddenly with bodywork hanging off after the first race.
Yeah. The fastest lap is now in the hands of David Yates. Not last time, it was a few laps ago at 1:55.012 in, I think now from what Chris said, 6th place.
Yes, I would imagine yes he is because he's past Caroline Everett. But Ben Winrow has got about 4 or 5 car lengths lead at the moment. Now obviously that's Caterham car lengths, not full-blown cars, but again, he's run a little bit wide on the exit of Knickerbrook as the sun comes out and beams across the circuit over this side, and the shadows of the trees just loom across the circuit. But up they go, and Ben Winrow's trying desperately to see if he can escape the horde behind. But we know, Ian, that he might do that, but it will disappear again.
And he knows that too.
Yeah.
There's no harm in trying and trying and trying, but breaking a slipstream toe is not easily done in Caterham racing. So through Lodge Corner, they make their way. Ben Winrow still in front as they complete their 10th lap. 5.5 minutes on the clock. And it's Stephen Clark 2nd, Mark Roberts 3rd, Don Henshaw 4th. Up to 5th has come number 4, David Baldwin. Up to 6th has come David Yates, number 15. And down to 7, dropping a couple of places as Chris described, number 9, Caroline Everett, now 7th.
Well, as you were talking us through that, up into 3rd has gone Don Henshaw. He did it into turn 1, Old Hall. He threw it up the inside and he was able to take 3rd. But also the lead is going to go the way. We thought that Ben Winrow had a big lead. Nope, he wasn't able to do it there, Stephen Clark. He's had to slot back in again. But the problem is, Ian, is that there are times when the slipstream will just throw you to go there, and you have to go for it, but it doesn't always work when you want it to.
No, well, they're all still there. The order may have shuffled a little, but no, we haven't lost anybody from this 7-car cavalcade of Caterhams. That's what I thought.
Leaders coming down towards me here, and it's now a very defensive Ben Winrow trying to shake off the attentions of Stephen Clark, but the slipstream is still there. So they go through the 1st and 2nd phases of Hislops, and they've got a small gap again over Don Henshaw. And interestingly, our championship leader, Baldwin, the number 4 car, it's not gone brilliantly for him this weekend, and he's ready to try and rise up through the order by the looks of it. He was all over the back of Roberts.
Just under 4 minutes still on the clock as the leading cars make their way through Druids under the vehicle bridge towards Lodge Corner. And coming through then to complete their 11th lap, and it is still Ben Winrow leading. And he knows he's done enough Caterham races to know that leading into the closing stages isn't always the right thing to be doing. Stephen Clark is 2nd, Don Henshaw, as you said, back up into 3rd place, Mark Roberts out to 4th. No change in the order behind.
Not for the want of trying, and in fact that's possibly cost him there, is that I think that was Baldwin, number 4, was trying to launch a challenge on Roberts down at Cascades, and that possibly left him vulnerable there to, I think it was David Yates was going to come back at him. I didn't see, no, he didn't pull it off, so David Yates still sits there in 6th place. Again, it shows that darned if you do, darned if you don't. A very different line there from Stephen Clark as he got in towards Shellors, I noticed. And it meant that Don Henshaw was tempted to have a snifter up the inside, but it was as though Clark was trying to take a lot more speed out of the corner. Well, I think Britain's kind of negates that somewhat, doesn't it?
There they are, back with you.
Yep, snaking from one side of the circuit to the other as they come down from Hilltop towards Hislops, slicing their way through somehow in exactly the same order, just all trying to make sure they don't wash out as they go through this phase. Oh, and the one that did wash out slightly was Roberts. The 33 car just let the tail feathers hang out a little bit there, but kept it together under control, but that's not the quickest way through that corner, I venture.
No, but it doesn't really matter in the group that he's in, does it? Yes, he would have cost him a bit of time, but he's quickly made that up again as the pack continues to circulate in Linus turn more or less formation. And next time through, they'll be starting their last lap, and they'll be going through any moment because the leaders are through Lodge Corner and onto the last lap. Onto the last lap go that 7-car train, goes that 7-car train. The order then, Ben Winrow, Stephen Clark, Don Henshaw, Mark Roberts, David Baldwin, David Yates, Caroline Everett are the top 7. They're all safely out of Old Hall Corner, heading down the avenue into your sight, Chris.
Yeah, down they come, all sort of behaving themselves fairly calmly there this time, although it looked like that Baldwin was again fancying a bit of a nibble at Roberts as they got towards Cascades, but it wasn't full-blown just yet. But they must know they're onto their final lap, and so now they're probably going to be looking for that Dan-Dare lunge, the one last move that they can make.
Okay, well, they're at the moment negotiating Shell Oil's hairpin. No changes there, nor will there be at Britain's chicane, unless somebody makes a mistake, and they haven't looked likely to be doing that. So they're all safely through there. And I think that I would suggest that Ben Winrow has enough of a lead to be home and dry. Is that a bit ambitious to say that?
No, he has, hasn't he? He suddenly appeared with quite a lot of daylight between himself and Stephen Clark this time round as they come through. In fact, Stephen Clark's probably going to have to be more mindful to make sure he can hold on to that second.
Yes.
As the cars just look a little bit looser through this section now. As they come up, they've got to be exhausted. To fight this hard for all of that time has got to be exhausting.
Right, leaders into Druids. Oh, the leader singular now. By Caterham standards, that is a large lead as he comes through Druids. He's putting a mighty charge on this final lap, and it's paying dividends. Down they go towards Lodge Corner, and it'll be a desperate late lunge, which wouldn't work to try and go through on the inside going into Lodge. And so Ben Winrow goes through up Deer Leap and comes up to the checkered flag. He's going to win, not by very much, but he's going to win all the same, pulling out of the slipstream alongside him as they take the flag. Stephen Clark takes second place by 0.125 of a second behind Ben Winrow. Don Henshaw, winner of the earlier race, takes third in this one. Mark Roberts, number 33, is fourth. Fifth is David Baldwin, number 4. Sixth is 50, David Yates. Seventh is number 9, Caroline Everett. In 8th place, number 710, Jake Poole. In 9th place, number 8, Simon Sharrock, and in 10th place, not featuring as prominently as he did in the earlier race, number 71, John Shiverell. 11th, number 36, Rob Good. So hopefully that'll be a result that can be preserved for Ben of the Winrow family. From Stephen Clark and Don Henshaw. Right, I think this is a call for a podium. Chris,
So the Clubmans are now on their green flag lap. I know that Ian was heading down to hopefully do a podium.
Before the wind blows us all away, let's do the. We got.
Well, it's a tricky one. My brother's been doing okay, so yeah, need to look at who gets which car next year. If you ever race the next two guys in the same race, but we always try and organise it so one we want to do and another than the other. We've had Steve on two in the same category, racing wheel to wheel, but my mum over there.
Come through the field fairly rapidly if he is. I got a feeling he is coming through and possibly is up to fourth place already, but we'll wait and see. Safely round the first corner they go. I think that was no, that was the 32 car that I saw there, Steve Collier, who dropped back a bit from on that start by the looks of it.
Hi Chris, it's Mike Evans.
Hi Mike.
Hello there. Hi, yeah, I'm up in the Coventry Tower.
Just quickly stopping because we had someone just check up and go a little bit out of shape there. I think that was Graham Wilson in 47, but sorry about that.
Yeah, no problems, no. Cody's not a non-starter.
It was a non, was it?
Yeah, they damaged the push rod on the front suspension, so I was able to get it fixed.
That's a shame. I was looking forward to him coming through the field. That would have been quite a sight.
Yes, it would indeed, yes. Now, obviously, Graham, as you say, Graham made a reasonably good start, and that. So, oh yes, lots of tyre smoke.
Yeah, big lock-up that was from Steve Collier this time, the 32 car, which has left him vulnerable to the number 10 car of Paul Masters. Paul doesn't necessarily need to get involved in that because they're different classes, but racing drivers don't think that way, do they?
Oh no, they're very matched cars anyway, so they'll be there. So there we see Steve Dickens just going through Druid and that, so into second place, I guess.
Yes, Steve is sat there in second. I love it that when I put a post about me coming here, he dropped a reply saying, enjoy seeing this car whip past you. Certainly does, doesn't it?
Oh no, they are very, very quick cars, deceptively so. So now we see James just gone past the start-finish line with a huge lead already to Steve. So
I was talking earlier about the fact that these Clubmans, it's like a vortex. Once you're in racing them, that's it. No one really likes to leave because they're so much fun. I don't know if you know the Woodwards, Clive Woodward, Guy Woodward, people like that raced for quite a number of years, I understand.
Yes, yeah, no, I raced against both Guy and Clive for many years. I mean, I started in Clubman's in '79, and I've tried all the cars and Formula 4s and saloons. I've all had a drive on and everything like that. But there's nothing like getting back into Clubman's cars. So
how does it feel though? Because the nose on them is a long way in front of you, isn't it?
Yes, you just get used to them and that to drive. I mean, obviously we've got Pippa Turner-Wood here, and father Clive is here looking after and helping her. Clive drives Formula Atlantic, Formula 2s, Formula 3s, and he says his Clubman's cars are the nicest handling car out of them all. Yes, and this is it. They are such lovely cars to drive.
As a leader comes past me sounding beautiful, I always sort of think that you look at them and they look like they could fall backwards. Just because of the smaller nose on the front and the big rear, but they've always just seemed to handle wonderfully, and I guess you just cocoon yourself into it.
Yes, yeah, you do fit in them well and everything like that. No, they are quite quirky cars and everything like that, and this is what people love. You either love them or hate them and everything like that, but they are fun to drive, and once you've driven one, then you are suckered into staying with them, and it's a good family atmosphere in the paddock there. Friendly people help each other out if there's any problems and that, so it's a good family.
And bang for your buck, because the speed and handling you get out of these things for the money is just got to be outstanding.
Yes, yeah, no, indeed, they are very cost-effective cars to run and that, so it's, yes. And now obviously we've got a Mallet there that's daughter Samantha's driving and everything like that, so we race prepped it Thursday afternoon for a few hours, Dave Booth and myself, and that's it. No, they don't take much looking after between meetings, as long as you don't clout the curves or anything like that.
And have you got freedom on the design of the cars?
Yeah, there are regulations there, but you can do your own thing. It's not as though it's a one-make series or anything like that, so there are regulations specify. No,
so it's an engineering masterpiece as well as a racing. I mean, like for example, hi Ian, sorry, I just tell you.
Yeah, I was just assuming that James Clark is running away with the race, which is why you're talking about.
Absolutely, it is.
Things to do with Clubman's formula.
The other question, it's like for example, the 22 car at the back there, Begley. The rear on that car looks like a sort of squashed Marcus, a flattened Marcus.
A squashed what?
Marcus. It looks like the flattened Marcus.
Yes.
If you look at the rear of that car, it's a wonderful looking thing. Oh, at Britain's we've got a Challenge 47 and the number 20 car.
Oh, he's got a problem.
A lot of smoke coming out the back.
47, yeah.
Yeah, well, that's a couple of times that I've seen him check up, so I wondered whether it was an issue, but I don't think he's aware of it because he just keeps trying to fight with them. I can't see fluid on the circuit, which is the good news.
Yeah, but I would hope that he sensed something there. So here we are with James Clark.
Just struggling for gears.
Pardon?
He's struggling for gears. That
Who? James Clark?
No. The 47 that we were talking about that's got a problem.
Yeah.
So Graham.
Well, that's our new recruit, Graham Wilson. Yeah. Burwolseley.
Yeah, that's in Tatton Hall, where people know.
So he's new to it.
Yes, yeah.
Whose car was that?
It's Peter Richings' car.
That's right. Because he's retired, hasn't he?
So
I shared a B&B with him at Snetterton Way a couple of times. Lovely guy.
Yeah, no.
I couldn't believe when he said he was retiring.
Yeah, no, but he's doing hill climbing, sprinting hill climbing.
Right.
So he's at Shells Wharfs this weekend. So his wife Joy's been here this morning and for the first race taking photographs.
Peter was a very big cheese at Jaguar, wasn't he?
Yes, that's right. And Jaguar Land Rover, yeah.
But talking about, I'm afraid it's pulled off.
Yeah, and the stink is left round here is quite incredible, actually.
Really?
Yeah, it's definitely burnt through something there.
Oh dear. Well, he's parked at the side of the track, which is possibly going to require the safety car.
Yeah, because it's at a vulnerable place, isn't it? It's on the outside of Druitt.
Yeah. Oh yes, you can't leave a car there.
The speed of our leader, the 67 car, is just incredible through this phase here. And he's just able to confidently pick up the throttle so early coming through Knickerborough.
But we've got a couple of marshals who have done a great job. They've come forward, they're pushing, they've got 3 now. They're pushing the car out of harm's way. Well done, guys, because a safety car would sort of ruin the race.
No, it's one thing about the races, they are very respectful of the yellow flags and that, so it's it is good when
they can trust that.
yeah,
right,
when
they can trust
the
drivers.
marshals trust the drivers to back
Yes.
off and give the proper respect.
Which the car that we saw just when they first started pushing that was our race leader Clark, and so we know the speed he was going, and yet you notice that he was slowed and he was all the way over to the apex and stayed there through that corner away from the marshals, and that's the way it should be.
No, indeed. No, this is it. No, it's quite normal for. We had drivers briefing this morning, and they said about the qualifying. What were the misdemeanors? None. So it's quite good. Actually, people respect the track limits and everything like that. So it's.
And yet they race, as you've been saying, they race at very considerable speeds. I mean, it's the fastest couple of races of the day.
Yeah.
And they do respect each other. And it's been. I'm old enough to remember the first year of Clubman's racing and what it grew out of, the Lotus Sevens, which because of the Caterhams of today.
Yes.
Peter Gaydon, the late Peter Gaydon, who won the first championship back in the Radio Caroline.
Right.
Do you remember Radio
yes,
Caroline?
Oh, yeah. No. I'm,
Pirate Radio.
yes, indeed. That's right.
Chris won't remember Radio Caroline.
I know of it.
You've heard about it, yeah. Anyway, we're going off into
yes, but no, but
the
I mean,
dim and distant.
But this is it. We've got such a good history dating back to 1965. The series has been going, and this is it now. When you tell people how long the series has been going, what it evolved from the Lotus Sevens, it's brilliant.
And there was the famous year or couple of years when Ray Mallock, whose father Arthur started all this, and Jeff Friswell, Frizz the Wiz, were at it hammer and tongs, race meeting after race meeting after race meeting, and they never fell out, they never got cross, they never sort of tried anything dubious, but they just raced flat out. It was fantastic racing. Ray, of course, went on to race in Formula 2 and Formula 5000 and so on, international sports cars.
No, it's quite good because we have one of our former racers, Phil Hart, who's here. He's our driving standards officer. So if there's any niggles in the paddock, anything like that, he'll have a quiet word with the drivers and just nip it in the bud before it escalates onto the track. And obviously, it was something that Chris Hart, who's a long-term Clubman man, he started off as our driving standards officer and ran the club for many, many years. And it's good because it just makes sure everybody's there, friendly, and enjoys the weekend, which is what it's all about.
And if you wanted to buy one now, there's cars available, aren't there?
Yeah, go on to clubmans.org. There's cars available there for sale section. Or have a word with Mallock's. They've got them. There's cars around. I mean, they get snapped up quite quickly. So there's quite a few cars. Obviously, Phantoms are making new cars.
Yes.
There's actually a new Mallock that's just about to hit the tracks and that. So there's cars being produced. Obviously, Alex Champion.
What mark of Mallock would that be? A 39 or something?
36 or 37, something like that. Yes, yes.
All right, well, we better get back to the race. We've got 5.25 minutes to go, and James Clark is leading it by 23.3 seconds. So we have a note of what he won the earlier race by. It was something like 25 seconds.
I think it was 40 or 45.
Oh, 40 was it?
And apparently he doesn't like Max Verstappen, so me saying he's doing the Verstappen actually doesn't go down.
All right, he's doing a Jim Clark then.
Yeah, that's better. Well, this is it with the name James Clark. That's it.
Yes.
You're much more appreciative of that.
Yeah.
So
there's a different spelling, but
yes,
but I think that'd be a better way of doing it.
Yeah. So Chris, I see you're probably opposite you. You've got the dice for CSP2 going on with Samantha and car 87 with Neil Chapman right on the tail. So this is Neil's first time at Oulton Park, so he's really in love with the circuit already.
Oh, good. Right. So yes, James Clark won the previous race. You're right, Mike. 42.722 seconds was his winning margin.
Yeah.
I don't think he's going to make that this time, is he?
Well, you never know. So, but I think he would really associate with the late Jim Clark, because his father, I know, was a big fan of Jim Clark. And
is that how he came to be called James?
I guess so. Yes.
Right.
Yeah. I should have got Malcolm up here. Malcolm Clark's father. I should have got Malcolm up here at some point.
Yeah, indeed. So we've had 6 laps completed by the first 4. James Clark leading by 25.89 seconds from the Steves. Dickens from Collier.
Yeah, but I think they're quite a distance apart this time, aren't they, unfortunately?
18.5 seconds, that's right. But Steve Collier not that far ahead of Paul Masters.
That's right. Paul in the A-class car, the CSPA car, the old classic Clubman's car, giving Steve Collier a run for his money there. And then you've got Alan Cook in a newer Mallock Mark 31.
Where have all the classic Clubman's cars gone?
They're still around. People in the garages. 1 or 2 have been out with us. 1 or 2 are going to be out at Brands, and still a desire to keep our classic Clubman series going if we can. and that maybe with another organising club or something like that. So, but the most welcome, we had Spencer McCarthy at Donington, and Snetterton had a really good time. So Spencer's a front-running guy in Classic Clubman's with his A-class car. So,
and of course, Mark Charteris is extremely quick.
Yeah, Mark was out at Silverzone and will be out, I'm sure, at Brands Hatch, his local circuit.
Right. So 2 3/4 minutes to go. James Clark's completed 7 laps. He's just last time around done the new fastest lap of the race. In the earlier race, his fastest lap was a 1:40.123. He's only 3/10 quicker now, 1:39.885.
One to keep an eye out for is the number 17 car of Alan Cook. He's closing in on this fight between Collier and Masters.
Right, okay, now because Alan obviously had a misdemeanour apparently at Shell in the first race, went wide along the grass there, and that's why he came in and did a rapid entry. Yes, as you said, they've just gone past the start-finish line. So you've got Steve Paul and then Alan Cook on the tail.
I'm sure you've said this, but I wasn't here to hear you say it. Cody Tree not in this race because
he broke a push rod on the front suspension and it damaged it, and they had trouble with the brakes, so they decided enough was enough and have packed up and gone home.
Disappointment.
Yes. So we're at the start-finish line. I'm waiting to see where the CSP2 battle is. I say my daughter Samantha Evans driving 87, hopefully going to be oh no, we've got this is Mr. Beardsley, I think is he a lap down or whatever, so Peter Beardsley. So
22 is 15th, he is a lap down.
Yes, yeah. So we've got James Clark just come over the start finish line and getting the last lap ball, I think. So
that's right, yes.
How long left to go? 1 minute 20 seconds.
Well, effectively James Clark is on his last lap now.
So there's Samantha going by with Neil on the tail. So apparently I got told off before for being disparaging about her letting Tom Muirhead pass in the previous race.
Somebody heard you say that?
Yes, several people heard me. I got in trouble for it, yes.
We just had a spin here by the 36 car, and that was, unfortunately, he came down and he had this great fight between Dickens, Collier and, Collier, Masters and Cook come down, and he kept out of the way for the Masters and Cook, Collier and Masters car, but then pulled back in to sort of delay Cook. Cook was straight there, and I think suddenly realised, got on the power a bit too early, heading towards Knickerbrook, and just spun that car around. But thankfully, Alistair Cook was able to avoid it.
Right, well done.
Oh, sorry, Alan Cook even.
Yeah. It would be good if James could get something else to drive, wouldn't it? Yes. Move up. And obviously, it's good to have him in.
Oh yeah,
no, we don't want him, but he is so good. He ought to be in something else.
Yes, yeah. But when he drove, obviously he's over Clubman's car 5 years ago.
Yes.
Dave Beecroft's Mad Dog, and his fastest lap that day was a 38.5,
right,
which is just absolutely phenomenal.
Yeah.
But he was driving Lotus Cortinas at that time.
That's right, yes.
Now in the HSCC meetings, he was a real star in that series.
He needs to get into things like the Le Mans series and the Le Mans Cup.
Yeah.
If you get a drive, go and speak to Richard Dean at United Autosports. That's what he should do.
You better have a
word. I've told him that.
There he is. He's taking the flag anyway. Another sterling win there for him.
Yeah, so almost perfect score. Just had that one retirement last time out, but today it's been another typical James Clark performance. 9 laps completed and another win. He's already won the championship, I guess.
Yes. No, indeed. And then we've just seen Tom Muirhead win the CSP the B class. Samantha come over this time.
Yeah, where's Barry Webb?
Barry has a timeshare in Madeira, so he doesn't go racing in the first few weeks in August. And this is it. A lot of our normal regulars are actually away on holiday, and obviously with the F1 shutdown, like Ben Mallock, who works for Alpine, he's away on with his family on holiday this week. So this is it. The beginning of the year, beginning of August is not a great time for us to have a race meeting.
That you have the flexibility to negotiate.
Yeah, well, we will be next year. Yeah, we've been spoilt because of the COVID factor, where everybody didn't go on holiday and wanted to go racing instead. It was seen as being safer than going on holiday or whatever.
Okay, well, the Steves finished second and third, separated this time by a lot, 22 seconds actually. Steve Dickens in second place, number 7. In third place, number 32, Steve Collier. In fourth place, number 10, Paul Masters. In fifth place, number 17, Alan Cook. And in sixth place, winning class CSP2, number 20, Mathieu Gauthier Thornton in the Phantom. 7th, number 58, Tom Muirhead
So Tom
in
wins.
his
Yeah.
with his class.
Yeah. So he.
And in the championship as well. Yeah. In 8th place, number 87. The focus of much attention during the course of this race, and one of our commentators, Samantha Evans, then finishing in 2nd place in her class, and 8th place overall. In 9th place, number 5, Neil Chapman, on his first visit to Oulton Park, and in 10th place, number 42, Pipitana Wood. Where's her dad today?
Greg Clive's here. Yeah,
But why is he not driving?
He's got problems with his engine in his car.
Oh, okay.
He says hopefully he'll be out at Brands Hatch.
Right. Anyway, Dalton Pippa finishes in 10th place. So there we are. Now you can go off and have your celebratory. Mike, thank you very much indeed for providing all that background information.
Yeah, thank you.
On Clubman.
Thank you for letting me up here, and thanks Chris for being an interesting conversation. So
yeah, okay.
Speak soon. Cheers.
Bye.
Bye.
Cheers, bye. Oh, what? Sorry. What?
Pinch of Nom.
Oh,
Really good cookbooks, recipe books, especially as they have mixtures like we've fallen into that air fryer trap and love cooking things in that, or slow cooker meals, or summer meals. They've just got a variety of really nice, easy to make dinners.
Oh, right. You have to tell me about them sometime. Anyway, the cars making their way out to form on two separate grids. If you were here earlier on, you'll have seen the format when to make a decent sized grid. Cars are two types of race are amalgamated, but not merged. So they will be two separate races with a 20-second gap between the two grids. Do they still have the production BMW E30 championship, or is that fizzled out now?
Sadly, that's fizzled out. There's like a few of them still racing, but they're kind of, being swallowed up into other things, and including some of the characters that were racing them back then are still out there championing a few.
Yeah. Because there was a time when that, I remember, sorry?
They're in the Classic Touring Car Racing Club. Classic Sports Car Club have got a few of them racing there.
Right. I mean, there was a time I can remember on the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit when they had nearly 40 cars.
Oh, yeah.
And then they gradually disappeared because I suppose they became increasingly expensive, and they became collector's pieces almost, didn't they?
Yeah, I think it got very expensive to get the pieces, possibly more cost effective to turn them back into road cars. I think possibly some internal politics got involved somewhere along the line as well. And it just all came unstuck at the same time.
Yeah.
But, these things, they can be cyclical, can't they, these championships? So, yeah, some of them have a lifespan, which is a shame. I mean, when you sort of think back to we still bring up some of the amazing championships of the past, like the TVR Tuscan Challenge, this Honda CRX, the Rover 216 GTI, all of these things that in their day were just absolute belter championships, but they've got a lifespan, haven't they?
Yes, and something else comes along.
Yeah.
Remember the Saab 900s?
I do, yes. Yeah, not exactly race looking, are they? But
well, exactly. But because they've got some quite good drivers to take part in it actually did okay for a while. There's a book to be written. I'm not quite sure anybody would buy it about one make series.
Yep.
So you've just gone through a few of them.
I think that some of them as well can be down to where they were raced. Like the Honda CRX Championship, I remember that round the streets of Birmingham, which for me is like something I just wish could come back again. The Birmingham Super Prix was a phenomenal event that I don't even think is me thinking back to my young days of going with my dad or anything. I don't think it's just a romantic notion. I think it was genuinely incredible. And so the fact that you kind of think of those kind of events and associate some championships, it can help where you go and race and support. I think the Dunlop Rover 216 GTI also went there, plus I'm sure I recall it supporting the British Grand Prix one year.
Well, the Rovers?
Yeah.
I think they did.
Yeah.
Well, all the BRDC run championships when Silverstone had more control over the package. I remember one year we began on Thursday with qualifying for the support races, which then sort of carried on right the way through. Grand Prix happened, and there was another race or two after the Grand Prix. Anyway, you can't turn the clock back to that.
No.
Right, well, the BMWs are now forming up behind the Golfs.
One of them's gone straight into the pits, Ian, I've just noticed on the camera.
Oh, yes, it's at the far end at the moment. I can't tell you. Oh, is it the Audi?
No.
It's a BMW.
BMW, yeah.
Yeah. All right, well, it's coming all the way down. It looks as though, yes, it is. It's number 72. It's Chris Murphy.
Oh.
And he's going to start from the pit lane.
How weird.
Perhaps he just wants to make life difficult for himself.
He does like to entertain, I'll give him that.
Right, red light's on, red light goes out now. Gosh, I've talked about the start of a race for the first time today, just about. Anyway, they get away and head off down towards Old Hall Corner on the grass there. That's a bit bold, Simon Hill, but he's got back on the tarmac now without losing control. And they all successfully negotiate Old Hall Corner as the BMWs are about to get away under a flag. And, of course, Chris Murphy has to wait in the pit lane for the pack to go through, and of course into the lead straight away has gone Kieran Power. But you got the Golfs.
They've already gone down Lakeside. I was watching on the stream there that again Simon Verco and Simon Hill, they're not very friendly with each other off of the starts, are they?
No.
Pushing off onto the grass went Simon Hill, so I'm sure he'll have a few words to say. The BMWs go round Cascades as you were, and you're right, Chris Murphy has come out, he's at the back and he's going to try and work his way through now and see whether he can still get involved in a fight with Kieran Power at the front again. I think that would be a big ask because Kieran Power was looking super quick.
Well, they were lapping on the, but they were very close to each other at the finish, weren't they? But
yeah.
Perhaps Chris will say he was keeping something up his sleeve, something in reserve in that earlier race, just to make show of it. Anyway, the Golfs are landing in your lap, headed by an Audi.
Yep, the Audi's in the lead, and it's the light blue number 11 of Simon Verco, just ahead of, it is 46 John Beale, again up into third place, ahead of Simon Hill, the 51 car after that rambunctious start and push onto the grass off the start-finish straight. He is sort of looking fairly ragged as he came through in front of me, as though he's a little bit cross, but hopefully he'll just keep that together. The BMW's come through, and it is still Kieran Power in the lead, with number 7, Paul Mercer, up into second place. Steve Wood, the third in the championship driver, up into third place. Chris Murphy still struggling to get past Adam Radford at the moment.
Well, he almost succeeded as the cars began to set off up Clay Hill, but then we cut to the shot of the Golfs. It's quite difficult for the director to juggle between the two races that are going on here, completely separate races.
Yeah, they're not even classed as or anything in there. They're totally separate championships,
yes.
Aren't they? Yeah.
So leaders have gone through, and it is Chris Jackson leading from Simon Verco, and then in third place is John Beale. Fourth is Simon Hill. Fifth is James Colborne, and in sixth place is number 64, Spencer Beale.
Yeah, they've gone down. It looked to me as though Simon Verco was slowing a little bit. No, he's there. It must have just been going towards the left-hand side to fend off any interest from the chasing hordes. But the BMWs are coming down, and Chris Murphy has moved up one place. Oh, and we've lost the 46 car of John Beale into the gravel at Shell Oils. And that looks like he's just locked up and gone straight on there. And I think the temptation was there because Simon Verco did seem to just lose a bit of speed there. He has again through Britain's, bounced over the curbs a little bit too fiercely there, and so he's under pressure from Simon Hill this time. And as I say, those two were a bit up close and personal off the start. No challenge, and interestingly, Chris Jackson's not pulling away from them.
No, he's not.
They are all together with him at the moment. I don't know whether the safety cars like to be called. With the car.
Well, the last time we saw it, it looked as though that car wasn't far off into the gravel, so it was a bit close to the edge of the circuit, kind of in the firing line, I would have thought, which makes the safety.
And we've got a yellow, black and orange flag for the 888 car, so Chris Jackson's going to have to call into the pits.
I don't know what's wrong with that.
I can't see anything.
No, I can't either.
But they're obviously unhappy about something.
Is the leader 888?
Chris Murphy's now catching up with the pack safety car has indeed been scrambled. So they're not happy. The problem is if one car can go there, so can another.
Yes.
Especially when, as you say, it was not far off at all. So we've been actually quite lucky come race time, haven't we, with not being too much. We had, was it the last qualifying session, we had the safety car and a red flag, or 2 red flags, but that was it.
They've not been hugely time consuming.
No.
I was talking to Joe East earlier on of MSVR, and he was saying it's a difficult circuit to predict, Oulton Park. Sometimes you can have, like today, a pretty trouble-free day of qualifying and racing. Other days it can be a complete nightmare with tyre walls demolished and having to be rebuilt. We've had one of those, but it didn't lose as much time.
I know when GT Cup was here, we lost one into the barriers, through the barriers, didn't we, coming out of Druids,
yes.
And that took something like 3 hours to rebuild, sadly. Thankfully, I did see the driver at Silverstone a couple of weeks ago, not racing, but he was there sort of still supporting the championship. He's going to be out for a little while, but you wouldn't know looking at him that there's anything, so I think he's just got some bruises to recover. Which, after that's the magnitude of that accident, that's quite a relief.
So Chris Jackson has dropped down to 5th place.
So he's obviously been into the pits, but he can't have got out in fifth. Oh,
No.
maybe he's still in. Is he still in the pit?
No, not going. Well, I'll have a look, but
No, it's not showing him as being.
no, he's not. No, he's not in the pits.
Yeah, he is there in fifth, so I'm not sure what's happened there. He had the black and orange flag showing to him, didn't he? But I
Bit
don't
odd.
really know what happened there. Yeah, because I can't believe he'll have been able to have come into the pits
No.
and get back out again in fifth place.
No. Still showing on the screen, black and orange flag for car number 888.
You know, I have no idea what that is, because normally you tend to be able to see whether there is bodywork, whether there is fluid. I'm just looking, I cannot see. Now the only other possibility is that he's got his hands device done wrongly, because you can get that where they
Yeah.
put the, which I can't forget which way round it is, the seat belts over the hands device or whichever way round, and they see that, they'll call him back in. Because there doesn't appear to be anything wrong with the car. This is
I
good
guess
news for
where the
Christmas.
car is, where John Beale's car's gone off, it doesn't have a recovery vehicle that near.
No, I saw a pickup go hurtling down Lakeside a moment ago. They've got some speed in there. So there's John Beale, 46, out of the car, stood by the side of his Golf that is well and truly buried in the gravel there, sadly. And that's a shame, because that was a car
Yes.
that came through from
That's right.
7th on the grid up to 3rd, I think it was, in race 1. And he was looking good again this race. So into the pits does come the TT.
Yeah.
He's got his hand in the air. Hopefully you'll be able to see what he's got to do.
Well, he'll stop outside race admin, which is the opposite end of the pit lane from me. So all I can
Interesting.
see.
The fire crews are going over to speak to him. And looking underneath. Always worries me though as well if they come and they go, oh no, that's okay actually. Thanks.
Well, I think, well, you're going to have to be worried then, because I think he's carrying on, is he?
Not yet.
No.
They're not happy about something, are they?
Meanwhile, hooking up John Beale's car to drag it out of the gravel.
Oh, they're trying to take it forwards though, aren't
That's
they?
going to.
That's not how they... No, they're changing their mind. It's going to have to come out backwards, isn't it? Otherwise, it's just a plough.
Yeah. Oh, everything was going so well, wasn't it? And now we've got a car sitting there looking as though it's going to take most of the rest of the time for the race to be extricated. There's 11 minutes on the clock still.
And there goes the TT. Chris Jackson going beneath you. So whatever the issue was, they've let him back out again. If they didn't find anything, that's going to be a frustrated driver, isn't it?
Yeah, but I'm sure they'd have some basis for calling him in. Even if it's turned out to be
It'll be fun to watch him come through, though.
false alarm. Yeah, he's not going to lose out from the race, because he'd be able to join back in the queue, won't he?
Yeah.
Right, well, the recovery vehicle is now doing a 3-point turn to get itself at the back of the Golf, and hopefully can drag it out backwards.
We've gone red.
Yeah. Race being stopped now. Of course, there is concern about the curfew, which is at 6:30. Now, we've still got minutes in hand. I would have thought
I think...
there's time to stop the race and restart it with 10 minutes.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's 10 on the clock, isn't it? Although that's just gone to check it. I can't believe they're going to do that, as you say. But yeah, it looked like they were going to 10 minutes. They
Yeah.
stopped to that, and they'll give it the ability to actually race rather than sitting the whole time behind the safety.
Yes.
A safety car at the end.
Yes, good thinking, because I don't think it's going to take that much longer than what we can see on the screen to get the gold out of the gravel.
It's going to be like a 4-minute lap anyway.
Yes, so it's out. The John Beale car is now out of its gravel, probably drivable back to the pits, actually, spreading gravel as it goes there.
Yeah. He needs to wait. I was worried he was going to drag all the gubbins with him then, but yeah, that's such a shame. Yeah, and they've now got to
bring on the brooms.
Yeah, they've got to clear up the circuit, haven't they? Race will restart for 8 minutes plus green flag lap.
Yeah. Now the order in which they'll be gridded should be the order in which they were running when the red flag was put out. And that therefore means that the Audi will drop back several places. But they need to obviously make sure they will have 8 minutes to play with before the curfew.
No, they can't. John Beale can't go on his
No.
own. He is being towed after all. That's a shame. When you see, I was watching that recovery on the stream, just how banked Shell Oils is. I always forget quite how banked it is. Have you driven Oulton Park?
Yes.
I bet it's wonderful.
Well, it is. I've done a number of not members so much as manufacturers track days, particularly Alfa Romeo. You won't be surprised to hear, and BMW. And then I took my E-Type round once or twice one day.
Wow. Yeah, it's not one that I've driven around one day.
So I think it's being towed all the way back to the
it's
pit lane.
Just come into my view here. Presumably we'll they're just waiting to be told what order to grid them in, and as soon as they get that paperwork, then they'll be able to get them into their positions, won't they? I think some of these BMWs are like, can you move us up because we're on a downslope? Steve Wood's kind of going backwards and forwards.
Because we're dealing with championship races, they have to abide by the correct rules. You can't cut corners, otherwise there'll be complaints, protests, and so on. So
yeah, there's no, oh come on, let's just get it started.
Exactly.
Or bless them, one of the marshals has chocked Steve Wood's car, put something behind his rear wheel because he just kept rolling backwards and forwards.
A piece of wood, perhaps.
Yes. Thank you again to the Orange Army, doing an incredible job. Thankfully, not the weather that we were threatened with.
No.
There was talk of showers around sort of early afternoon, wasn't there? And we've been blessed by the weather today, to be honest. I know it was a bit windy, but I can stomach that. Oh, and I can see some movement in the background. We may well have grids being bought out. Fantastic, here we go. Again, thank you to the officials as well, has to be said, doesn't it? Because they have to suddenly think on their feet and get this all sorted to the letter of the law, as you rightly say.
Now, John Beale's car has been brought back. I'm just wondering whether it's actually going to be allowed to start. I wouldn't have thought it should be, but you never know. Anyway, we need to get the cars gridded very quickly, otherwise we're going to be up against the curfew. It will be a grid with the Golf separated from the BMWs. And that plan that Chris Murphy had is never going to come to fruition now, is it?
No, it's not really got enough time to do anything,
No.
has it?
John Beale's car is being turned into the pit lane. Well, the grid is beginning to look like a grid. Just got the BMWs to put in place. And no sign of Chris Murphy heading for the pit lane this time. Right, well, I think we could be good to set off on the green flag lap. Yeah. I thought they moved. No. Yes, they have now. Yes, the Audi is round about 6th. Now, whether that's going to give him enough time, Chris Jackson, to work his way through to the front, will be interesting to watch.
Yeah, quite. I mean, 8 minutes. Should get 4 laps then, shouldn't we? Mate, will it go to 5? Possibly 5.
Well, yeah, but of course you've got to allow for the fact that the noise has to stop before 6:30, so you've got to have the slowing down lap taken into account. So, it's going to be touch and go.
So they say 8 minutes, didn't they? So it should be okay.
But yeah, this lap's going to take. What time is it now? Coming up. It's going to be about quarter past 6. Not much. And we'll take the opportunity now, Chris has already mentioned it, but to thank the marshals for all that they've done during the course of the day. I think today, it's probably fair to say, with the fair weather and not that many incidents, there have been some to deal with. There has been some tyre walls to rebuild, but it's not been the most challenging day. But as ever, the smooth running of the meeting isn't possible without the marshals. And so, again, many, many thanks to everything that you do. And long may it continue in the way that it does. And this is now the last race of the day. We have to stop talking at or just before 6:30. But we should get through this race.
Interestingly, that Chris Jackson in the TT is starting 5th place.
Yes.
So the pit stop call hasn't come in. So whatever suddenly dropped him back has, but he hasn't got himself right the way to the back.
Right.
And that'll have been because the red flag came out and it rolled back, didn't it?
Yes.
And he was still out there.
Yes. He could still come into the pit lane at the end of this green flag lap and see what he could do, but he's obviously only got 8 minutes in which to do it.
No, that's Chris Murphy, isn't it? I don't think he's going to do it again, but Chris Jackson.
Oh, Chris Jackson, sorry, it was the Audi, yeah.
Yeah, he's only dropped down to 5th, so he's okay with that one this time. He's got away with it. But yeah, Chris Murphy is going to have to work super hard, isn't it? I thought he was heading towards the pits then for a second on the stream, but he's on that side of the circuit.
Right, the BMW is just coming into position. As before, they will start 20 seconds after the Golfs. They suffer no prejudice as a result of that because it's a separate race with going on at the same time. 2 races run concurrently. The red lights go out for the Golfs and off they set towards Old Hall Corner with Simon Hill this time getting a clear run at Simon Verco. And it's the blue car, Simon Verco, who breaks a little bit later. Simon Hill on the outside tries to stay with him, but in the end isn't able to do so. So the Golf's now heading off down the avenue into Denton's and Cascades. And we should have the BMWs taking off. But just here they go. Yeah, the BMWs set off now. And charging into the lead is number 82, Steve Wood. He's heard your encouragement earlier on, I think, Chris, and he's now determined to get some points out of this. I think it's Steve Wood who leads down the avenue.
No, second, because it's still the white car of Kieran Power comfortably in lead. In fact, Chris Murphy's now up to second already, and Steve Wood in third was passed right as they came into my view by Chris Murphy, so that was a good move. Interesting to see the battle between the lead two in the Golf, because Simon Verco had to defend really hard from Simon Hill, 51. We saw that he's had frustrations where he couldn't make the move off the start line. Tried to find a way as they come down from Hilltop towards me. It is still Simon Verco in the lead. Simon Hill in second. James Colborne in
third.
Yeah, then it's the TT of Chris Jackson in 4th place at the moment. But yeah, Simon Hill fancies this one because he's put all the previous races behind him, and he's now trying to find a way past Simon Verco. As they just quickly take the BMWs over the hill towards me, it is Kieran Power, the white 24 car, that's in the lead. Chris Murphy second, Steve Wood third.
Golf's meanwhile making their way through Druids. And first into Lodge, we're getting a rear view of them at the moment. First into Lodge with Mr. Leaders. But we'll get them across the line in a moment, hopefully, out of Deer Leap. Here they come, and it's the blue car in front, so that's Simon Verco from Simon Hill. Those two have already broken well clear of the pink machine, the pink and black machine of James Colborne in 3rd place. Chris Jackson in the Audi is 4th. 5th is the surviving Beale, Spencer Beale, number 64. And behind him in 6th place is 61 Ryan Sayer.
All change at the front because Simon Verco went wide coming out of the first corner, bounced across the grass and had to wrestle it back towards the tarmac. So he's now back into second and a long way back from Simon Hill.
He is, isn't he?
Yeah, but that was because it became a bucking bronco as he exited Old Hall. And did well to only lose the 1 place, in all honesty, so he's got it back onto the tarmac, but that did look a bit scary.
Kieran Power leads, as you saw. Drive-through penalty for car number 11. Drive-through penalty for car number 11.
That's
That's
Simon Verco.
Simon Verco,
Wow.
yes.
Okay, I assume that was a out of position start then.
Whatever it was, jump start.
Yeah.
But
They don't even call it that anymore, do they? Which I find weird. They always call it an out of position, which I never understand.
false start
Yeah.
sometimes used, yes.
But down towards us, he's not even in the lead anyway. So Simon Hill, 51's got himself up into the lead. And Simon Verco is going to see this next time round that he's also got to call in. And the bad news for him, there's no time to make that one up. James Colburn, number 28, is having a little nibble him as he came through in front of me. Round Knickerbrook, up Clay Hill he goes, not being able to make that move. And it looks to me as though Chris Jackson, Triple Eight, is settling in that fourth place at the moment. But the BMWs are coming towards me, and it is Chris Murphy all over the back of Kieran Power. The white 24 car still has the nod at the moment in towards the Hislop. Steve Woods having to defend hard from the chasing pair of soft tops behind him. But at the moment, Chris Murphy not able to make a move on Kieran Power.
And James Colburn is driving really, really strongly. He's right up behind Simon Hill. That's going to be the battle for the lead, of course, because of the drive-through penalty that Simon Verco has to make. So the BMWs then, as you say, nose to tail.
Well, Steve Woods just lost 2 places as he got the out of shape coming out of Knickerbrook. So Dukes and Mercer have both got past him. Yeah, as you can see on the screen there now, there's 2 soft ops, and that was all because he got out of shape coming out of Knickerbrook.
Right, so across the line, it was Simon Hill leading Simon Verco anyway, but Simon Verco has got to take this drive-through penalty. James Colburn is therefore effectively second, and in third place is Chris Jackson in the 888 Audi. Right up behind James Colburn's car now. Then it's Spencer Beale, and in 6th place, number 61, Ryan Sayer.
Well, Simon Hill arrived here leading the championship by 13 points. And this is going to be good news for him. Ryan Sayer, 61, was second. Simon Verco was down in 5th place in the championship.
Yes.
It's looking good for this particular race weekend, but that's come unstuck now. Not only is he down to second by a long margin, he's got to serve a drive-through penalty, as you rightly pointed out as well. So that's out of the contention completely, isn't it?
Meanwhile, the BMWs at the front continue to circulate with Power ahead of Murphy. Kieran Power ahead of Chris Murphy. And third of the BMWs has become number 27, Darren Dukes, because of that loss of time for whatever reason.
Yeah, it did
by
not,
Steve Wood.
Yeah, it was a very messy Knickerbrook. It was. He didn't spin it, but it was very, very close. Now I wonder whether Simon Verco is going to actually just carry on, because there's not enough time for him to pick up a penalty for ignoring the black flag, and he can contest it afterwards. Whereas if he serves it, then it's slam dunk. So I reckon he's just going to keep going until the checkered flag.
I think he'll find himself in hotter water if he does that, which he looks as though he could be doing. Change for third place, possibly, as the Audi nuzzles up on the inside of James Colburn going into Oulton corner, but didn't force the issue, but looking for a way through as they go through Dentons into Cascades.
Yeah, I think with Verco, he's going to get away with it because he won't have seen the black flag enough times to get himself in trouble, so he's going to pull a master stroke with this one, I think. Doubt it will make any difference to him, will it? Because it probably is a slam dunk penalty.
Well, he'll get a penalty one way or another. So
yeah, exactly.
For whatever the offence may be.
It becomes 30 seconds, I think, doesn't it? Equivalent to the drive-through, basically. So BMWs are now trying to get past the 119 Golf, and they've done that now and held up Kieran Power for a second, but not enough for Chris Murphy to take advantage of it, so still in the same order. But for the final time, coming down towards us, it is Simon Hill, the championship leader. Has had to really get his elbows out to get himself into the lead of this race, hasn't he? Kind of almost for the third time asking, really.
But it's, as you say, too late now for Simon Verco to take the penalty that was being shown to him, and meanwhile the BMW's nose to tail, Chris Murphy really putting the pressure as they go through Britain's, putting the pressure on Kieran Power.
Coming down towards me now, so no challenge, so you can see the golf through to the finish.
And the Golfs will, yes, that's the time's ticking away, 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 second, and not quite perfectly timed, but pretty well timed. The checker flag goes out just as the 8 minutes have expired. It goes out first of all to Simon Hill. James Coburn is second, and with the penalty, Simon Burko's coming to the pits.
Wow. Okay.
It was a drive-through penalty, not a stop-go, but he's got, I think, in the end, a black flag, which is why. Anyway, he's now having explained to him what he's done wrong, but by coming into the pit lane, he ends up in 6th place anyway, across the timing line. So Spencer Beale took 4th, and the BMWs crossed the line side by side, with the verdict just going by 0.233 of a second to Kieran Power ahead of Chris Murphy. So just to confirm from what we can see from the screen, and then we've got to stop talking anyway, the winner was number 51, Simon Hill, second 28, James Colburn, third 888, but running in the guest class, the Audi of Chris Jackson, fourth number 64, Spencer Beale, fifth number 61, Ryan Sayer, in sixth place, but in the pit lane, number 11, Simon Verco, and then the two BMWs, first and second, number 24, Kieran Power, finishing just but only marginally ahead of 72, Chris Murphy, and third of the BMWs, ninth overall, number 97. Number 97, I'm not reading the right line, am I? 27, I was trying to say. 27, Darren Dukes. So there we are, the end of today's racing. Before you head off to Brands Hatch, Chris, a farewell.
Yeah, thank you very much. It's been an absolute joy to be back here at Oulton Park. It's known how much I love this place, and I look forward to coming back twice in September. And as always, it's been an absolute pleasure to work with you, Ian. It's been way too long. I think first time. Is it first time this year? Possibly is.
I think it might be, yeah.
Yeah, so it's been a joy, and thank you very much, and I look forward to catching up with you soon.
Thanks, Chris, and safe journey.
Thank you very much.
And again, just to thank the marshals once more, and the officials, everybody who's seen the racing through today. In one of the least fraught days we've had, only really right at the end there was it necessary to make decisions about what to do with a certain situation. It's coming up to 6:30, so from myself, Ian Titchmarsh, it's goodbye for now. I think I'm back here again quite soon, but anyway, bye for now.